anything crazy with my phone. I just watch videos or listen to podcasts or talk on Discord. Like literally that.
So here's really where the line I think for me is drawn is Apple really restricts, like, you're not allowed to like use it as a storage device or, you know, do what you want with it. You know, like they really limit your capability. The phone itself has a ton of capability, but they lock you out of most of it. That's for them, right? So I would Android, yeah, they're doing the same shit. They're still fucking advertising to you. They're still tracking you. They're still doing this and that. But at least you have access to like the device itself and like root capability. I know you can now root a fucking Apple, and it's been a long time, but like they're so proprietary. We're going to use my code, my cable, my phone, my battery, my this, my that, and we're not sharing with anybody. No other companies are going to get in on this, period. It's us and us only, and fuck everybody else. And so fuck them. That's my point about Apple.
So you're telling me you're getting an iPhone 13?
No, I will never buy an Apple product ever.
Yeah, so good on you, Lou. Don't do it. Don't ever start. The first one's free, and then you're an addict for life.
If you edit photography, though, you literally cannot get a better screen than an Apple display. Nothing exists better.
That's a complete bullshit, dude. The Galaxy phones destroy the Apple phones every single generation that comes out.
Not the phone.
The Samsung screens are way better.
Not the
way
phone.
Better.
Not the phone. Laptop and computer screens. I mean.
Yeah, so here's an example, Lou, of how Apple's a pinkus. So they have a chipboard that's all soldered together for their Apple books, whatever the heck they're called now, right? And they're all soldered like a singular unit, right? And normally you could say, okay, I have a power fault. Maybe I plugged it in, I got a spark, shorted. So now I need to repair the board. I take the board out, I find the part, and then I order the little dude online. I put it in myself with a little solder kit. No big deal. But no. What Apple did is that part in particular, which fails all the time. I want to say it's called PP33 bus hot or something like that, whatever it is.
So with the Apple part that fails all the time, I'm going to call it the fucking glass. How about the glass? Yeah. Every fucking iPhone you've ever seen,
so
you're so proud of.
So what they did intentionally is tell manufacturers that they are not allowed to make this chip, that it can only come from us. Now, the chip is essentially $10 or less functionally. And they charge to repair these boards in excess of $500 up to $1,000 just to change this little chip out. And the only reason you need to go to them is because they restrict access to this chip in the public market. So, Louis Rossmann, one of my favorite Apple-hating camaraderie buddios, what his firm did when they fixed people's devices, when they come up with this problem, what he did is he would go online and buy an Apple product. I think it was called a battery case. Like your Apple could go in it, and it would have a battery attachment on the case. And that case had the chip, and that case cost like $90 to $150. So what he would do is he would buy that case from an Apple source that he could buy it or secondhand or whatever. Then he would smash it open with a hammer, take the little chip out, and put it into his customer's Apple product and save them $1,000.
Okay, so I'm going to. Is it a steel man? If I was going to say, what are the positives about Apple? I started to do this already. Like, Great for people who are not very techy. Great for people who want high functioning things straight out of the box that without you know what I mean. Like you don't have to customize it. You don't have to know much about it. It's gonna work. It's gonna work well. Great for most people that way. But I don't really have a reason for it, but I don't like being like held within bookends and parameters. You know, I would rather have more free availability of my device, especially when I'm paying $1,000+ for it.
Right, and that functionality that you just described requires functional limitation. And so they sell functional limitation as benefit. Because if they expand the functionality, then they lose that streamlined ease of use, that they can curate the experience for the end user. So when you buy an Apple device, you're intentionally buying limitation. As Apple said, that was their design philosophy.
What the fuck are you guys doing with your phones, man?
Yeah,
Storing tons of files on the fucking like criminal fucking political left, dude. Like storing them.
Hey, dude, one thing that I can do with my phone is like I see an icon, I hold the icon, it takes me exactly where I need to go, I change the setting, and I press the back, and it goes back to where I was. Like on an Apple phone, I literally have to drive to Kentucky, drive back, call an Apple rep, plug the phone in, hook it up to an Apple laptop, take it off, only to just go back one screen. I'm exaggerating a little.
Yeah, I think I'm on my, like,
your point is valid. Your point is valid, Napalm. Like, what are you really doing? Like, honestly, nothing. I just don't like being restricted.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand. But like most of these issues that are levied at the iPhone are typically from non-iPhone users. I think I'm on my, like, I don't know, 5th, 6th, 7th iPhone. I literally have zero problems with them.
Well, that's because Apple has actually changed since Jobs died. Like in the original iPhones, you were very limited. Like they got better actually. They started, all of a sudden you didn't have to use iTunes, and then you didn't have to use their, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. You could never root your phone at first, but now you can, and you can, like, if you really want to, like. So like for certain techies and shit.
Let me tell you. Oh man, let me tell you what I can do with my phone. All right, mind you, my phone is not a new phone. Now it is a flagship phone from the year that it came out. Okay, I can have 2 functional windows operational at the same time, simultaneously on the tab and half of the screen. I can have YouTube popped out, and when I click it, it'll then open and I can leave comments. I can have a chat head also. I can cut and paste in between platforms. I can essentially have around 5 functional apps running that I can flip between rather quickly if I so desire. And this was like from 5-6 years ago.
You've
been tricked. You can do that on an iPhone. Always have been able to.
No, well, at first, a lot of that, a lot of the stuff, like I said, my point, like a lot of the stuff you were locked out initially for the first, like, at least 5 years, 10 years.
Yes, I gotta tell you this guy.
And they lost a lot of people. That's our Android guys that are talking now. Like they destroyed their rep a long time ago, and now there's people who just hate them.
Check this out. Some of the first iPhones couldn't even cut and paste. They could not even cut and paste. So you literally had to memorize what you had just read and type it out or write it on a piece of paper. Now, to be fair, that's the older iPhone.
Dude, yeah, the BlackBerry. When somebody, because like I'm pretty good on the phone and techie stuff, and like sometimes people are like, hand it to Lou, like he'll figure it out, and then it's an iPhone, and I'm like, I don't know how to go back. How do I hit back? Like, how do I go back a screen? I can't figure this shit out. I give it right back to them, and they're like, "You suck."
Oh, I've had both platforms the whole time, right? So I use them interchangeably. Like when one battery dies, I use the other, etc. And for when I need to do things like access Apple accounts for devices that are with my family members, right? And I've been going back and forth between the two. Literally every time I go back to the Apple, I'm faced with a limitation every single time. There's something limiting me that I could have easily done with my Android device. And it just makes me frustrated, but I only have to use that system because it's what I have available, because my other device died, or because I'm trying to access software for my loved ones. And that's about it.
Long before the iPhone or even the iPod came out, okay? It's like Mac was considered to be like, yeah, superior. Like it just worked better, but you were very limited. And the same thing applies to everything ever since.
But do you remember back then when Apple was just this system for creatives and whatnot? When Microsoft was the hated company back then, as Apple is now.
I don't remember them ever being hated. I remember them always being praised, like bowed down to. Like
Microsoft.
And everything.
Oof. Nah.
I think I would love to see a third party player that basically can find a way to squeeze the streamline Apple style with the customizable functionality of the Android platform. It'd be very hard to do because the market saturation and market share is so taken. But if they could do it, I'd go for that.
Yeah, me too. I agree with that. Yeah.
Now, back in the day, when Mac was really big, there used to be Power PCs that could literally emulate Mac OS. So you literally could just buy a Power PC laptop and have Windows and Mac operating systems on the same device. And you didn't even need to buy an Apple system. Because that's really how computers worked back then. Like a computer is just a base. Like very few industries actually have their own proprietary base computer system. They're operating off the standard, and then they add on top of that standard their own, window dressing. But the root of it, the core of it, is just the same operating system that's been around since the BIOS was invented in the first place.
Also to Napalm, like when you said, like, what are you doing? Honestly, if I'm going to be super honest, I think it's more about people who just like to fidget. Like, I like to have a more customizable fucking screen and interface. I like to have a more, I don't want to be stuck with what Apple says is the best interface. I want to be able to choose my interface. It's little stuff like that.
Yeah, let me ask you this question for the Apple users, because I don't know, because I don't personally have the latest iPhone, so I don't have, as far as I know, I don't have the latest OS update. I have still an older one. Have they made it to where you can actually put icons wherever you want on the screen, Or does it still just categorize them the way it decides? You know, like maybe I want feed and grow fish on the first page of my screens.
Here's the thing: is Apple users are lost when you ask that question. They have no clue what you're talking about. They've never had an option.
Oh, see, they don't even understand that it's a limitation. Wow, that's good marketing. Okay. I want everybody to think about it as a quote unquote truther. You don't understand that you've been fenced off. You're not even aware that the fence is there. It's an invisible fence. Someone comes along and says, "Hey, what's this invisible fence?" You're like, "What? I can't see it." Man, dude, that was like the sickest burn.
Dude, it's the truth, man. That's why it's so sick.
What kind of invisible fencer are you?
I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do like certain things about when I use an iPhone, but like I literally recognize because I'm multi-platform, right? I don't identify as a single platform. I recognize every limitation. Every time I'm trying to use an Apple device, it presents me with a brick wall or a fence or an alternate path that I'm not allowed to take. And it's like, good grief, dude. Hurry up and charge.
Wait, I want this thing to work for how I want it to work, not like how you think it should work for everybody.
You know what, Lou? This is my challenge to iPhoners. No, don't get me wrong, not iPhone users, but like iPhoners who have a zealousness for the platform. Like you can't have this kind of dialogue with just so many burns when you're talking about Android platform. It's like you run out of things to say in like 30 seconds. Well, when you're talking about iPhone products, you can just go on and on and on with all these limitations, problems, frustrations.
In the past, it was always compatibility issues, but they've done a pretty good job with that over the last decade or two. You know, like where all now that they're huge because of the iPhone, all platforms, all software companies designed for them, but they never did in the past, and they had, and they,
you know. But dude, you want to know? Okay, so I sold phones for quite a long time in Radio Shack and other stuff. So multi-platform sales, right? So the hardest phone to sell, what do you think it is?
Sorry, repeat that. What?
So you're selling multi-platform, you know, basically all available carriers, platforms, brands. What's the hardest phone to sell?
I don't know. I've never been in sales. I don't know. I would say the hardest phone to sell is the most expensive one.
Nope, they're actually pretty easy to sell.
Do you mean like Apple iPhone, like Android, or like specifically what model of phone?
Well, it's multi. Just imagine all brands and all carriers. There's a niche, which is the hardest brand carrier to sell. Brand specific, to be honest. Like nobody wants it, nobody cares. No matter how much you tell them about it, they're like whoopty frickety froo, poop on it.
BlackBerry?
Nope.
Dude, is that really still a brand? Come on, give me a break.
I think they're around.
No, I heard like they
had an Android. They had an Android.
They disappeared for a long time, and they're trying to make a comeback. Yeah, that's true. I heard that.
All right, so I'll skip to the end. Windows Phone.
No,
those are still around.
Yeah, but they're obsolete though.
Yeah, that's why. It's like they were so like they basically were the most nichiest phone there was. It's like if you got a Windows Phone, It's like, good luck trying to do anything with any other platform. It's like, it was the most, I don't know why, because it sucks so bad, because you would think, oh, it's a Windows phone. It's just like having a PC in my pocket. It's like, oh, not even close.
Are they still selling them?
I don't even know if they
actually, I think they stopped selling Windows phones like 2 years ago. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not sure about that though. Maybe it was longer. It might have been like 4 years ago. Honestly, time flies. Like, it was before COVID, so it was more than 2.
Yeah, I think it was a while ago. I haven't seen them.
Well, they updated their platform to have integrated mobile OS style environment. So, before it's like if you bought a laptop, it's just a laptop, right? And you get PC programs for it. But now they've made them to where essentially you have like a pseudo mobile environment, but you have to choose. So you can have it in that mobile environment where the apps are curated for you, but then you can't just run anything you want to. And then you choose, oh, I want the system to be open and customizable, and then you lose all that curation. But again, you get to choose.
I want to point out also, if we're going to talk about like Apple versus Google phone wars, like Android, at least look, when you're on when you're on an iPhone, they're tracking everything and they're keeping it for themselves like it's theirs. But everything is also being duplicated by Google because you're using all Google services. So you're getting the best of both worlds. You're being tracked and kept by all gatekeepers, like all of them, with an Apple.
Well, they have a phone that came out within the past 5 years. I believe the brand is called Black Phone, and it's basically like a proprietary system where it's it's functional as a smartphone, but it has like all that.
Is it de-Googled? Like no Google?
No, I think it's like
because that's the thing.
You can access all that stuff.
We're talking about two different fucking like heavy-handed, top-down, fucking all utilitarian control over the people, whether it be Google or Apple.
Yeah.
So it is. It is in a hardware sense. It is in a hardware sense. So you have the best of my memory, it's kind of like when you buy a VPN and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's got all of that kind of stuff going. When you access software and stuff, it's not integrated into the hardware of the phone. So if you go to a website and access Google, you're basically anonymized as best as they claim you can be. So in other words, the hardware of the phone isn't ratting you out to the Google platform. Like the Google platform may ping software-wise, hey, tell me where you're at. Hey, tell me who you are. And then the phone's like,
oh, no. Google does that shit all the same. They do. Right now, I just said its name, and now my phone, it thinks I'm talking to it. Okay? Like, they do the same fucking shit. I just had to fucking cancel that. Like, it was in a locked, closed position, but I said Google, hello, Google! Fuck you.
Yeah, like I just got like 5 advertisements to buy a new Apple phone. Ay. It's like, yeah, I'm talking about it, but I'm trashing it. Why would I want to buy it?
I think some apps like Facebook too, you'll check what kind of data Facebook has on you, and it'll be watching every time you open any one of your other apps on your phone. That kind of stuff.
Right.
Things it should have no business looking at or caring about. But I mean, that's just like how society is these days. It kind of sucks. And I think a lot of people are just going to let it go like that.
No, yeah, exactly. Like, nobody likes it, but we're becoming more and more acceptant of it as time goes on. We've been dealing with this for a long time.
Absolutely. It's so bad. Let me tell you how bad it is, friend. It's so bad that I literally told you a phone exists, allegedly, that solves this problem. probably none of you will research it or buy it, including myself. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Like, I heard about it years ago, and I was like, yeah, that's super cool. And then I went and ate some ice cream.
Yeah, it's kind of rough.
And look, see, like with Android, you can. Here's actually, you want to know why people who are on Android versus Apple, like on Android, we can choose to turn off the voice part where it no longer picks up our voice. Now, does that mean it's not listening? No, you have no fucking clue. It just means that it doesn't let you know that it's listening. That's how insidious that is.
Mm-hmm.
You turn off the setting and it continues to listen. You just don't get notified about it.
Oh, also, I got to make this comment, which is pretty palpable. So when I use the same app, when I'm going between platforms, the places where things are, even the menu options within the app are different. Same app, like for example, Discord, and you have all this functionality that's just arranged iconographically on the screen. It's just graphics. It doesn't need to be in any different manner. It's not like physical keys, and if you switch to a different keyboard, the key must be in a different place because it's physically glued to a physical structure. But somehow it's all different. There are different places, different menus, and different portions of the screen. It's like, why is this even different? It's literally like Apple has a contract with these people. Your app must be graphically different. However you do it, must happen.
Like,
so Lou, here's a good thing. Here's one good thing. Hold on. I gotta tell you something really good.
Yeah, no,
So recently, me and you both gave people who didn't deserve it moderator. People who didn't deserve it, right? We both did it. Thumb with our big thumbs. Now in the Apple version, you can't do that because it only shows you the active roles, and you have to go to a different menu. Very interesting how that is.
Yeah, that is. I've heard that one before. Yeah, there's like an extra barrier before you find Flat Earth, before you find us with Apple.
One of Truth's protective veils. Once you clear away the Truth's protective veils.
Well, wasn't it the iPhone background that was the blue marble? Wasn't it iPhone 4, I think?
That did what?
Oh,
or was it the original iPhone? Like when
you're talking about, the Robert, what's his name? The blue marble image that many people think is the globe Earth from space. You know, the one that we make fun of all the time. We mock it. It's all CGI. Like, everybody in here knows this. Like, that was the stock image that came as your default background on your iPhone for years. And I think you still get it in there. Like, you can always make that your background if you're used to it.
Since 2002.
Robert Simmons, yeah. Anyway, it's hilarious. So, like, we're a really small company. So, like, me and my main coworker, the guy that like also knows his shit, we're both flat earthers and anti-NASA. Like, he's more anti-NASA. He still refuses to get public, like, talking about the flat Earth. But he knows I'm right. He just has trouble saying it out loud. You know what I mean? Oh,
well, there's different levels.
He knows. Yeah.
He's right now. He's just a globe skeptic.
Well, no, the problem is, no, he's convinced, but he has a wife and a family, and his wife has a big family, and he has an image that he has to portray.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah.
You know, he can only say so much to the people that he knows.
Yeah. Otherwise, you end up fighting with them.
Yeah. It's okay to say the moon landing is fake. It's not okay to say the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
A lot of people just aren't ready to hear that. Think about it.
So that's kind of where he's at. But he's my guy at work, you know? And I mean, every time I give him flat Earth proof, he's like, yeah. And there's certain things he's like, yeah, that's undeniable. He'll say it to me, but there's nobody else in his life that he'll say it to. You know that?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I got a couple of friends like that too, yeah.
You'll see.
I think I'm still on like the globe skeptic phase actually, but I go around and I talk to a lot of people around me. I kind of challenge them on the ideas, and I'm looking for new ideas. If anyone can give me any from my friends around me.
Well, when I was a globe skeptic, because that's one of the first like stages, you know. Basically, what kind of like what I remember, it was kind of like at the time it was like shocking to me. Like I just started kind of questioning, you know, like the shape of the Earth and stuff. And when I saw the reactions of the globetards, like right now you said you're questioning them a little bit, right? Like you're challenging them on it.
Mm-hmm.
When you see their reactions, then you start realizing that it's more of like a brainwash thing rather than like they actually know what they're talking about. Because most of them don't even know the actual the fake globe mathematics. Like they don't know the quote unquote like diameter or the circumference and how fast the ball travels. Like they don't even know the own lies that they were taught. They just remember remember being taught that, but they actually never really went into it or verified any of it on their own. So when you see that, you start thinking, wait a minute, like everyone's just fucking repeating the same bullshit that they were told, and nobody actually knows.
I was just having this conversation with my mom's friend's brother. He's like in his 70s, and he's a professor. He got all of these, accomplishments. What do you call certificates and
accolades or whatever.
Not accolades. What do you get in college? Your degrees, right? So he's well up there. He got a mansion and all that. Dude, we were having this conversation about, and that's exactly what it is. I had to get like almost authoritative to get him to get his fucking ass out of space and focus on the ground you're standing on. It took so much within me to not flip out on him and his sister, because it's my mom's friends and they're older people, so you're supposed to respect your elders. So I was respectful, but it just got to a point. I'm like, listen, we're measuring things here, okay? If there is no drop value, it is not a ball. That I had to get to that level, bro, just to get them to understand what else. Oh, he kept talking about space and stars, and that's all they were talking about, planets, dude. Because this is where their mind goes.
Well, for me, it's like somebody talking about Star Wars or something. Like, if you know, like some people know a lot about Star Wars. They know their shit, you know? They know all the fucking planets in Star Wars, all the fucking different worlds and stuff. But it's the same thing, though. It's just like someone knows a lot about a fantasy. Right? Like, I know a lot of people here, a lot of flat earthers, they used to be big on space. That's what I noticed, too. A lot of flat earthers are people that are genuinely interested in space and
I agree with that. I think most of us, actually, like the people who are worth listening to, I think most of us took a keen interest in it and realized how stupid it is.
This is what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. It's people who actually cared, that were actually into it and looked at or spent time trying to understand it, that eventually ended up becoming flat earthers, because we just looked into it way more than like the average person did. Most people don't even look into it at all.
I think
Like, just
space. I think space is worth looking into because you either look down or you look up, kind of, and you can look down and look at the curvature, go to a beach.
No, but it depends on the. I don't disagree, but it depends on the lens at which you're looking at it through. Okay, so like,
yeah.
I mean, most flat earthers, they don't even believe in space or.
I think we could try as flat earthers to say maybe we could learn something from the stars. Maybe we could do that. But right now, we're fighting a battle. Like, you can't know anything for sure from the stars based off of all those preconceptions and ideas based off thousands of years ago and like nothing to fucking back it up. And like, I get it. We're angry. We're fucking, but like, no. What if we can take the same observations and make them a flat Earth proof? What if we can be cool about it as we approach it? It's going to give us a huge heads up. Like, you can't be insane when you're going into an argument.
Yeah. I think for a lot of flat earthers, they'll look at for a lot of globe earthers, they'll look at a flat Earth and they can't picture or figure out how things they observe around them would fit into that idea, that reality.
Well, this is the whole problem with the floating disc, right? Like, idea. People have this misconception. They think flat earthers believe that there's still planets and that there's the flat plane flying in the sky. But from what I understand, most flat earthers, we're not seeing it that way.
Right. Don't even say most. Let's just be clear about it. Like, all real flat earthers who real flat earthers who understand this train of thought understand that all of that heliocentrism is bullshit.
They would get their ass kicked out of here real quick if they.
Right.
It wouldn't last long if they were trying to press a spinning disc in space. Like, no one here is going to put up with that for very long.
Yeah, there's still a lot of things I need to research more about and think more about.
I mean, you could. One thing that helped me, for example, is when you learn about World War II, right? You see what happened after with the Antarctic Treaty.
Mm-hmm.
You see how the world changed after that, right? Like, a lot of the Nazi scientists.
I saw a good video about this actually yesterday. So like it was just like it was like a breakdown of history throughout like World War II or pre-World War One, through World War One to World War II to like where we are today, and like you start to understand that like these were all there are a lot of political plays, and there's nothing that anybody ever claimed that they actually stand by. Period. They were all just claims made for the moment to try to win the public opinion. That is true. But that continues to now, right now.
Yeah, exactly.
But
it sure does. Yeah, it's all about stealing people's resources and telling you that it's because of we're patriotic and we're spreading democracy. What a bunch of bullshit that was.
I mean, in order to get to flat Earth, you first need to understand that, like, a few things. Like, first you need to know that there's a group of people that control the world and run the whole world. First, you need to understand that.
But do you have to understand that? Like, are they really a group of people? I mean, like, I know there are people towards the top of the pyramid, yes, but those people believe in what they're doing. They think they're doing the right thing. They're being convinced at a higher level that we're privy to.
Oh, for sure.
There's a hierarchy, though. So you have to understand there's a hierarchy, and there's compartmentalization going on in these groups as well.
Well, there are numerous space agencies all over the world. So people would say like, "Oh, but so how are they? They must be all in on it then. So how are they? Russia has its own thing, China has its own. So how they must be all in on it?" Yes, the answer is yes. This group of people oversee all of these space agencies.
Yeah, and they were all given privy to it at the Antarctic Treaty. I mean, they all were working together in the first place. So you mentioned the Second World War.
Here's the thing.
Hold on. You mentioned the Second World War, and then you also had the push of the rest of the Iron Bloc. This the Berlin Wall and all of that stuff, and then the Korean War, and then Vietnam was starting at the very same time in 1959. There were already U.S. special advisors in Vietnam.
Sonny, you know how you guys pretty much agreed with me when it came to like they're moving people to the right, or thinking they're moving people to the right, or trying to move people to the right, but actually moving slightly left. Like that whole train of thought. Same idea. So let's say, shit. I might have lost my train of thought, but this was good. It's for me for now. I'll jump back in when I have it like laid out. Sonny, do me a favor. Just kind of reiterate what you just said.
Who?
No, he's making a point. Like, okay, so like it's about like shifting of ideals. Like the collective consciousness of this earth is what drives like everything. It literally is. It you can't even get around it. Like if you really dig down, most decisions are made off of false ideals.
Yeah,
correct?
As far as the general, I would say that. As far as the collective, it's a difficult topic because we don't really have a lot to go on when you're talking about human behavior and human thought patterns and how things develop in that realm, which is in the unseen. One thing we can tell, which I was trying to bring up earlier, or I was thinking about earlier during the conversation, is one thing we can glean from this is how the mind control works. Because what's really interesting about it is that all of these Globers do the same thing, what you just mentioned. They all look to the sky. It's not like one of them or two of them said they specifically went and learned everything about like Einstein's special theory of relativity or something like that. No, none of them really do. They're all just look at the sky and there's like nothing to it. You know what I mean? You just poke it a little bit and it just goes poof like a puff of smoke with nothing to back it. Like it's astonishing that people are doing that in response to us pointing out the actual observable reality that we live in and everybody's experience.
I think it's natural that people believe what they're told for their entire life. Like I mean, throughout all of school, all your teachers, all the people around you all tell you the same thing. I think it's natural probably for most humans to not doubt that unless someone kind of gives them a push.
Absolutely, and that's why to an extent we can't blame the Globies or whatever we call them, because first of all we all started there too. We were all there at one point too. You know what I mean? And it's like you said, when you're shown something constantly since you're a child. Like for example, my brother, he just had a kid. He's like 1 year old. He already bought him a little globe. Obviously, my brother's not a flat earther, right? And I argue with him about it all the time. But this is what happens. You're shown that since you're 1 or 2 years old, and throughout your life, you learn about it in school. Of course, you're never going to question it, but it gets to a point where you should get old enough and smart enough, and at this point, have enough discernment to be able to start questioning things, even if you were taught that your whole life. For me, I was around my 20s.
So I'm kind of playing a little game with my daughter. My daughter is 8 years old, and she knows damn well because she's heard me in this chat room myself. She knows damn well that I'm a flat earther, and she's a smart little cookie. Okay, so like she's asked me questions and so on, but every time she asks me, I give her one of those real generic answers, like, well, some people say this and other people say that, and blah 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 blah. But she knows where I stand. Like she's heard me enough, and she presses me on that issue. I'm driving her instinct to learn. Like, why does my dad, he seems like a smart cookie, you know? Why does my dad not believe in this? I want her to find this stuff herself. Too many people just trust. Everybody just trusts.
Yeah, listen, Lou. I think you're onto something, because I was thinking about just a few minutes ago when I was listening to you guys' conversation earlier about how, like, somebody here was mentioning just a minute ago about how when they looked, right, and I thought about it that moment that I looked, that's all it really took for me. I mean, it took weeks, months after that to kind of digest it after I saw it myself. But when I heard about it and I went and looked, I was shocked at how easy it was, how fast that went. Like, all you have to do is look at it. If you have any kind of rational mind,
all you have to do is inspire, like, creative and like natural, like, thought, like, and if the person can use their own, skills to determine it for themselves, it's set in them for life. Like, so when it comes to flat Earth, all you have to do is you don't necessarily have to tell them the Earth is flat. In fact, you're probably better off saying, I want you to find out for yourself. I'm not going to tell you it is. I'm just going to say that it's not really decided. And all of a sudden there's that spark. They're going, holy shit! Like, here's somebody that I respect who doesn't agree with what I'm being told. Well, like, why doesn't he trust them? Why doesn't he? They're gonna go through all that same stuff that you did faster.
Well, there's natural human instinct too, right? We may have been told millions of times that we're living on a ball, but deep down in, like, your super conscious mind, we all know, like, everyone knows it's flat. So this also helps people, like, when they're learning about flat Earth, like, just you literally just feel it. It's your instincts too. Do you feel like you're spinning? Do you feel like you're flying through millions of miles an hour?
But here's the thing too: is we preach about being anti-religion, which is really funny when I put it that way. But you don't want it to be because somebody told you. It's got to be empirical. It's got to be something that you can prove. It's got to be something that you can see. It's got to fit in with your other observations that you've made in nature.
A lot of people who do yoga, they become flat earthers.
That's the biggest one. So, like, that last one, it's got to fit in with the other observations that you've made in nature.
And have you noticed a lot of people who do yoga, they become flat earthers? I'm thinking it's because they're just more in tune with the earth. They're more grounded, right? They spend hours connecting with the earth. That's why you see so many people who do yoga become they either they're flat earthers or they can at least agree that the earth is not moving. For example, this Benito's, what's his name? Santos Bonacci guy or whatever. I'm not a huge fan. I don't even think he's a flat earther, but one thing he does agree on is that we're not moving. So a lot of his fans, they're like semi-flat earther kind of, like, right? Like the truth that kind of crosses over. So there's people who aren't flat earthers. They haven't done enough research, but they can agree that we're not moving, that the earth is unmovable. So that's a whole nother, like,
we gotta stop trying to convince everybody now. We gotta start moving society slowly in our direction, just like they do.
Well, usually what happens is when you become a flat earther, you want to start, like, telling all your friends and family, the people you love and stuff, right? But you end up getting into a lot of fights. You realize that it may not even be worth it. And then it gets to a point where you don't care anymore who believes in it or who doesn't, right? But I think that's when like the people that you tried to convince, they start realizing they're like, oh shit, like this guy doesn't even care anymore whether I believe it or not, but he truly believes it, and they'll check up on you once a year, twice a year, like, hey, do you still believe in that stuff? And you'll be like, fuck yeah, we have way more evidence now than we ever did before. And so I think that also like it gets a lot of people too, where it's like, how the fuck is this guy still believing in this? And it hits them hard, you know what I mean? When they see, because flat earthers, they never go back. It's like they say, once you go flat, you never go back. I've never seen a flat earther like change his mind one day. He's like, oh, you know what? I think it's a globe now. It doesn't happen. Why? Because that flat earther ends up just gaining more and more evidence as the years go by, and more natural instincts, more experiences. You meet other flat earthers. You learn new things that you never knew before.
Yeah.
And it just becomes like an overwhelming amount of like knowledge.
So, in your example of the guy that's, let's just say, he's a flat earther for years and years and years, right? He retains that position. So, what's the transverse? Oh, he dipped.
What do you mean?
Maybe he'll come back.
Sorry, I'm here.
Yeah, so like a flat earther, let's say he maintains his position that he believes the earth is flat for years upon years, right?
Yeah.
You know, assuming that during that time many things have changed in, let's just call it, the mainstream science field.
Mm-hmm.
They've put out more and more stuff. And they're like, well, how could you still be a flat earther after all this stuff that's come out? Now, what's the transverse of that? Like, you're just a standard globe earther? Because think about it, even in their paradigm, there are competing ideologies and ideas and sciences and theories. There isn't just one unified theory over on that side of the camp.
Yeah.
You know, for example, I listened to a physics lecture the other day where the guy basically said that because of all these physical things like quote unquote space-time and all of this, that leads to the conclusion that there must be a multiverse. And that being said, there must be an infinite permutation of physics. And so all physics that can exist must exist, and they'll be vastly different from our world, right, ad infinitum, essentially saying that if that model of physics evolves into that line of thinking, does that mean within that worldview, a flat Earth exists in an alternate universe? So even in that worldview, flat Earth exists. Right? So think about it. Oh, you're still a flat earther? We'll be like, well, dude, don't you believe in the multiverse where a flat earth exists in another universe? You'd be like, no. And then you'd be like, well, you're not up with the current physicists, bro.
Well, one thing I noticed is that the mainstream science, they're pedaling backwards when it comes to flat Earth. They're not as strong on their position as they were 20 years ago, for example.
Wait.
Now, I don't know.
Wait.
You guys may not
Did you just compare flat earthers now to 20 years ago?
No, I'm saying that the mainstream science.
Oh, mainstream science.
Yeah. Like, for example, like, I don't know. Some people don't believe me, but I swear to you, 10 years ago, when I looked up gravity in Google, it said, it explained whatever. And it said that it was considered a fact. Now, when you type in Google, when you type gravity, it says it's considered a theory.
Yeah,
It's as if they're preparing for the day that everyone finds out that the Earth is flat. They're gonna have to backpedal and be like, "Oh, you know what? We made a mistake. Gravity was only a theory, anyways. So you can't blame us."
Well, no, but they were way late on that card. They just had to do it. We forced their hand. They had to put it
That's
out.
what I'm saying, man. We're forcing their hand. They're pedaling backwards now.
Yeah. No, that's true. But they're way ahead of us on this adaptation too. They were just waiting for us. They're like,
now they're gonna do a brand new movie. They're going to the moon.
They're like 3 card plays ahead of us, and they're like, he could either play this or he could play that, and they know our hand. They know our hand. They're able to see each and every one of our hands.
I mean, well, they did. They dealt us the cards.
Yeah, they're the house.
Yeah, man. It's
Back to the idea of the multiverses. I don't think anyone would spend much time trying to think about or observe multiverses if they existed other than our own.
if the what?
I don't think people would spend time trying to observe universes other than our own in a multiverse theory.
Well,
Why
if
not?
you're, whoever's just learning about flat Earth now, I just want to say this: you have to really understand that gravity is the lie that holds all these other lies together. Without gravity, none of this makes sense, right?
Yeah,
They're holding desperately onto the
maybe.
theory of gravity.
No, it's a good point. I agree. If I can prove gravity, I think I can 100% prove a globular Earth, pretty much.
No, false.
How come?
Well, think about it. If you don't know the answer, then you can't say I can 100% prove it.
Yeah, actually, let me take that back. I don't like saying actually that I can 100% prove anything.
Well, let me put it to you this way. What does gravity,
No
of
idea.
a necessity, have to do with the shape of the Earth?
What do you mean?
Okay, so there's certain propositions which require contingencies that logically must exist in order for the proposition to carry, or there are properties that exist of a thing. Okay, so what about gravity has that quality about the shape of the Earth?
I think if gravity exists, then the Earth couldn't be flat.
What? It couldn't be flat?
Yeah.
Why?
Gravity would pull it into a sphere.
Wrong answer.
How come?
Okay, that classic model is only based on a thin substrate to where the forces overcome the structure. All you need is a differential permutation of the underlying substrate.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So now by the way, this has been modeled by people who believe in the globe. You know, we have a paper in this very server that we post all the time on this very topic.
I think I read it. It made very good points about the how to apply Gauss's models or Gauss's theorem to a cylindrical Earth, kind of.
Yeah, so basically, if you just don't assume that it's a thin piece floating in space, then this idea that gravity would collapse in on itself is false.
Yeah, I think that was a very interesting paper. I've never considered that, but
I mean, I could come up with 10 scenarios off the top of my head to where the surface that we inhabit is flat, yet Newtonian gravity exists. And it's really not that hard. It's not that as hard as these globers would want you to believe it is.
I just find it funny that somebody could sit here and tell me that the Earth's a globe, but not know the circumference, not know the diameter, not know how fast Earth shoots through space, not know how fast it's rotating around the sun. They don't know anything.
Right, exactly. That's a good point too. But what I was going to say is, yeah, it's very important, kid, before you start talking. Anyway, so first of all, you said gravity's going to pull it into a sphere. Where have you seen that happen?
Well, so my initial response that I was going to think of saying was that all the planets are like that. But before you respond, I know I've never personally noticed that, observed that. That's all through telescopes and stuff. So yeah, I know that's not evidence. So to answer your question, no, I've never seen that.
Well, this is the thing. Why don't we have access to these telescopes? It's only a few people that can look through them and then put a picture online of what they saw.
Of what? What do you mean?
Yeah, fair. But you got to give.
Yeah, like the telescope. These pictures that they're putting on Google. Me and you, we're not looking through the telescope.
King. Diggies.
Even if we did look
Diggs.
through it, it still wouldn't
King
matter.
Diggs. You got to give Fraud a chance to respond. He posited a
Sorry, go
proposition.
ahead.
He should be able to respond, don't you think?
Oh yeah.
No, yeah.
Listen, these new guys.
I got my answer. I'm good.
Look,
Yeah.
these new guys, man, we were all there, man. Believe me, we're not trying to like single you guys out or whatever, you know. Like we're all there. We're there questioning, challenging flat earthers at one point. We were.
Yeah, fair.
We
So
could all
I
admit to
want to
this.
continue the point. All right? I'm about salient points, all right? So check this out. So
Talking about
the
gravity.
proposition is this. If the Earth was flat, it would be pulled back into a sphere. Okay. Gravity isn't even strong enough to pull something through a balsa wood table. Follow me?
Sorry, a what?
I could construct a table in the middle of my room made out of balsa wood, one of the weakest woods that exist. And I can place something on it. And gravity isn't even strong enough to pull it through the table, yet somehow gravity is going to collapse a multi-mile disc back into a sphere. Get real.
It's a good point. The idea
exactly.
was taking a very, very, very long time to do it, but you have a good point. Yeah. Okay, I see what you mean.
Right. So what's the answer there? If balsa wood can resist the forces of gravity, quote unquote, then a differential substrate made of a strong material could resist that. So these little pie in the sky, flat Earth arguments about it's going to collapse into a sphere are very juvenile. They're rhetorical. They have rhetorical force. They don't actually have any meat to them. You know, for example, if the Earth was a floating circle in space that had no depth and was made out of essentially the weakest material that exists, right? And you notice how I'm putting all these ifs out there that can't possibly exist in reality. Mm-hmm. Then it would pull itself back into a sphere. Oi, oi, oi.
Okay. Yeah, you make good points. I see now.
Yeah, a lot of their claims, dude, a lot of their points are pretty pathetic, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lots of things to think about.
I know this doesn't mean much, but the word airplane itself, right?
Yeah.
It's flying across a plane, a flat plane, right?
No. Please, God, no.
I don't know, man.
That's one of those rhetorical force arguments. Okay, yeah, I'm going to ask you this question, my friend. Why is an airplane called an airplane?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking whoever just made an argument about airplanes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Actually, it's an aircraft.
The plane, the plane, right, comes from the wing shape. It's all about the wing. It has nothing to do with what it's flying over. Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So again, see, the people, they make these arguments which sound good rhetorically, but they don't have any merit.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see some of those kind of arguments come up here.
Right, and so when we just lampoon a globe one, it doesn't behoove us to follow it with a flat Earth one.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You got to look at the previous civilizations as well, right? A lot of these guys, they had very advanced technology. They weren't dumb at all in any way, shape, or form. And a lot of them concluded the Earth was flat. It was only until recent. Well, when was it? In the 1800s or late 1700s, where mainstream science said the Earth was a globe? This is only a matter of a couple hundred years ago, where the whole world before that believed it to be knew conclusively that it was flat, and they had flat Earth maps everywhere, all over the world. So anyone who has done any history on these older civilizations would know how much flat Earth content you can find there too. I mean, I don't like to bring religion in, but technically, even in the Bible, you have numerous flat Earth references. I don't like to use religion as a way to teach someone about flat Earth, but I mean, for those of you who are a Christian,
probably shouldn't then.
No, we shouldn't technically. But what I'm saying is, even in the religious books, you'll find a lot of stuff about flat Earth and how the Earth doesn't move, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think history is a good point, but we have so much data and tools around us right now. We should be able to be completely provable with just observing around us. And for example, if you go to the beach and you observe off on the horizon, yeah, it is pretty questionable what you see there. You see way farther.
There's some experiments you can do on your own easily. You don't need much. You don't need many tools or anything.
Like what?
Like, for example, you could just sit out one day, have a barbecue, and just keep an eye on the sun for a few hours.
Okay.
Or all day if you can. And just track its movement. Just see how just look at it. Just see how it's moving. Okay. I live in Toronto in Canada. I know in some places, they have beautiful sunsets or whatever. And you'll learn that we don't really believe in sunsets at all. Because in order to believe in a sunset, you need to believe in the heliocentric theory, right? That the sun, that the Earth is moving around the sun. So the sun actually arrives and departs. It doesn't rise and set. If you keep an eye on it, you'll notice that as well. Just with the naked eye, you can do this experiment and see that the sun travels all day in one direction until you can't see it anymore. Until it's too far for your eyes to see it. It's that simple. It goes to the other part of the Earth, right?
Would you be able to see it with a telescope theoretically?
I can see it
where it disappeared to.
In summer. I can see it all time.
What country do you live in?
Iceland.
Well, that's true. I heard in Greenland as well. You can see it all fucking day, 24 hours.
Yeah, in the summer, but not in the winter.
In the summer, okay, yeah. Well, yeah, because the sun has different rotations in the different seasons. It doesn't rotate the exact same way.
Is it? Right? It's kind of orbiting above, not orbiting. What's the word? It's like rotating above the plane of the flat Earth, kind of, in a big circle.
Exactly. And as the seasons change, it changes like the diameter increases of its like rotation, for example. Right.
Okay.
So for example, Greenland in the summer, that sun is rotating in a smaller circle. You get what I'm saying? That's why they see it all fucking day, 24 hours.
What about Argentina?
It's going faster. It's going faster in a wider circle and probably lower as well.
What do you mean?
Well, the circuit of the sun, it clearly shows that when we are observing the sun, and it's in the far north, it just doesn't even dip below the horizon. It just makes like we talked to our friends in Iceland. The summer, it doesn't even go below the horizon.
And
Iceland
in the winter,
it makes a big circle over their head. So what it's doing there is it's slowing down, because if the circle, the north is the center where all of these things are rotating around, including Polaris and all the stars and everything, all the wanderers. It's all focused on Polaris. It's geocentric. So the sun, this is just speculation here as far as the sun's path on my part, speculation, okay? So what I think is happening there is that it's moving slower in the north, and it's higher up. It's more directly above the people in the north. So when it starts moving out to the south, it's widening its circuit. So it's getting wider, and it's moving faster, and it's getting lower to the ground.
But
so that's why you have the tropics. That's why you have the tropics when the sun is actually right above you. It's actually started moving faster. Once it gets to the south, it has to move faster, because if you think of a circle like on a dinner plate, or if you draw a circle, If something's traveling around in circles, it's getting wider and wider and wider. It has to travel across more area.
Makes sense.
But
in the same amount of time. So it's possibly going faster in the southern altitudes, faster, lower, and wider.
But it works also the other way around. So when my father went to the Arctic, and I was staying in Iceland, I didn't get no sun in the winter, and he only had sun.
Well, in order to kind of have a better understanding of the seasons and stuff, you first need to know what a flat Earth map looks like. Can somebody send them one? Because this is also going to help you understand the flight paths. If you know anyone who travels a lot, they'll tell you, oh, when you go to this country to that country, you have to stop in the middle here.
Yeah,
right?
Those are just concepts. We can look for the aviation map. Let me look for that one. Hold on.
Yeah, because who we're talking to? Riri.
Hold on, we are busted. Wait a minute. We all know that these maps. Wait a second. We all know that these maps are not these. We're not going by a map. Earth is not any of these maps. These are just concepts, so you can get the idea of the area that we know of where we live more closely to reality. That's all. Map is not reality.
Yeah, but we do have a map that's a lot more, far more accurate than this globe that you were being shown your whole life. But what I'm saying is, if there's certain flight paths that would make absolutely no sense on the globe, but they make perfect sense on a flat Earth map.
Yeah, are you looking at the live stream voice text, King? Because it looks like you're maybe not paying attention.
Sorry, where am I looking?
Live stream voice text. Directly above this, there's a hashtag live stream voice text. Okay. That's where everybody's posting things and text and links and so forth. So make sure you're paying attention in there. And anybody new?
Okay.
Who were we talking to? Is that who? Is there a Glober? Ryrie? Is that you?
Me and Helgi. Me and Helgi are the ones kind of talking right now.
Okay.
But Helgi's a flat earther, right?
Sounds like it.
No, I don't believe that the Earth is flat.
Or, sorry, Globe Earther.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, you guys broke through the first paradigm, which is even looking into this. It already shows a high level IQ. The fact that you're even asking questions.
I mean, I know it's not flat. When you go up on mountains, that's not flat anymore.
No, but you're talking about.
So there's topography. You're funny, man.
It's
funny.
But when we say flat, what we really mean is it's not a ball. That's basically what we mean.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would actually legitimately think it's 100% flat. This isn't Minecraft.
Yeah, well, water's always level, and level is not
to get people's attention.
Here's
flat Earth. It's a catchphrase.
Yeah,
listen,
it's the catchphrase. Listen. They made up a bunch of words and phrases so that they assign stupidity and such with certain words like conspiracy theorist, flat Earth, chemtrails, what have you. So, what we need to do is understand that the globe model, the globe math that they present us with and force down our throats from day one is incorrect when compared to reality. That's what we mean by flat Earth.
I know what you mean. I was just messing around.
Yeah. Does anyone have any of those maps? We'll mention like having better maps than the sticker in the server. Kind of curious on seeing one.
I don't like maps. Maps are all deceitful. All maps are deceitful, and it's like all cartographers know that. Like,
here's a flight map.
There's no such thing as a real map. Like, nobody knows.
What if it's like a map of my yard, or like?
Yeah, if it's really small, you can do that. But like, if you're talking about trying to capture the world, nobody can do that.
Are you saying my yard is small? Come on, man. I think it's pretty big.
Mm-hmm. I mean, technically, there is a map. It's just we don't want to show you one that's not absolutely perfect. And right now, we don't know. We can't really confirm exactly which one's absolutely perfect. But These flat Earth maps is what I'm saying. They're far more accurate and it's a lot more realistic.
It helps to lend at least a train of thought for you to think in another way. I wouldn't vouch for them as being the real maps or anything like that. So, like,
Yeah.
One thing I forgot to say, I'm sorry. One thing I forgot to say, I'm sorry, real quick. There's no measurable curvature. That's mostly why the word flat was even picked, because if you don't measure curvature, what is it? Well, it's flat.
I'm talking about curvature in the mountains, or?
No,
No,
over
man,
water.
I'm fucking around. Come on, because
Over
mountains
water.
don't prove a globe either. Mountains don't prove a globe, flat, nothing. Quit fucking around.
Helgie's just ribbing you, Glad.
And we've done experiments where you get a balloon, you put a GoPro, you attach a GoPro to it, you throw it up in space or in the sky, and you will see doesn't matter how far it goes up, you will not see a curve. And some of these cameras have been pretty fucking high up, and you see an absolutely just straight line.
Yeah, I guess you got to be careful not getting a wide-angle lens, but I assume you guys checked that.
Well, that's the whole scam that NASA has been doing in the 80s and 70s, 80s. They did the whole fish eye lens, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, look, that technology, it worked in the 70s. It doesn't work now.
Mm-hmm.
We have brand new cameras. The new one came out, Nikon fucking 9000 or whatever it's called. It could see the Chicago skyline from Detroit across the lake. And according to Globe mathematics, mainstream mathematics, that the curve, right, it would bend and it would be about a mile. It would be about a mile of curvature. Like where the Chicago skyline would be about a mile down. How would you possibly see it with a camera looking straight? Well, the new cameras nowadays they can see that far. So I'm just wondering when are they gonna just back out of this and say, hey guys, you know what, the Earth's flat. But of course, they're not gonna take responsibility.
They backed out of it centuries ago. Like,
no way. How could you? How could you? Listen.
They literally
they won't take responsibility. They'll pretend, oh, we know it was a mistake.
No, Fraud's gonna go right after me. Hold on, right after me. Hold on. They told you from the beginning, though. Like, this is all theoretical for the most part. Like, it's just, fuck it, go Fraud. You me.
You're good, brother. What I wanted to say was that it's point of no return. You know, they got rid of the Easter Bunny. They believed that they understood that was a lie. But they're stuck on Santa. It's the same thing with the globe. They're stuck on Santa, SOS, and they got an SOS going on. It's silly.
Yeah, this is just the adult version of the Santa Claus lie. You know what I mean? And guys, another thing we didn't talk about was all of the fear that comes with believing that you live on a globe in an infinite universe where you're an insignificant speck, an ant, let's say, in this universe that could be crushed so easily. You could die from meteorites and asteroids. You may die of a planetary collision. There's a lot of fear mongering and control that comes with this whole globe, Earth, and universe bullshit. Right?
I can die from not cooking my chicken.
In the back of Helgie's head, he's terrified that there may be asteroids that come and kill him. It's somewhere in the back of his head, somewhere deep down, you know.
Why is that? Once
you learn the Earth is flat, you become like fearless, right? You no longer have these fears of this type of shit, and you realize how important we are, and how big and how much power you have. Once you realize that this Earth, this is the universe. This is all there is, bud. You're never going to escape from here until you die, you know?
You're saying that I'm a glober?
I don't know. It kind of sounds like it, bro.
Well, you're assuming. I never claimed anything. So it's kind of weird.
No, you said you didn't believe in it.
Well, no, you know what? This might be an issue to actually address because often people do come in who are, you know, they don't want to necessarily choose a label. You know, they do come in and they're going, well, where can I get information that says something that I'm trying to look into? You know, we're here as like that source. I would hope that we don't turn them away like superficially.
Right. I agree. The cursory glance at the material is at the most all most of the people that come against us will give themselves, right? And then they'll say, oh, well, you know, they see Flat Earth Society, they see all these anti-Flat Earth stuff going on. They'll just join the pack, man, because God forbid you don't fit in. You know, it doesn't even have to be true. You just got to fit in with the pack, man. You have to. No matter what happens in life, I have to be accepted by everybody. That's the globe mentality. Even
I just wanted to say, I think you could make the argument that the fine gentleman just made. I think you can make it the other direction. See, if you're a godless atheist because you believe the Earth's a spinning ball and there is no God, then you can feel comfortable with doing a lot of stupid stuff and still feel comfortable with yourself.
Well, yes, if you believe in the globe, you'll believe literally anything anyone presents to you.
Okay, I have a question about something that we were talking about earlier. We were talking about
the former president of Brazil is a flat earther. You guys can look at him. His name was Bolsonaro.
Interesting.
On top of that, a study was done a little while ago, at least if you believe it or whatever, that after this poll was done, 7% of the people of Brazil are flat earthers.
Well, you know what they did to Bolsonaro? They completely ruined his image, and he actually got shut down. Why? Because he was one of the few presidents that was sticking up to coronavirus, said it didn't exist, and said that it was literally the government's trying to control the people. I'm not sure. I think he might be in jail now. I have no idea what happened to him. When you speak the truth, they come after you. It's that simple. That's why you have some celebrities that spoke up about Flat Earth. Tila Tequila, what's his name? Kyrie Irving, a famous basketball player. Some of these people spoke up about it, but then guess what happened? They got shut down the very next week, right? The media started ridiculing them. Next thing you know, they start losing money. Right? They have to shut their mouth.
The NBA players, I thought that was a big deal when Irvin and Curry, both of them, like came out like in a short. Yeah.
Well, it's always nice. It's always nice when a celebrity or an athlete comes out and says they're a flat earther. Why? Because a lot of these, and I don't mean to be rude, but we call it like globies, normies kind of thing, right? A lot of the normies, they look up to these celebrities, right? And to these athletes and stuff, right? And they want to be just like them, and they listen to every word they say. So when the very idols of their own idols are telling them the earth is flat, it's like to me, it's like a joke, you know? It's just funny because...
Dude, you can go on...
It's like one guy... He sends me all this video of Andrew Tate.
You might be blown away by this, but you can go on YouTube and look up St. Louis Cardinals flat earthers, okay?
Yeah.
And find out that, like, one of these guys is in the locker room with them, one of the coaches or whatever, he says half of his team is flat earthers.
Well, usually a lot of rich people are flat earthers. Why? Because they have more access to knowledge. They're around other wealthy people, right? They're in on the secrets kind of thing a little bit more.
But he said it on the air, like in the booth, like on the radio.
Well, this is what I'm saying. These Cardinals, they're all multi-millionaire superstars. You know what I mean? They all live in mansions, right? Yeah, they're in on it, man. These guys that are at the top, they go to parties, right? They meet other fucking millionaires. They tell them, hey, guess what? The Earth's flat. You know what I mean? So
no. He's kind of making fun of it. He's like, he's not. I mean, actually, he doesn't really. He's actually really cool about it. The way he does it, he's not really making fun of it, but the way that he says it, it's like, yeah, he's just letting the guy know, like, by the way, like half of my team, they're all flat earthers, like.
So one of my buddies is a globie, right? One of my buddies is a globie, right? He loves this guy Andrew Tate. I'm sure you guys heard of him. And he's showing me all these videos about Andrew Tate. Guess what happens? A week later, Andrew Tate makes a video laughing at globies, right? Telling them that they're fucking idiots for thinking the Earth is not flat, right? Or they're thinking the Earth's a ball. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, what happened to your guy, man? You know what I mean? You're showing me videos of him every day, and now as soon as he talks about flat Earth, you don't want to shout him out anymore, right? So it's like, this is what I mean. Like people look up to these, these celebrities and shit, and then next thing you know, you find out that your idol, this celebrity you're looking up to, he's a flat earther. What are you gonna say now? Right? So it's like, I don't know. It's just kind of like funny to me, man, because I mean, no one's gonna listen to like the homeless guy on the street saying the Earth is flat, right? But all of a sudden, fucking LeBron James says it. And next thing you know, everyone's fucking questioning it, right? So it goes again it goes again about this whole fucking. Somebody else mentioned it. This mob mentality, or whatever, or just wanting to fit in, right? It speaks to that again, where it's like, they're just jumping on from one bandwagon to the next. Most people are like this, unfortunately. Go. Wait till the World Cup comes. You'll see at work, everyone starts talking about soccer, and these people don't watch soccer. It's a natural human thing, right? People want to fit in. They want to jump on the bandwagon.
That most people in the stadium are just people who are looking for something to do that night. They got a date, or they're just like, let's get out. I got tickets through work. Like that's most people in there. Always.
I mean, I don't want to change the topic too much, but sports, for example, it's like, most of them are rigged, right? And if you look back in the days,
it's hard. It's hard to say how they can rig sports. Honestly, I don't know. That's a tough conversation to get into.
Like, if you look back in the days of the Coliseum.
Anybody that can put a bunch of paper freaking spectators and put that on TV, they stand some questioning.
But going back to the flat Earth thing, like, once you even start questioning, if you Riri, are you still here? Yeah. If you genuinely, look into this. I don't know how long you've been looking into this, but
about 2 weeks.
Sounds like you're a little kind of new. Okay. If you give it another 2 or 3 months, I guarantee you it'll be worth your time. You will thank us after, bro.
Yeah, I'm planning on sticking around for a bit longer. I'm still learning a bunch.
Because all that's going to happen is you're going to learn more and more about flat Earth. That's really all that's going to happen, and more lies are going to be revealed, right? But NASA, for example, it's a great thing to look at, because we know how much money they make, right? We know how much tax dollars go into it. We know it was formed after World War II. We know that they hired a bunch of German Nazi scientists. And I think the fucking head of NASA, I forget his name, maybe someone can help me, was a full-out Nazi.
Werner von Braun.
There you go.
The S2 rocket engineer ran a death camp.
Was it him who had the weird flat Earth quote on his tombstone?
Amen. That was him.
Yeah, Psalms.
So there you go. There you go.
Firmament.
Go look at that guy's tombstone. He's basically admitting that the Earth is flat.
No, he's not. That verse did not mean that at all.
What did it say? Let's read it.
The heavens declare the glory of God, and the sky shows his handiwork. He was a rocket scientist, so he said, hey, look, the sky and the heavens show God's handiwork.
Yeah, the only translation didn't say firmament. Yeah, over the flat Earth. Yeah, up is always up. He's right.
Now remember that the Nazis, they had the best propaganda machine ever known to man. Like they were the number one. They had the best.
The fact that we think that tells me that we have the best propaganda machine known to man.
Well, what happened was, if you look at what happened, right? First of all, everyone, if you know World War II, everyone knows that Germany came close to winning this war. I mean, they took out. Look at all the countries that they took over. You know what I mean?
Why did Matthew have to like take it out of context and say that his headstone says sky when it actually says firmament?
It does not say firmament on his headstone.
Yeah, it does. Let me see.
It does not.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
Will you admit if you're wrong, or will you just?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. It doesn't say. It only gives the numbers, but exactly. Matthew picks one of the only translations that doesn't say firmament.
Right.
Or let's just say there's plenty.
Okay, so that's
Matthew, do you believe in the Mandela effect? Do you think that the verse could change?
The Mandela effect is a description of a psychological phenomenon where people forget things and then think that their memory is correct and that the world changed and not their memory.
Or
Matthew, are you aware of the,
or maybe you're
CIA operation?
all aspects, and they're trying to convince the world to agree with you.
The world.
Matthew, do you know what Operation Fishbowl was? And that's a CIA operation.
Wait one moment for new programming. 1 second, please.
Could you give a single example of the Mandela effect actually happening where the world...
I'm not actually trying to argue for the Mandela effect. What I'm saying is what you're saying is nuts. Like, that's all I was really saying. Honestly.
Did it say firmament or did it not say firmament?
No, it just says Psalms 19:1.
Psalms 19:1, right?
It doesn't actually say it.
Oh, okay. So
he just went with a translation that he likes. So fair enough.
Okay, so we debunked that.
No, you didn't.
Now, there's a CIA operation called Operation Fishbowl.
Wait a second. Before we go on to Fishbowl, was what Matthew's saying is out of the heliocentric Christian Bible, right?
No, it's out of a Bible written in English.
Yeah, they believe in balls in that Christian religion, huh?
Well, I mean,
I wouldn't say
English.
that. No, I wouldn't say that.
You would have. I'm not a religious person, so I don't really know exactly how you would source it. You have to go as early as possible. That's
any Christian will tell you.
Well, King James version says firmament. I'll go with that.
Well, sure,
well,
but
this is the one I read. That was the version I read.
Yeah, I mean, the King James was translated in the year 1611, so I would prefer to use the translation.
You got the head of NASA talking about a firmament on his tombstone, so that should make you think a little bit.
I'd rather go closer to the source of the writings, personally.
Yeah, why does it make sense to go farther from the source?
Matthew, which translation are you using, Matthew?
The ESV.
Okay.
So while they look it up, I guess, or we can wait.
Psalm 25. I put 25
Psalm 29
verses.
Right?
No, it's 19:1, I think.
Oh, 19:1. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
But Riri, do you get the point?
About what?
That the head of NASA, this Werner von Braun or whatever the German guy's name was, on his tombstone, you know, usually what happens before somebody dies when they're really old, they want to let go of whatever evil is left in them or lies or whatever. You know, it's like they're on their deathbed. They're going to tell you the truth, right? It happens all the time. People come up and tell people something they haven't told in so many years because they're on their deathbed, right? They want to come clean. So this guy came clean and put this quote on his tombstone.
Yeah,
the head of NASA, talking about how beautiful God's work is and talking about a firmament. So that's like one of the red flags. Also, this thing with the Nazis, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were big on space and rockets and all this kind of shit, right? They were actually leading. Why would the Americans hire all these Nazi scientists? And if you look at the technology, look at the weaponry they had. It was far more advanced than the States at the time.
Well,
I don't know about now.
Hold on. Part of it is because they didn't want the Russians to get them as well. So you don't want your enemies having these fucking people working for them. So they got the better of the crop.
Thank you. That's a good point too. That's a great point. You're right, because exactly, it was either they're going to go work for the Russians or they're going to work for the States, right? And then you have the Antarctic Treaty. 7 countries signed a deal saying we're going to block off this fucking Antarctica. No one's going to come through. We're going to post up our militaries here, and no one's going to have access ever. and then 50, I think, or 50 other countries signed that deal with them later on. So you have 60 countries. So the Antarctic Treaty is it's an agreement between these countries where they blocked it off with their military. There's a certain point, if you go to Antarctica, you cannot cross it. It's forbidden. So we have no way to explore that land and no way to confirm what's past those lands.
I understand what you're saying.
And I'll tell you the reason. Simply because there are more lands past Antarctica. If you found, let's say, land the equivalent the size of North America, and it's got oil, it's got everything, right? Resources.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you share that with the rest of the world? These people. There was one guy who asked me one time, "Oh, why would they lie to us? Why would the elites? Why would the ruling class? And why would the people who control the world lie to us?" I thought it was the dumbest question you could ever ask. Why wouldn't they? And there's one YouTube video, it got taken down, but I loved it because it was back in the day when I saw it. And it said, "Why would they lie?" The next frame said, "Because they don't love you." Who the fuck are you for them to tell you? They got to come and tell you the truth about everything? How much resources there are? How many more lands there are? This, that. Who the fuck are we? You weren't born into a royal family. Why should you know? But it's this blind trust that the normies have. Blind trust in the government. Blind trust in the elites. Blind trust in doctors. Blind trust in scientists. This is why we call them normies, Riri, right? Because they're blindly just trusting all these quote-unquote authorities, right?
I get what you're saying, yeah.
The stars and the moon and these lights that you see in the sky, how do we know what that is? I have my own theory. I don't know if somebody may agree or disagree. But when I look up to the stars at night, I'm thinking we might be even looking into the spirit world. It might be connected to this physical realm in some way, right?
Okay.
We don't know what those lights are.
Mm-hmm. Theories are good.
And why would, and that's another thing, we see the moon, we see the sun, right? You see a circle. But a circle is not necessarily a sphere.
Of course.
So that's a whole other thing, right? It's people are assuming these are spheres in the sky. There's so many other shapes that have a circle in them. What do you call it? I don't know. You know what I'm talking about.
A hemisphere or a circle, I guess. A disc, if you will, I guess, in 3D cylinder.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And
interesting GIF one time someone posted of 4 spherical-looking objects on a table, and you pick up the 4 objects, and none of them were spheres. It was like a hemisphere and I forget what the shapes were.
And that's another thing. We have the star of Polaris. We have certain stars that they don't move. We see them all year round, right?
Yeah.
If we were shooting through space at millions of miles per hour, we wouldn't be seeing the same stars.
I mean, in the globe Earth model, the stars are very far away. So even though we are moving, you wouldn't notice an appreciable movement over time of that. But I get your point, yeah.
No, I know. I know what you're saying too. Like we were all taught this, right? But I don't know. The moon landing too, right? That's like a prerequisite. If you believe in the moon landing, it's gonna take you a while to learn about flat Earth. Because first you need to know that was a load of shit. And it shouldn't be so hard to convince someone. All you have to do is look at this fucking lunar module made out of cardboard and fucking foil paper. So
yeah.
If you can get past that part and conclusively say that there was no moon landing, right? Then we don't even know if you can land on the moon. And who's to say we have technology that can even travel towards the moon, or let alone come back in one piece?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the moon with your own eyes. Do you really think a rocket can go that far? To me, it's just Once I learned about flat Earth, I'm like, all this shit just looked so unbelievable to me.
I think
I couldn't believe how I used to believe in these things.
I think it'd be very, very, very difficult to go to the moon.
You see a plane, right? You could see how high it is in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Compare that to the length of the distance of the moon. It's maybe like 100 times further.
It's pretty far.
And that's as far as planes can go. Planes are like what? One of the greatest fucking pieces of technology that we have right now in human history. What's after that? Rockets?
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, yeah.
Look at all the rocket videos. Have you seen hundreds, if not thousands, of rocket videos like we have? Because we've seen them all, Riri. And in 90% of them, you can literally see the rocket fucking descending. They're not even smart enough to cut that part out. These rockets, they shoot them up, they land in the sea.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Eventually, yeah.
So it's just a lot of stuff. It's not one thing, and it's not gonna be one thing that will like convince you, or that you'll be like, you know what, this is it. It's like a gradual. For me, it was like a gradual thing. It was like one piece. It's like a puzzle, right? You're getting one piece at a time.
Yeah. For now, it's like you're saying a lot of things that like each thing you're saying requires me to like think about little parts of it still.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
like the last thing you said, like that 90% of the videos you see the rocket coming back down. I haven't seen that yet. I've only seen videos of them going up and just leaving.
Yeah, because they cut the video.
Yeah,
I'm talking about like videos of like, I'm not talking about a NASA broadcast. I'm talking about people who film, like they go to these rocket, like there's people that show up to these things where you can see the rocket take off and they film it with their own phone.
I've been there.
And you will see that at some point it just goes like it just stops going up. You know what I mean? It starts going to the side, then it starts descending. Well, maybe you haven't seen all the videos that we've seen, but there's like a ton of these.
I haven't seen of one going up and descending back. All the ones I've seen in person, they go up and just disappear. They do start going to the side. That's because
you see them.
Well, we don't. Yeah, what happens is they tilt the camera. When it starts descending, they tilt it in a way where it makes it seem like it's still going up. But if you really pay attention to it, you'll notice.
Do you have one of these videos? Does anyone have one handy? I don't want to.
Literally the last one. I forget what it was. Like the last fucking one that they did, like recently. And it's funny because the footage is terrible. Usually you just see a fucking dot. Like when they brought back footage of the black hole, we were laughing. At this point, I was already a flat earther, you know. Once you get to that point where you're a flat earther, you see the NASA footage and the pictures that come out, and it just all looks like just so fake, you know. And for example, like they had like a few months ago, maybe last year or 2 years ago, they said, you know, we have the first picture of the black hole. This is like, you know, human history. We were never able to take a picture before. They showed us the picture. What was it? What was the picture? It was a black screen with a tiny orange dot. My 4-year-old niece could fucking do this on PowerPoint or Paint, MS Paint.
Mm-hmm.
This is the $10 billion that they get a year. They come back. This is the result. They come back with a fucking black screen and an orange circle in it, a dot.
Yeah,
it's a joke.
It's at least 20 billion now.
What's that 20 billion?
Right?
Yeah, it was
how much tax people paid to fund NASA?
19 billion a year. 19 billion a year was about like in 2016 or something. So it's over.
So from a financial point alone, it's already worth it. They're making 20 billion a year off of this embezzlement scam.
Mm-hmm.
So when people ask why would they lie, there's numerous reasons why they would lie: money, control, power, fear mongering.
Yeah.
Limit resources, make engineer obsolescence, like engineered shortages, so they can balloon up and then deflate the money supply and change the amount that things cost based on their value that is artificially created.
Imagine they're selling real estate on the moon. You can buy a piece of the moon for like I don't know how many tens of millions of dollars. Think about how funny that scam is. There's a couple of idiots.
I got a refracted bridge for sale for anybody who's going for that.
I'll sell you a piece of the moon right now. Give me the money, man.
Yeah, because I got to go somewhat soon, but I do have one question from a discussion a bit earlier about Iceland and the sun and Argentina and stuff.
Yeah.
I get how summers and winters can have their different lengths over Iceland. It makes a lot of sense for that. You can have the sun having a short orbit above the Earth in the summer down near the North Pole, and in the then it goes into a longer orbit out near Argentina. But I'm not yet connecting the dots there on how that would create a long day in the summer in Argentina. I feel like it should be way out there, and the sun passes over it for like a little bit, and then for the most other like 75% of its orbit, it's way off somewhere else far from Argentina.
The sun's going to be higher on your horizon in Argentina when it's down there in Capricorn.
Okay.
So there's that.
But like, what's your point with that?
More daylight, brighter days, warmer days. I don't know about the length specifically.
I mean, you can have full-length days in Argentina, like down in the south.
Well, it's almost right at the equator or slightly south of the equator.
I mean, so the far south part of Argentina called Tierra del Fuego is
right. Okay, yeah,
pretty far south. And if you go down there, you'll have days in the summer that just like it's like constant sunlight all day, pretty much.
I think the reason why you're confused is because you're still looking at Argentina on a globe map.
No, I think he's taking into account the way the tropics and stuff work and the flat concept.
I was going to say, have you been down there to see that?
I haven't, but I have a good friend from Argentina who told me that.
Yeah, but you know what the difference is, Riri? Like, flat earthers are not the ones making any claims, right? We're not the ones telling you exactly how big the universe is, whether this plane is infinite or not, whether there are other realms above or beneath us. We're just saying it's not a ball. We're just saying we're not spinning on a ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's actually the globies that are making all the claims.
Mm-hmm. It's just
so it's kind of one of those things where it's like we don't have an answer to everything, but it doesn't mean that they do.
It's just on a flat Earth, I can't picture how you would ever have a long day of sun in the summer in Argentina, in the southern part of Argentina.
I can't imagine. You just have to imagine the sun rotating in different ways, right? Like, for example, okay,
hold on. Before you guys go on, what does that have to do with the Earth measuring flat against the accepted globe math?
Sorry?
What does the sun have anything to do with Earth measuring flat?
Nothing.
Thank you.
Yep, and that's why it's a good point. We kind of get lost because
that's a good point. Actually,
what's in the sky is totally different, and that is a different realm. It's not ever going to prove anything about the surface we are on, the Earth itself, because for instance, we don't know even what the source of the light is of any of those things up there, whatever they are. I don't want to call them objects because they don't appear like objects. They don't behave like objects. And they're saying they're objects existing in a place that can't exist, or it would violate the second law of thermodynamics, which has never been violated and is impossible to violate.
If gravity exists, then the second law is not violated.
Okay, put it this way, Riri, do you believe in God?
Yes, it is.
So, for example, like I do too, right?
Okay.
So basically, you can understand that this world was made with divine powers. So how are the scientists going to be able to explain all of that? There's sciences that just cannot explain certain miracles, for example, right? There's certain things that even the greatest scientists in the world cannot explain, does not know the answer to.
Yeah, of course.
Right? So this is another thing too. There's a lot of this stuff that just none of us even understand. For example, like a lot of people don't even understand how this world was even formed in the first place, right?
Of course, yeah.
Some people say Big Bang, others say God created it in 7 days, right? So that's what I mean. It's like there's not going to be always a situation where like someone can give you an answer to everything.
Yeah. I subscribe to the religious theory that God set up the world in a scientific way that can be explained and left it to us to kind of figure out. So but like Big Bang is like a theory, but like of course no scientists promise to claim that Big Bang is the answer, nor do any scientists claim that we know what happened. Like yeah, I completely agree with you. We have no idea what happened or how. But
well, we kind of do know actually because this place is flat, level, stationary, and contained.
Too many of your other ideas have to do with that basic conception.
Oh, sorry, we weren't talking about the Earth itself. We're talking about like just this whole realm, for example. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Everything. Yeah.
Listen.
Like, yeah, we went into a different tangent. We went onto the sky and the sun and stuff.
Hold on, let AI speak now.
Yeah, just hold on.
You went on a tangent of making a claim that no scientist says that the Big Bang is definitive and they understand how things came about. That's false. I just was listening to a physics lecture not just the other day where the guy said we fully understand how the universe came to be. So you're wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
You can then parse it out. Oh, well, he's not a real scientist then. But you're just categorically wrong. Just that simple.
Yeah, well, I mean, this Big Bang stuff's a tangent. It's not relevant to anything we're talking about in the end, I think.
No, it is very relevant. You know, the laws of nature.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
for example, we made a claim recently. Well, not we, but somebody. That if gravity exists, then the second law of thermodynamics isn't violated. So that being the case, then you'd have no problem demonstrating that, would you?
Demonstrating that gravity exists, you mean?
No. That gravity can do the thing you claim it does.
I think what you're saying is that a thing that would have gravity should be detectable, right? Like, is that about it?
I correct me if I'm wrong. Like I said, I'm new here, so I'm still learning things. But I believe the argument about second law is that basically, if you have a ball of gas, there should be nothing keeping it there. It should expand off into the vacuum of space, and that is just the fact that it's magically staying there would violate the expansion of entropy. Or that's but basically, right? Something like that.
It has to be a physical barrier. Physical.
Yeah. So,
okay, for example, this would be a flat Earth. This would be related to flat Earth. For example, when you say water always finds its level.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That could explain why the water is not flying off of this ball in space rather than gravity. You get what I'm saying?
Well, water always finds its level in a globe Earth model because of gravity.
Yeah, but what happens to water in a vacuum?
It would evaporate.
Oh, really?
What? Well, hold on. Would it not? I'm not sure. What do you mean?
When water evaporates, what is it actually doing? You're not heating it. Let's be clear. You're not applying heat to it. You're just giving it available space to fill.
Yeah.
So it fills the available space, correct?
Yeah. So it turns into a gas.
It does so even at the surface, where gravity is the strongest. So when you try to demonstrate that gravity can do this thing you claim, every time it results in the thing in question going away and saying, sayonara, sucker.
Well,
So you have no practical... Listen, Pro. I don't care what gravity is and isn't. Okay, I'm talking about practical demonstration. Okay, until you have practical demonstration, you have a cool assertion.
Right, I see what you're saying.
Follow
Okay.
that?
Yeah, okay. My only claim was countering the fact that, or not the fact. I was trying to respond to the statement that the presence of balls of gas in space violates the second law of thermodynamics, or balls of anything. Yeah, it's balls of gas. Yeah.
Well, actually, see, that's not even a properly formulated argument, because your idea of space is not a vacuum. It's a near vacuum, whatever. I don't know where the gradient starts and ends. They've never defined that.
I don't think it's defined.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's
convenient.
But anyway,
nebulous enough.
Anyway, your universe is ever expanding and always creates a vacuum of the same fucking pressure, which is nearly zero. But like it's always expanding faster than the speed of near the speed of light. That's what they say.
Oh, you're right. Faster than the speed of light.
Yeah.
Is it?
Allegedly.
Yeah, you have quite the story to fucking stand by, dude. If we want to really press you.
Yeah, with zero proofsies, by the way.
Yeah. Which is why.
Let's just stop there and soak that in for a moment. Zero demonstrable proofsies.
Yeah. No, I don't know how to prove gravity. Yeah, I know. I agree. I've been thinking about that quite a lot the last 2 weeks.
Well, this is why it's called the theory of gravity.
Yeah.
No, that's not.
What were you saying?
No, that's wrong. That's not why it's called the theory of gravity. It's called the theory of gravity because they're borrowing vicarious merit from scientific theories, right? And scientific theories are arrived at through systematic observation and validation by experimentation. Okay, it's not just a theory in the sense of, well, I suppose that such and such is so and so. No, that's not what they mean by theory.
Yeah, right.
Probably better call it a model.
It's a scientist. It's the top scientists that are agreeing on this kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like
the top pseudoscience. You mean, right?
Right. And remember, Riri, these top scientists, usually they work for, some very evil people. Right? They're working for the top of the top, right? People who don't have your best interests in mind.
Okay.
That's just obvious. Like I said, in order to understand flat Earth, first you need to understand that there are evil families, or whatever you want to call them, groups, elites that control the earth, that have all the money, that rule all the nations.
And those are the people who would actually rather you do what they want you to do rather than what you want to do.
Right, like talk about them rather than talk about the merits of the case, which is what? So gravity, in your view, what does gravity mean?
Is that a question?
Yeah, in your view, what does gravity mean? Like, what is meant when someone says gravity?
That's a hard question. What does gravity mean?
What are you thinking about? You said you're about to. Sorry, I cut you off earlier. You were about to say something about you're thinking about the theory of gravity or whatever. How there was no proof and.
Yeah, no, I think I was just saying basically I've been here 2 weeks. I have it's my first time talking in voice today, but I have 80 pages of messages or something, and so I
answer the question that was posited to you before he interrupted with a question that was posited minutes ago.
The question of what does gravity mean to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. It's the. Well,
then who cares? Who cares? Just throw out what it means to you, and just tell me what it is. Just tell me what it is.
It's the thing that appears visually, at least. I'm not going to explain any fundamental concepts right now that brings masses together.
What? So it's like Hitch.
What's Hitch? Sorry.
Hitch. It's a movie with Will Smith where he brings people together who are destined to be together.
Is there any kind of specific kind of thing they bring together that it brings together in this reunion of sorts?
Yeah.
Are they particular? Is it particular about it, or is it just picky?
Red colors and blue. No, I'm kidding.
Riri.
Yeah.
You know if you have any friends who are pilots, fly planes, they'll all tell you the first thing you learn in the manual, the first rule: do not take in the Earth's curvature into consideration at all when you're flying. Mm-hmm. Right?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
It literally says there, fly as if you're flying on a flat plane. First, that's the first and foremost thing they have to learn. Then they can learn about, how to, what do you call it? Lift the nose and all that bullshit. Fly with the wings.
Kind of hopping from one lily pad to the next here.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I still have the topic of Argentina kind of on hold in the back of my mind.
Yeah, so fair. So speaking of lily pads that are close enough to hop to, maybe they're being brought together by gravity, which thinks they have a destiny and that they would like lattes in the summer afternoon. So, my friend, what kinds of things does gravity bring together? Because hold on a second. I'm going to put this rock here.
Okay.
I'm going to put this rock here. Now, I noticed that the rocks... I noticed how the rocks went to the ground, but I didn't notice them coming together.
Uh-huh.
Like Kumbaya, we're friends now.
I mean, you can calculate the force predicted by the model of gravity, and it would be nowhere near enough to overcome friction.
Okay, friend.
Uh-huh.
That's what's called non-demonstrable. You understand?
Yeah.
So why should I bother? You told me that gravity brings things together. These two things are not coming together. So your assertion is false.
Okay.
On its face. Face, it's false. So you need to reword it.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. It's a good point. Okay. As I described it earlier, you're right. That was not a good enough description.
So, like, how many more dreams do you have to have before it becomes real?
I don't know. I'm working on it.
Stop. Everybody stop. The rocks just started getting closer together. Holy moly. Oh, I'm moving it with my hand. Oh.
Darn.
Hey, if you're saying that
gravity for a second.
If you're saying that this gravity is causing things to attract each other because of sizes or mass, why when I go to the store and I see the fat lady, I don't feel attracted to her?
Ooh.
Indeed.
That's a good
gravity
point.
Cannot be real then.
Well, there's density and buoyancy, right?
Okay.
Well, the effects that we describe as gravity can still be the same. It's just how we describe them and how we define them. For
example, you drop a bowling ball, it's going to go much further than when you drop a feather.
He was on the ropes. He was on the ropes.
Sense, man. You don't need gravity for that.
Well, that's air resistance.
He was on the ropes, but for some reason his team decides to take the other guy's arms and put him behind the ropes, and now the other guy's punching him in the stomach. Oh, what's going to happen? Round 3. Ding, ding, ding.
What? Sorry. So,
well, my point, my friend, is all these other guys are positing ideas and alternatives, right? And you're still hemming and hawing about this thing which you posited does things. So can you tell us what it is, or do you need to go and, research it a little further, maybe?
Wait, what are we talking about now?
The original question originally was how do I view gravity? Like, what is it to me? And my initial answer was not very good, which you guys pointed out to me. Thank you. And I guess I'll just return to the answer I had before, which is no, I don't know what gravity is.
Thank you.
I admit it. Yeah.
Yeah, join the club with real physicists and scientists who are honest.
Well, are we calling Neil deGrasse Tyson honest and all that? Because he said that too.
Well, you can be honest. You can be honest in a moment and not honest in a trajectory.
Makes sense. Yeah. No, yeah, we have no idea what gravity is. Like
what is
at its core, we
gravity?
don't know.
Don't know what it is. Next question. We only know what we see it do or what we attribute to it. We don't actually know what it is.
Yeah.
Yet we linchpin our faith upon what it has done in the past and what will do in the future, even though we can't define what it is. Oh wow, that sounds a lot like that sounds a lot like a religious belief.
Okay, well anyway, we were talking about Argentina and someone mentioned the second law thing and I got distracted by that, but I'm still kind of curious. I'm still not completely clear on how Argentina
The sun moves around the earth.
But like
God
if
was
it moves
kind enough to all the people, all the nations, to make sure they all had sunlight for each day. It's that simple.
Hold on, guys. I know everybody in here has some religious belief, like for the most part, and you want to go and jump on this. But this is not where this guy is coming from. So he wants to know how the sun works physically over the Earth, the flat Earth.
Yeah, you need to ask God, bro. You know what I mean?
I'll give him the answer.
Good answer.
I'll give him the answer. I'll give him the answer. I'll give him the answer, my friend. Here's how it works.
Okay.
It does what it does, and it appears like it appears. Nobody's been to its location to verify where it is in free space, what it actually is, or what it actually is actually doing.
Wait,
and
hold
that
on.
applies to all camps.
Hold on. Don't forget. I know the Soho is showing us the sun every day. So I don't know what you mean by that, sir.
The
Soho? What's that?
There's the satellite, the Soho satellite, right?
Oh, destination unknown. I get it now. Destination unknown. Ruby, 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 Soho.
Yeah, that's
how apropos. How apropos. The destination is unknown. We don't know where the sun is.
That's Ruby. Who was that again? Fuck.
Dang.
It was a punk band. I can't remember. Dang.
Nobody Walks in L.A. is their other hit. I can't remember the freaking name. Damn, that's horrible. Rock and roll.
Well, dude, when you only have one hit, you might as well just be called by the tagline of the song.
It's the band that made the Soho song.
But you know why the religion? But bro, you know why religion is sort of tied into this whole flat Earth thing? Because even in the numerology, like the globe mathematics, a lot of it has actually satanic numerology in it, and it was purposely done that way.
Missing persons.
So,
yes, that's interesting. However, what's satanic numerology?
Oh, you want me to show you an example?
No, I just I mean,
there's like a 666 in there.
Great. So,
how about all of it?
Where's the number 666 come from?
I'll show you. Hold on.
The answer is the Bible, right? And when it's in the Bible and the Bible talks about it, does it say? What does it say is the root of that number? Man. It's the number of man.
Right. It's a man. It's not the devil, dude. It's the number of a man.
I don't know my point is that's just one example. There's other examples, but the point is that like in numerology itself and in this mainstream science, there's a lot of like just hidden signs in there too, right? It's kind of like when you watch The Simpsons and you see a fucking Mason or whatever devil sign in the background kind of thing. Right? It's the same kind of programming, right? The mathematics, it's all bullshit.
Right, but I'm just positing the idea.
How the fuck do they know how fast a fucking ball is spinning around the sun? You know what I mean? For example, even if it was true, I'm trying to like put my, I don't know, just have an imagination and think like the Earth is a fucking globe again. Even in that realm, how the fuck would the people even know how fast it was spinning or going through space? There'd be no way to measure that.
I was going to say something about the numbers. Everything number-wise, Tesla was like, hey, it's a 369 reality, right? Whether or not that was true, if numbers are a thing and 3s and 6s and 9s are a thing here that are energetic and productive, right, and kind of rule stuff, well, if numbers rule things, it's in the way that you use them. They're not evil inherently. A 666 is not evil inherently. It's just how it's used. Everything is intention. Thank you.
Yeah, like 30 degrees. So you've heard about 33-degree Mason, and a lot of people put it into a lot of things, but 30 degrees makes a triangle that you can superimpose into different orientations against itself to match like the meridian lines of the Earth, to map a pendulum that swings, a swing that measures 1 second, all other kinds of different things.
3 straight lines.
Yeah,
I want to get 3 straight lines.
I want to talk about the sun, though, because that kid's still here. You ever wonder why they have a satellite looking at the sun, but there's no satellite looking at Earth? But they can afford to have one looking at the sun all day. All these asteroids that supposedly hit Earth, you think they would have a satellite pointed towards Earth so we can know what's coming at us? But no, none of that. But there's one looking at the sun.
What do you mean? They do have satellites pointing towards the Earth. I mean,
no, they don't.
Theoretically, they claim they do.
Really? Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. That's like some static little bullshit. Like, you think what the IMAX could do with actual, real, live footage in one of their little imaginary rides. People go into IMAX theater and they look up, pretend they're in space and shit. Think what they could do with actual live footage.
Yeah, but there's live footage of the sun. You see what I'm saying? So they can record the sun, but they can't record the Earth, right? Doesn't make any sense.
Oh, you mean the big telescopes?
No, it's not a telescope; it's a satellite.
Then yeah, they do have satellites looking at the Earth.
Satellites are bullshit too.
We know that, dude.
Yeah,
I'm talking Riri right now.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm talking to. I'm trying to get him to understand the contradiction. It doesn't make any sense. You have a satellite here staring at the sun, but you don't have one staring at the Earth 24 hours.
There's one staring at the Earth.
No, there isn't. What is it?
Which one?
I posted it 42 minutes.
What's it called, man?
Epic
Discover. Listen, friends.
Can we tap into this and watch the live feed?
You can download their latest images from their website.
Oh, so it's images. It's not actual live feed like we have with the sun.
You gotta be kidding me! You can't even get video.
You have video of the sun, but you can't video the Earth, right?
There's not
all praise, everybody rise for the NASA video.
How does that make sense to you? How is that logical?
Let's scrutinize the actual claim. So this claim of the epic la-di-da, what does it claim to be doing? Taking the whole Earth shot, a portion of the Earth, what?
The lit portion of the Earth.
What distance is it from the Earth?
About 1 million miles.
Sorry.
Okay, so does it take a similar shot like what's that other one that supposedly takes a shot every 10 seconds or 11 seconds? Man, what is that one called? Himawari. Is it like that one?
I want to see landing aircraft in Australia landing upside down along the beach with surfers upside down.
Riri, you know the furthest distance? You know the furthest distance that we've dug into the Earth?
Not very far.
Why are you going with that?
What does that have
about
to do
8
with the
miles.
topic at hand?
8 miles.
Dude, stop.
How the fuck do you think they can go that far?
You're going all over the place and you're preaching to the choir with this stuff.
Bro, you're going to a different subject, dude. Stay on what we're talking about.
You might not know what we're talking about, to be honest. You got to be fair with people's limitations. So, okay, bro, what we're talking about is alleged satellites far away from the Earth taking pictures of the Earth. There you go.
Well, video footage is what we're getting into, and Matthew can't provide that.
What's the video of the sun like? What kind of video is it?
Just pop it up on YouTube. Soho satellite looking at the sun. Come here.
Okay, I'll go find it.
And there was actually one video where a solar flare shot off and revealed a cloaked spaceship. This was real footage. I can't find it anymore. I used to have it, but I can't find it anymore.
What the hell? That reminds me of the 90s, before their fisheye lens stuff got better, and they were using the tub there with the ISS in it for their scuba lessons. They were distracting y'all with pyramids on Mars and other stuff like
bro.
Apollo 17 actually saw a spaceship, and they saw aliens. The aliens were pissed and told never come back.
Dude, the ship looked like the Klingon bird of prey from the original Star Trek. What movies? Yes, I'm not fucking lying. This was.
Yeah, dude, they're gonna start putting stuff that looks just like shit we grew up watching in the movies, and no one's gonna say a fucking thing. It's gonna be so funny.
And they're gonna try to do it in the sky. Yeah, it's gonna be funny. I can't
So,
wait. See.
So for everyone's benefit, I posted a shot from the website that he posted, and he's telling us that that's an actual photo of the Earth.
Oh, sweet. Let's take a look.
That's an actual good one, Matthew.
Dude, that's great.
Cartoons from Matthew. Okay.
Dude, it's even got. Dude,
that's
blur edges. Blur edges right out of Photoshop.
They're much brighter at the equator. They're a perfect stripe. They're like, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, are we at the equator? No, so we can't talk about it.
And hey, once again, like North America is perfectly upright. You know, like not tilted at all.
Right in the middle.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, you know the NASA logo.
Doesn't
If
look
you look
very
at NASA's logo, that red
So I got a
line, you
question.
see that? That's a snake's tongue.
Where? Which
So,
The red lines there in the NASA logo.
okay,
Oh, yeah.
cool.
Oh, I thought, we should find anomalies. In
Real picture of her is just corrected.
That's the realest thing in that photo right there.
I think we need to investigate some of these clouds, actually.
It's interesting.
I think you
all
need
the
to shut
clouds
the
are
server
exactly
down.
where they were observed. So they.
Yeah,
if they
I
faked
think
it, they
Matthew
did a
just
really
shut
good
the
job.
server down.
No, that's wrong. You're wrong, Matthew.
All you have to do is put a freaking little
it up.
template up around the flat image, and you come up with the same.
Hey, so anyway. Okay,
Anyway.
go.
No,
I got a question.
Hooing about. No, it's
Yeah, no. We're not going to get off that point. Okay, Matthew made a claim. We're going to scrutinize his claim that these clouds are where they're supposed to be. So what do you mean by that, Matthew?
I mean that at the time this picture was alleged to have been taken, that's what it matched the local weather conditions and everywhere on Earth. It's never been proven wrong.
Really? Okay, cool. So is it not true that a system exists which maps and renders the weather systems of the Earth?
I don't know. I mean,
I do know because me and my friends here, we just watched it not 3 days ago when somebody presented Himawari 8 as if it was an actual photograph. But lo and behold, we go to the NOAA website and you look at how they actually create it. It's actually an overlay onto, you guessed it, the Blue Marble data set.
Right.
That's corresponded with all of the information that's given on these electrical systems with their predictive programming data. So you essentially have a very near facsimile to a three-dimensional render. So not a photograph.
Yeah, so the Himawari takes pictures of clouds and they put it on a map. They match it up with the map.
With the ball.
Right.
So not a photograph.
They match it up so it fits on a ball.
Yes, the point in question being that just because you have what appears to be matching weather systems doesn't mean you have validity.
Right, but it hasn't been proven wrong, is what I'm saying.
Oh, so is that how you go?
No, hold on.
It needs to be proven wrong.
Let him finish. He's getting somewhere.
Okay.
What hasn't been proven wrong? That the weather systems match? I already told you how it's done. Of course they match. Why wouldn't they match?
If these are fake, you could just say, "Hey, look, over Florida it was cloudy that day, and this picture."
He's saying they're not fake.
Dude, bro, I just done told you they have a system that compiles the weather data and renders it onto the Blue Marble data set, creating a facsimile of pretty accurate within a margin of what you would see with your weather system, the same as they show you on the radars on the nightly news.
Where do they get the weather data in the South Pacific?
Hey, Matthew.
What's the South Pacific? What's the South Pacific?
Why is there never any pictures with any satellites being shown in that surround the Earth? How come it never?
The same reason when you take a picture out the airplane window, you never see people.
Oh, really? So the sun is shining on the Earth, but it's not glistening off the satellites that are surrounding it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just like when you take a picture out your airplane window.
Man, you're a fucking moron, dude. I'm sick of this fucking dude.
Anyway, he asked the question. How do they?
I want to point out. So I posted the thing, The Truman Show. You've seen it, right?
I've seen the movie. Yeah.
Do you understand the premise of it?
Yes.
Okay. So why did they show on the graphic for this thing? Why did they show his little land as a globe?
I don't know.
Lou, what the fuck?
No, hold on.
Lou, you sound like Helio now, bro. You obviously
No. I understand I'm drunk. I get that, but
but dude, it's annoying. It's annoying, bro. You're really slurring and shit, bro.
And distracting from the point.
The point being, why did they? Even though in the movie the whole premise, it's a flat Earth, it's a dome around him. Why did they create this globe? Why did they do that? And how did they do that? If it's so difficult to do that,
you're asking why some marketing people put a globe in the image.
I understand it's a stretch, but I'm just saying, this isn't pleasing to the eye, right? So they keep giving you this. This is some bullshit right here. The Truman Show was kind of like a way to tell you, no, this is some bullshit.
Sure.
So if the greatest military advantage would be to control the skies, why would any military tell you how to control them?
Yes, but anyway, to Matthew's question, how they get the data?
Why would you expect?
Anybody else want to come up with a different point?
No, I didn't mean to detract from that. Sorry for being the annoying drunk. I do it from time to time, though. You shouldn't be surprised. I do it. I'm just not as frequent, as Helio. Usually, you guys think I'm funny when I'm drunk. Tonight, this point, you didn't like it.
This one time, you weren't funny. Only this one time. Anyway, the correct answer is they have predictive modeling, algorithms, all the data from the past and the future that they predict, and they have it all at the different shorelines, et cetera, et cetera. There's no one in the Pacific viewing these things, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. It's all programmed. There you go. There's the answer, Matthew.
Okay. I understand your answer.
Because it's reoccurring, it's not really a prediction, is it?
And why would it matter what they're showing you in a location where there aren't people on the ground to actually verify it anyway?
And more relevant with what I was saying, actually, is how easy it was in 1998 or 99 when they made that logo to just take some bullshit and make it look like a globe. Your image right there does not look... I can just look at it and go like, yeah, that looks processed. That looks like bullshit.
Yeah, it's a digital image. Obviously, it's been processed a bit.
Well, why would we? Why do we need to accept it?
Hold on, Matthew. I do have a quick question for you. Do you think any of the images NASA has officially put out are faked?
No. Some of them are photo illustrations.
No, you cannot backpedal from that. You're a fucking idiot.
I'm not an idiot. I'm smart.
Somebody, if you got Don,
somebody who's confident in their intelligence doesn't have to reaffirm it in public. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, because usually in public, we smart people don't get often called idiots. So I was just saying that I'm not an idiot.
No, but you kind of act like an idiot. I don't know if it's on purpose or not. You're a smart guy. You get paid the big bucks to be a smart guy, but you kind of act like a fucking retard.
Not that big.
Show him the footage of Don Petit. Show him that.
Well, when you act unassuming, people assume, and then they consume the bandwidth of the argument and give them the way out on the regular. It's usually the way it goes. But anyway.
Matthew, listen, buddy. I heard the disdain and the shame in your voice. You aren't an idiot. I called you an idiot. Yeah, like Lou said, because you're being an idiot. Don't believe me when I call you an idiot. Now, I heard that you believed it, and that's sad to know. But to just lose the globe, that's the deal. And you keep coming and asking for it, man. Like, I don't know what that's about. But, yeah, like, you know why you're wrong, how you're wrong. We all do, too. You got to drop the act, and if that means going away because you have nothing else after that, then I guess that's what that means. But you got to start being honest, man. Not one fake photo. What the fuck? And they're buying it, right?
You presented this image, I assume, as though it's the real globe Earth, right? Like, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's a digital image because it was taken by a robot in space, and it is beamed back electronically. So it's not a photograph in terms of film, but it's an electronic photograph like your cell phone takes. And sure, they may have processed it a little bit for color.
So the claim is that it's a pixel perfect representation of the light that entered the object.
It's not generated. It's not algorithmically generated, I suppose would be my claim.
Right. So it's essentially, for lack of a better term, a digital photo plate. That's your claim?
Yeah, a digital image taken through a lens, digitized and beamed back to Earth.
Dude, what about this doesn't say, like, engineered? Like, I mean, you just look at it and you go, yeah, that's not real. That's not like, I mean, a 5-year-old can go like real, fake. You know, you give them a pencil, real. You like draw a pencil, fake. You know, like a 5-year-old can do this. What's wrong with you?
So you're claiming that you just through your own eyes you can tell what's real and what's fake?
I can tell you what you presented is fake.
You just said it. That's why that's his whole argument, is because you just said it was fake, and I'm sorry for him.
I think it's because you presuppose the Earth is flat, and therefore any image of the globe must be fake.
Nah, it's you who's presupposing something else, that it's a globe. You're the one doing the presupposing. You'll never see this blue marble image in nature through your own eyes. You just have to take it on faith. You have to take it on faith that the image is what they claim that it is.
I'm just glad they
That's pretty naive of you, man.
There would
to
be
not
very
question
few,
those photographs at all. Those CGI images.
Yeah, they're images. They even call them that for legalities. An image. Do you worship the image?
I do not worship images, no.
Well, the ball Earth is an image.
I don't worship the Earth.
If you believe you're on it, then you worship it.
No, believing something exists doesn't mean you worship it. Do you believe the Eiffel Tower exists?
No, like it's a fake image. Like you can take a photo of the Eiffel Tower. You can never take a photo of the sphere Earth because it's non-existent.
You can verify the Eiffel Tower pretty easily through your own eyes too. Can't do that with this.
I've never been to France.
Yeah, like if somebody that's a great point. He made a great point. Like if somebody took a picture of the Eiffel Tower, you could look at the picture and look at the Eiffel Tower in real view and be able to discern if it's real or not. But you can't do that with the Earth, can you? You can only rely on the picture because you've never seen it with your own eyes.
Yeah, that's right.
Guys, keep in mind, this is the epic of epic fame where the moon passes in front of the Earth, doesn't turn, and the clouds don't move. Remember that one?
Yes, and it's consistent with our
it's absolutely consistent with a static environment that only exists during shots that NASA wants to take.
It's like my statement.
Excuse me. Hold on, friend. I got to make a joke. Excuse me, Mother Earth. NASA to Mother Earth. Can you please pause for a second? We're trying to take a photograph.
Well, my statement earlier about the military, because if you study the history of mankind, you know there's always a military, and they're going to do whatever they can for the country they're profiting from. So if to have the best military is to control the skies, why would the military that's able to control the skies tell you what's going on in the skies and how to do it? Like, why would they do that? Wouldn't they be better off if you thought you knew what was going on in the skies when they actually knew what was going on? Wouldn't they, like, benefit from that? Like, it takes all these $1 million, $1 trillion scientists and observatories in order to determine the skies, but yet that's their tools while they steal the money from you. It's like, you think they're going to tell you what they find?
And that's okay.
Like that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Tell me, as any government, you think any government has told their people how and what to think for the people's benefit?
Right.
You have to be the naivest person, if that's a word, that ever existed.
Yeah, the U.S. government generally recommends that people eat more fruits and vegetables, and that's for their benefit, to be more healthy.
Oh, shit.
Now, there was a point where they wanted us to be inventive, and then once we got so inventive, they started controlling the invention.
Hey, Matthew, do you think it's not a coincidence that it's all happening that way as they are trying to limit your beef consumption and killing off like herds of cattle and coming up with impossible meats and
Colorado, yeah.
and also genetically engineering your plants?
And Colorado.
So what do you don't think that's all coincidence, or do you think that's all coincidence, or could there be an agenda for why they're doing all that?
I thought somebody had said that the government never tells you anything to your benefit, and I was giving a simple example of.
No, I didn't even say that. Why do you always try to switch around my words? You do it almost every time. I didn't say that. I said, tell me a government that does that. And you switched it around to all governments.
Okay, the U.S.
How you change it there? You see how you changed my words there, though? Let everybody know that. Hey, everybody stop for a moment, take a breath, realize what he just did. Thanks.
I don't think you realized it.
I didn't mean to mix around your words. I was just answering the question.
And now you're backpedaling, saying you didn't change my words? You reversed them.
No, I said I didn't mean to.
Oh, okay.
I apologize.
You're just a little too. Dude, I think you're a little too brainwashed, Matthew, and you're fighting a cause. You don't believe in your own cause, but you're fighting it, and you're here every day fighting for the cause, but showing every day that you don't believe in your own cause.
I suppose that's not how I would characterize it.
Well, that's the way we all see it. I know I do. Anyway.
We're all here seeing.
Well, that's what it sounds like to me. Like I've never met Matthew before.
I was speaking. Yeah, we consistently see that you provide nothing, and yet you keep coming back providing the same nothing over and over and over again. And we just don't understand. I don't understand why you can't see it, or if you have something else going on, which I'm sure you do. We all do, right? I mean, we have lives.
I know why he's coming here.
But motivation. Stop. Motivation is what intrigues me. I know we can't get a straight answer from you, Matthew, so I won't even bother asking it again. It's been asked so many times. I don't know. It's just curious to me. And human behavior, I've seen really nothing like that in any other area.
He actually sounded depressed when I pressed him just a moment ago. His tone was like, "Shit, he's got me. Like I got nothing." Like he sounded depressed in his tone.
Well, Matthew's having an internal fight in his own mind too. You know, an internal battle. It's clear. It's obvious. He wants to believe in everything he was taught. He wants to believe in the authorities. He wants to believe in his government. But deep down, he knows that they lied to him more than once already. Why would they not lie to him again? That's why he's here every day fighting.
Maybe you're making a big assumption. Maybe he doesn't do any of those things.
If you're going to bring it to me,
I'm pretty good at reading people.
How would you know the difference?
Oh, obviously, that's why I used the words he sounded. I didn't say he is depressed. I didn't assume anything. I'm telling you that that's the way it sounded to me. So
I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about the other part where they.
Guys, you can talk to Matthew. He's here right now.
Once listen, I'm saying
no, we're
the other
talking
part,
about him.
I'm saying the other part might not be true. The part I'm talking about is this part. The part where the gentleman said that you want to believe your government, you want to think they're right, you want to trust their information. What I'm saying is, what if none of that stuff is true?
Yeah,
it is true. He's showing that right now.
Speculating. You could just ask me.
No, I don't need to ask you. I can clearly tell because you're literally defending them. There's different levels to this, right? You would be what we call an anti-flat earther.
Right.
You're somebody. Yeah, you're like at least a Riri kid. I don't know if Riri's still here. He was at least, trying to educate himself, trying to learn more about flat Earth. You're just somebody who's just gonna just constantly spew the same shit that we're all taught, literally repeat what we're all learned in school over and over again, without any type of discernment, any type of.
Yeah, but no. Here's where it gets more deceitful. More strategically, he can't stand when we have a conversation without him or somebody like him to check us. So like they need to have their fact checkers in the room to give their side for the audience, even though it's like us that's listening and like them. Yeah, it's us and them that's listening. They're that fucking weird, that egotistical. They think they make that big of a difference. They're so fucked in the head. You can't even fucking. You could literally shove your dick through their ear and it would come out the other side and they would be like, yeah, but the Earth's still a globe.
No, if you literally did that, the person would die.
Literally. That's pretty funny.
Hey, Matthew, do you want to trust your government?
Not really. I mean, I take it with a grain of salt what they say.
Literally, you don't.
Like, give us an example of that.
Yeah, I did. The FDA has guidelines for how we should probably generally eat more fruits and vegetables and less meat if to be healthy. I trust.
Wait. You said take a grain of salt. I thought you were saying that like it's a good thing to eat more fruits and vegetables and less meat.
Yeah.
Okay. So what would you take with a grain of salt is what I was asking.
When they say that, I would look at it and say, okay, well, it seems like doctors say the same thing, so I believe them.
So I'm asking you, what is something the government has said in the past to you that you take with a grain of salt? It sounds like you're agreeing with that.
You should have just called them out on it. I believe it.
I think they bungled the, I don't want to say too much about it, but I think they bungled the last 2 years, the public health announcements. They didn't do that very well.
Oh, you mean the cocoa thing?
Yeah.
Cocoa Puffs.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely with you on that one.
So,
but to be fair though, I think people should, not everyone, but I think most people should eat less fruits and vegetables, except for like avocado and bell pepper and low carb ones like that. I think people should eat more meat, more red meat, more fat. It's a great way to get omega-3 fatty acids, and there's a lot of mercury in the ocean and the fish, so it's that way is a little bit compromised these days, just a little bit.
And what do you base that recommendation on?
Because you need omega-3 fatty acids, and beef is quite an amazing thing within itself, red meat, because every nutrient that's classified as an essential nutrient, meaning a nutrient the human body doesn't have the ability to create itself. Every single essential nutrient can be found inside the flesh of a cow. It just needs to be properly taken care of and given access to nutrients that maybe not every cow today has access to.
Glober's brains. Give me Glober brains.
So, Matthew, you do question some of the things the government tells you, but not when it comes to space.
When it comes to space, I think they generally have it right.
No, they got it all right, except that
was not my question.
They forget God. They always forget God, right?
You should substitute the word space for the world you're in. That's the question.
Exactly. That's a better question. That's basically what I was trying to say.
Okay, what's this about the world you're in? What did you say?
Yeah, you're going to avoid that.
You don't question anything mainstream science says about the world we're in.
I do. The mainstream science generally says that the universe came about without intelligent design, and I think they're completely wrong about that.
Oh, so now we're getting somewhere.
The reason that I say that is, if the Earth is indeed flat, then the only way you get today's world is from the manifestation of the ball Earth lie. Everybody believes they're in a world they're not in, and it's manifested into reality. So.
Yeah, and if such ball that's supposed to be out there actually proves out that doesn't have any way of proving that it's true, and quite the contrary, that what we see is actually correct, and what all these people flying aircraft over the Great Plain are saying about it is flat stationary. Think about that logically, people. Would there be any reason to say something's flat and stationary if it actually had a pronounced curve at a specified rate? Thank you. No.
Another point to be made is there's kind of a hidden history of like dirigibles, like like blimps and stuff like that, balloons, and like they were a major part of history that you don't really get taught. They're trying to hide that.
Who's trying to hide it?
If you understood that there was such an influence from this, you might understood what an influence, like relative density or specific gravity, actually has to do with the situation.
So the history of dirigibles and balloons is well known. Who's trying to hide what?
It is pretty well known, but it's not like shared with the public. Like it's not taught in our schools. It's not, you can find it out if you want to go on History Channel, you know what I mean? But like it's not hidden, but it's not taught either.
Are you meaning when you say that, are you meaning like if you had the same variable, let's say a pencil, and you put it inside a bunch of different mediums? Is that what you're trying to say? Like,
I mean, I don't know what you're trying to say, but I'll just get a little bit more elaborate about it. What I'm saying is like we've well understood the technologies that make things float or go up or go down, and it doesn't take much energy. You don't have to have a jet. You don't have to have, things can just fucking hover there. Like we've
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Because it would be my contention.
Like,
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. So it's we're trying to think in a way that gives all of the power to the technocrats with their whatever they want to show off, whether it be jet engines or the next phase of them. We're just in awe of whatever they can show off.
Hey, Lou, I have another thought that, I don't think this is like, something that I'd really push as a conspiracy theory, but keep in mind, if people were using lighter than air aircraft, like Zeppelins or blimps, Zeppelins full of hydrogen, blimps full of helium, and maybe even, just various other kinds of designs for lighter than air aircraft, if they were a commonplace thing in the modern era today, if they were a commonplace thing, then I think that what you're saying is true. But also keep in mind, some people that maybe people that are rich people, but not like the ultra elite, not trillionaires or billionaires, but millionaires. Some people that might buy a yacht, they might buy a lighter than air aircraft instead, and then they might come to the realization really quickly, oh, you can't go over here. Oh, no, you can't go that far north either. You can't go that far south freely. You can't go that far north. And they might become suspicious. And then, people might catch on.
Right. Well, yeah, the rich, they have more access to knowledge. It's that simple.
No, but
it's worth pointing out that you're much more likely to come to that realization with a lighter than air aircraft than like a yacht.
Well, what I'm saying is, you could... Yeah, we already had this in recent history. Like, our grandparents were alive when there were these fucking floating, like, not really flying, but just more like floating yachts, like flying around the sky. They were all over the place.
Yeah, but they only went 30 or 40 miles an hour, so now private jets go much faster, so people prefer those instead.
In luxury, like liners, where you could sit there and drink champagne all the way across the Atlantic, like a luxury vehicle that didn't cost that much to run.
As you can on a private jet.
So, Matthew, just so you know, the Hindenburg was built in, I think, 1922, sometime in the early 1920s, and it was an airliner that you could buy tickets for, and it traveled at 135 miles per hour. Built in 1922. No, they're not really slow, Matthew.
Okay, but they're still slower than private jet.
It's like the Wright brothers, guys.
No, right.
As soon as they figured out how to fly, the government became involved.
Matthew, my point really is that there's been like an obvious effort to try to hide the history of that technology, which, because it's not really technology, it's just like so simple anybody could fucking understand it and utilize it. But they don't want you doing that shit. They don't want you going into the sky. The sky is theirs. Okay? They're going to limit you to where you can go, how you can do it, in any way, shape, or form.
And if you really want to bury them, instead of saying the sky is theirs, just tell them the world is theirs.
So private planes and private
Literally,
jets
the
go
world
all
is
over
theirs.
the place. I don't think they're doing a very good job of keeping the sky to themselves.
Well, they can get you to believe you're in a world you're not in, so therefore the world is theirs.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
but
You don't know
private
what no-fly
aviation is
zones
pretty big
are?
in the U.S.
The Hindenburg was clocked at 188 miles per hour. That's not kilometers. That's the Hindenburg, 188 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's a pretty good fucking clocking speed. Damn sure.
Yes,
For a fucking balloon. Fuck yeah, dude.
Well, it's probably in the jet streams or something. I don't know how high it went.
Yeah. I wonder how they do all that.
We got some excuse
I
for the
wonder how
jet
they do all
stream.
that weather monitoring that they call fucking satellites. And shit.
You got to get permission.
That doesn't affect the aircraft at all when they're flying backwards. To come in landing on a moving surface that's actually not moving and a curved surface at the same time. This is amazing, folks. How does that aircraft do it without the landing gear snapping off every time? Well, it is amazing because no matter how that airfield is lined up and which cardinal direction, it lands perfect every freaking time, no matter what angle the landing is to the gear itself. Thank you.
Yeah, because it's an aircraft, therefore it's flying in the air, and so it depends on the airspeed.
And when it lands on a surface that's moving at
as soon as you get into the air, at what height, Matthew? At what height does the airspeed match the Earth? Is it the moment you take off, or is it does it have fluid dynamics where it slows down based off of like drag and distance and all that stuff? Like, how do you understand such a thing? How does it move equal no matter what altitude? Like to the Earth.
I'm talking about angle. Angle of the landing. When the aircraft is landing, it's landing at an oblique angle, means a narrow angle, or even a broader angle to the rotational direction, and the landing gear would snap off. I guess Matthew was never a mechanic.
So the rotational directions, meaning if you substitute the airplane for a helicopter, the helicopter doesn't have to go forward. The landmass will come to it.
No, those are aircraft.
What about the blimp, the balloons we were talking about?
No, because see, look, if that were to happen, let's say a helicopter would rise up or a drone, and the Earth would just stay in the exact same place. What that leads to is that exactly as we experience it, that means it's just like we experience it. The Earth is not in motion. That's what it means.
Right, but it sounded like you were saying that it is in motion, and I apologize if I took it the wrong way.
Well, I don't know. Like
Matthew definitely said it is.
He's not saying anything about it. They have no excuse for how an aircraft could land on a moving surface. At different elevations, that would require different speed changes as they were coming down or going up.
It would be absolutely horrific. I agree. Horrific.
You'd have to change your speed. Look, what I'm saying is it would require acceleration and deceleration at a specific amount or degree, depending on your elevation. That's number one. Coming into a landing, irregardless of any crosswindage that's happening, which happens all the fucking time, that's what they actually measure when they're in the air, crosswinds. So, fuck. So then,
I could even accept if somebody wanted to say about fluid dynamics.
Hold on. I'm almost done. Almost done. Just about there. So then, add to that, the aircraft is landing on a hard surface while in a inhomogeneous gas mixture that's swirling around in all different directions, and the plane comes into a solid surface, lands on a moving runway at an angle different than its landing gear is pointed.
All right. So the thing I was going to say is, like, they argue that because the Earth has been spinning for so long, that the surrounding atmosphere is moving at the same speed, right? But either way, because of fluid dynamics, there would be a lag to it. But there is none of that either. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're spinning at the speed of sound or they'll just come up with some bullshit. Like they'll tell you,
but it's not.
The fact is that the air column above us doesn't move, and you come up with excuses for why we don't sense it moving.
Yeah, the when it comes to artificial intelligence, the hardest thing for them to replicate within the human anatomy is actually it's in your ear. It's the equilibrium. Matter of fact, I just got hit by a car while standing on my feet, and I know all about how they resurface your equilibrium. Like there's the equilibrium of a human being to detect movement is unmatchable.
No, well, don't get me wrong either. I'm not going to say that we're going to notice everything. We have limitations ourselves.
But if you're totally steady, you're not going to notice anything.
Yeah. But we've also created pretty awesome technology to be able to detect things that we, with our human senses, cannot. And with all tests, like there's no motion.
Well, I'm talking about simple things like if you're at the rifle range and you're looking down the scope, and through the scope you can see how much you're moving. Your equilibrium is the one that's telling you how much you're moving. That's how sensitive the human equilibrium is.
Yeah, it's the vestibular system. It's tied into the optic nerve center of the brain as well. Yep.
Yeah, it's so sensitive. Like no other animal that they've detected as the equilibrium of a human being.
Bro, I'm so good at detecting levels. Like, I can throw something down and level a pad and be like, that's perfect. And then they throw the bubble level on and it's just spot on. Like, they don't have to touch anything.
I'm in construction. I do siding. And you know what the phrase is that we use? We say the laser eye don't lie.
Yeah. I do that
even in
too.
framing. That's a good saying for even just framing.
I just set my TV.
No, you got to give yourself the right perspective.
Yeah.
That's the key to it. So you have to go down towards the end, give yourself a slight angle, and look down it with one eye squinted, and you're like, "Fuck yeah, that's straight as a motherfucker." But from any other angle,
that's how my girl.
Can't get a word in edgewise with Lou here tonight. Damn.
When you say look down at a slight angle, how do you get an angle? I'm sorry.
What do you mean? You go around the side of the machine. Like I said, my wife
There's only one way to get an angle.
No, don't be a dumbass. This is obvious. Like as long as you cannot be perfectly in line with it. So no matter what, you have a slight angle. The farther you get obtuse to it or whatever, you start to get away from it, and you have more of an angle. That
you need that bubble level
geometry if you don't understand that question.
You always need the bubble level.
The bubble level or the.
No, you don't always.
Oh dang! Look, I just set my TV up by eye. I just set my screen up on the wall by eye. It's right in between the lines. I did it just by hand.
Dude, a level is when you build. A level is very rarely used, honestly. Like it's for the
it's absolutely
in heating and air conditioning. In heating and air conditioning, we use it a lot.
Yeah, but that's for the little things. What I'm saying is, if it's tilted just a little bit, if you don't get it perfectly exact, it's not a big deal. Okay, that's where you use a bubble.
It is when you're putting a thermostat on a customer's wall.
You guys have seen of I
get it. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. You guys have seen of interstate signs, right? Like speed limit 75, exit 45. You've seen. So I put up interstate signs, right? And first we have to dig the hole for the pole to sit in, right? And then we fill it with concrete. But when we do that, we measure it from the road height. Now, to get the road height, we go 10 foot back on the road. We have to have a lane closure. We go 10 foot back on the road with the string, a tangent, and we pull the string tight. And then we measure that from the pole at the distance of the height that the pole needs to be standing. So you know how much to cut off the pole. You get what I'm saying? I hope you guys get what I'm saying. I'm trying to make it.
Yeah, because science.
But the whole thing is done from a tangent. Like, you have to have a tangent in order to get the road height for the sign to be the right height for people that are driving on the road to see it. Like, get the best, they consider the best view. See what I'm trying to get at? So if the pole's
because you might be laying a sign in the ditch.
3 feet down, if the pole's 3 feet down from road height, and from road height by DOT specs, it needs to be 10 feet, right? Well, then you have to have it
13 feet off the ground.
Thank you. So it's like, and it's all based from the tangent.
Yes.
You have to have a tangent.
That's pretty much what I was getting at. Like, with what I do is, instead of using the level, like, you assume that the foundation was built level. Okay. Now let's say you're doing a remodel and the foundation sunk in a certain corner a little bit.
Yeah, we have the equilibrium to tell that. You can sense that from a mile away as a human.
Cut me off. You really don't.
I'm sorry. But that's the argument, is the human equilibrium.
What I'm telling you, it's not at all what I'm getting at. So what I'm saying is, so it's you have a base level of foundation, something that you measure off of. If you want to make a sunken house look level, you measure up and you measure down, and you find averages, and you make the lines intersect in a way where I get tricked into thinking that these lines are horizontal, or you know what I mean? So, like, in order to do a good job, you don't want your last row to go from like 5 inches to 3 inches as you go down the wall.
All your lines are based from the horizontal, though.
Right. So the whole idea is like it's everything has a baseline. Everything it's how it's judged. It's how it's measured. It's how it's where you start from that matters. And you don't really use a level for everything after that. In fact, you'll do much better job if you just measure versus if you use a bubble level.
Yeah, so if it was a 15-foot pole, you need to cut 2 feet off from what I was talking about earlier. Like you said, you needed 13 feet. But it's all based from the tangent.
I posted a picture of some level houses.
We specifically touched the line 10 feet back on the road to the pole. So we put the pole, before we cut it, we put the pole in the base it's going to be in. And then we mark the line where it's level from the road on the pole.
So
and
James,
we subtract that from the height that it needs to be from the drop.
James, the picture I posted, is that level?
I'm on the Who's Talking page right now.
33 after the hour. Are those houses level?
Circle there. All I'm saying is every measurement's based off a horizontal.
No, hold on. James, hold on. Matthew, pretend you asked me that. Is what level in that picture?
Are those houses level in the picture?
Hold on, let me get to it.
Matthew, is what level in that picture?
Like the windows in that middle blue house.
The answer is no.
No, it's not level.
The answer is yes, they are level.
No,
it's not level.
No, bro, that's level, bro.
You just proved yourself insane with your own argument. Nobody baited you into this. What the fuck are you talking about?
The house is level. It's taken on a different angle. They're all on a hill.
Yeah, it's about a 45-degree from level.
Yeah, you were
From
assuming that the
horizontal.
street is level, but in this case,
okay, it's a trick. The street,
it's San Francisco.
the street is going uphill. The street is going
San
uphill. Yeah.
It's roughly 45 degrees from level.
Yeah, hence the
What was your point with that, Matthew?
No, I was giving an example of what James is talking about, that you have to use a level. You can't just use just the ground. You have to actually use a bubble level to build the house.
Yeah, but that's a photo taken on a
The
different
ground is
angle.
the ground is the horizontal. You base it.
When you're standing on the ground, hey mate, can I talk? When you're standing on the ground, you're level. So you can actually, if you were standing in front of those houses, you can tell they're not. You can tell they're level and the road's down.
Yeah, if you were actually standing there taking a picture, you wouldn't naturally turn your camera like this, because you naturally would correct with your left foot and your right foot. One would be crouching, one wouldn't be. You would be leveling yourself, because that's what people fucking do.
Right.
This is a deceitful image.
Right. It's a deceitful image.
Yeah. From the photos or images, it's about a 45-degree from horizontal.
You just proved that you can do anything with photos, yeah?
Yeah, but it's all from the horizontal.
Hang on, mate. I'm talking to Matthew.
No, I just thought it was an interesting picture.
You just proved that you can be deceived by images. That's all you proved.
That's right.
So those images of the Earth, they're deceiving.
Oh, because some images are deceiving does not mean that all images are deceiving.
No, but just because some images can be deceiving doesn't mean all images that the authority tells you are real are fucking real.
Correct.
Retard.
The greatest way to discern if an image is real or fake is to see the image and also have already seen the real life with your own eyes image to compare to that's the greatest way to discern if the image is real or fake. If you see an image that you've never seen with your own eyes, then don't be so quick to say it's real, because you've never seen it with your own eyes to discern whether or not it's real or fake.
Now, we're being clear here that an image is not a picture, and a picture is not an image, right?
And then you got to use the word photo correctly, too.
Exactly. Well, we're being very clear here, right? I mean, because we should at least agree on the words we're using. You can say image all day. It could just be a collection of data points manipulated to make an image that is not a photo.
Yeah, I mean, you can make an M80 firecracker on television look like a nuclear explosion if you did it right.
Right, but most of these images, and I'm using quotes, are actually a collection of data projected the way they think they would look like and colorized, and so it's pleasing to us.
Yeah, you just build a house out of popsicle sticks that makes it look like a real house, and then you light an M80 off next to it, and it looks like a nuclear bomb just destroyed that fucking house.
Okay, I love how somebody who's like on the other side of this discussion says, just playing devil's advocate. No, bro, you're not playing devil's advocate. That's your genuine position.
Playing devil's advocate.
Obviously ridiculous.
I mean, even if it's a group where we're all agreeing, I'm going to be the one that throws something out that disagrees just to get a...
That's fine, but we have a globe earther saying, just playing devil's advocate here. No, you're not.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Genuinely supporting your own point.
When AI Arden was, or someone was just talking about, building a popsicle sculpture of your house and blowing it up with an M80, I was thinking, well, you should record that and then send it to an insurance company that's, owned and operated by Matthew or someone like him, because I'm sure they'd love to pay out.
And then Matthew comes in and after he's just playing devil's advocate, the Globe Earther. Matthew's like, "That's a great point. Okay, fillet each other more, please."
Kick this one.
Yeah, the sun, moon, and stars, they dictate the time on the Earth. So once people acknowledge,
I just want to know, why is Matthew even here?
Oh, to provide accurate.
No, you already admitted this. Don't give a second answer, you fucking dipshit.
He gave five answers the other night. He gave 5 total answers to the same exact question. He's going to continue to just bullshit his way. He's a.
What's the reason you are here?
Human motivations are complex. Sometimes people have multiple reasons for doing things, and I'm no exception.
That's a pretty good answer. What's the reason you are here?
That is a good answer.
Do you know what, though? That sounded like an android was answering the question.
It did, but at least he's being honest.
No, he's not being honest. He's not being honest. Don't give him the benefit of the doubt.
He's definitely
No, hold on. I'm going to prove this right now.
He was honest about being dishonest.
No, hold on. I'm going to prove this right now. Matthew, what's the reason you're here?
It's fun being in a place where I know I'm right and learning how to explain things well to people.
Okay, one more time. Matthew, what's the reason you're here?
To be entertained and just pass the time.
Yeah, but why are you here?
Oh, I'm here because I have nothing better to do. I'm just sort of chilling, looking at what you guys.
You still haven't told us why you're here.
What the fuck? Excuse me. Oh, sorry.
Well, I can tell you this: it's not because of money. I get paid less than $20,000.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Why would you say it's not because of money?
Well, because sometimes people claim that I'm a shill, that I'm earning money, and I'm saying it's.
Why hang a lantern on it? He doth protest too much, I believe. Why hang a lantern on it? It's not the truth.
It's debate people. I like poking.
No, you're a sophist. It's pure sophistry. It's a way to derail the conversation.
I'm answering the question. Somebody asked why.
No, you're not. You've never once answered an actual question.
I have a sub question on the answer.
He don't even understand why hang a lantern on it. He don't even understand.
Is the mic working? So no. I have a question about the question that was asked previously and Matthew's answer. So does being here, knowing that you're always right, does it help you improve your knowing that you're already right skill?
No, it helps me improve the way I explain things because I'm a teacher at heart, and so I'm thinking about how is it best to explain things to people who just do not want to listen, and trying to come up with good examples. This is like the hardest place to teach anything is in here.
Yeah.
Oh wow! So hold on. Let me get this straight.
Here in this Discord, this is.
Please let me ask this question. Please let. I can't wait to ask this question. Hey, Matthew.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's anything you can teach us?
Yes.
Oh God, that's so rich and compelling. Okay,
on
guys,
paper.
Go ahead.
He's going to teach us on paper.
Sure. Anything at all, Matthew. I doubt you could teach me. Does that make sense to you? And I'm stupid.
I didn't say you were stupid. That's why I think you can.
No. I know I'm stupid.
You guys totally missed it. You guys totally missed how psychotic what that was. He said he likes to be places where he knows he's right.
Yeah, I love it. We can clip that out too, by the way.
Wait, let's
hang on
a little bit.
Hang on, really quick.
What do you mean by that?
Hang on. I want to ask Matthew a genuine
That's why
question.
I asked what I asked, man. Did you guys miss that part?
Matthew, why was Socrates considered the most intelligent man in Greece?
Because he understood that he didn't know things. Like he was a philosopher, and he said the more that he knew, the more that he understood he didn't know. Stuff like that.
Did he have 5 different answers also?
He likes to be places where he knows he's right. Think about how psychotic that even sounds.
I know. That's why I asked what I asked, bro. Because look, I asked if it's improving his narcissistic.
Well, no, I have another. No, not about narcissism.
You guys missed it.
Does he believe?
No, that's not narcissism. That's somebody who's
hold on. I mean, there might be a narcissistic aspect to it, but hold on. Sorry. No. Faith. It is faith. This is what it is. What Matthew? Be totally for real with us. What is?
You can lay off the sauce, Lou.
Holy crap!
Go for it, Lou. It's okay. It's okay.
No,
Master at Arms. Master at Arms.
This is a good point. Look, it's still a good point. Matthew, what is your faith? Why does your faith tell you have to do this? Because this is true.
What do you mean? What's my faith?
You're part of a religious institution, like a university that has 100% like Christians. Like, what does your faith have to say about the earth?
Christianity specifically doesn't talk about those kinds of things usually. So my ideas about the shape of the earth would be separate from that.
That's not true, actually. There's references in the Bible to the shape of the earth.
Wait a minute. What about the first fucking chapter of the Bible?
Yeah, so the Bible doesn't talk about electricity and magnetism, so I don't think that...
No, we're talking about Earth itself.
Yeah, it talks about Earth.
Yeah. Genesis 1 says that God is the one who made it.
Electricity, what the fuck? No, Earth is what we're talking. Jesus.
It says Earth was made before any luminaries.
So in the story in the Bible, when Jesus is on the highest mountain on the earth and he's able to see all the nations of the earth, how is that possible on a globe Earth?
Okay, hold on. We're still on first chapter. Okay, that's up a little bit a little further out there. So we're talking about Earth created. Yeah, when was this? The sun was there in the fourth day.
Stop talking about that. It's nonsense and irrelevant. Thanks.
Actually,
wait a minute.
No. This is relevant because it's Matthew.
What's irrelevant?
Because here's the difference. Like, when it comes to atheists that come in here, you don't want to talk about this shit. You're an atheist. I get it.
That's okay. As long as what I'm saying is bases. Let me defend my fucking self, Lou. What the fuck, bro?
Matthew bases everything that he fucking says off on his religion.
Someone mute Lou. He's just being fucking.
Lou, just try for 2 or 3 less drinks next time, and just do that.
Are you trying to tell me I'm wrong right now?
Shut up.
No, you're just drunk, bro. Gee.
No, I know I'm drunk, but I'm also right.
Yeah, it sounds stupid though.
Hey, guys. Hey, everybody, stop chiming in when somebody else is making a point. Please shut the fuck up. And this whole religious talk, it's based on the argument that Matthew is making himself, so it makes sense. Please stop being a fucking Jenny.
I know. The only reason I brought it up is because it matches reality. If it matches reality,
Lou, you are right, but you are right, but you're also left at the same time. So
hey, guys,
I am left.
Okay, let's not all jump on each other. Shut up, Jemsy.
Let's all make a
Sonny. It is a fine point. Matthew hangs his hat on his spirituality.
Yeah,
it makes perfect sense to take the argument there where the person is.
That's right. That's
okay.
Why I brought it up.
Everybody stop chiming in when somebody else is talking. Go ahead.
And listen, can I just clarify my point? The reason I brought it up is because if it matches reality, it either does or it doesn't. For me, that's a yes or no. So if I see reality and I see something written about how something was created that can happen no other way and can end up in no other way than what we see here, then I have to go, that one kind of hits home. So that's what I do as a realist. Okay? I can leave the fucking ideology out of it completely and stick with empirical. Period. I didn't claim any acknowledgement of any kind of religion or religious thought, belief, theory, anything, did I? Not once. So don't put me in a category. take for what I say for what I say. So what I'm saying is the world we see and exist in and experience, if it matches what's written in some book, it matches reality empirically, then I'm on board. That's all I'm going to say. It's the end of my little rant.
Well, Matthew claims he's a Christian. I'm a Christian as well. And you would know that Christ answered pretty much all the questions. He never talked about space, and he never talked about a globe.
Okay, really quick, all Matthew's going to say is that that story is in parable, basically. Right, Matthew?
Yeah, basically I would say...
If you're a flat earther, you're using the Bible, you better use Job 38. If not, you're in trouble.
Guys, we're not talking about that. We're talking to Matthew about what he thinks. We're not sitting here fighting amongst ourselves about what the Bible says about flat earth. It really doesn't matter. We're talking to Matthew about where he stands. Okay, I don't care.
Okay, to summarize, in my view, the Bible is consistent with a globe earth or a flat earth view of the world. I think that the Bible does not take a strong position, and strong Christians, Jesus-loving, Holy Spirit-filled Christians can disagree about that.
Yeah.
Well, you can read Job 38.
Okay,
it doesn't matter. Like I said, people disagree.
It doesn't matter. He's not going to take the Bible as any evidence of anything because his worldview is not based on the spirituality.
When people disagree about what how to interpret and read the Bible, then you can look to other evidence.
Sure. And what's your evidence of a globe?
Well, that would be science and logic and reason. So,
what's your evidence of a globe? I didn't ask you anything about that.
I'm looking outside and I can't see the sun. It's nighttime here.
And is that possible on a flat Earth if the sun were closer? A local light? Smaller than what you're told?
If the sun is still above the horizon, I should be able to see it.
It's
Unless
not
it cannot overcome the darkness like a flashlight.
No. Matthew, again, is making the argument that you can see forever.
So that's right.
Where's the horizon, Matthew?
Is the sun higher elevation than me?
No. Where's the horizon, Matthew?
It's about 90 degrees from straight down, usually.
90 degrees?
Is that an actual place or is it an apparent place?
That's the direction to the apparent horizon, right?
No, the horizon is an apparent horizon, not a direction to an apparent horizon, because it's all around you.
You said where was it, and I was telling you where it was. It's 90 degrees from straight down.
So how would Matthew? How would that not work on a flat Earth? If the sun's far enough.
No, Matthew believes that you can see forever. He literally does. He thinks you can see forever. That's why you can see stars trillions and trillions of miles away.
Yeah, he
literally believes you can see forever.
He thinks perspective in the aperture of the eyeball is non-existent. That's what he thinks.
No, I think that the sun is so bright that you should be able to see it if it's only 25.
What's your evidence of that?
Simple common sense.
No, it's not simple common sense. You need evidence. There's no such thing as simple common sense when you make a definitive.
Wait, hold on, fellas. Can we let Matthew respond to that?
When you make a claim,
you just said hold on in the middle of the other guy's sentence, bro. Come on.
Yeah,
bro. Let's let Matthew respond to that, though.
Please.
No, let that other guy keep talking to him, please. Do
you think you can see forever?
Evidence.
Wow, it's a dream team with these guys, James and King D's.
What's your deal there, King D's? You've been interrupting fucking everyone. Gee whiz.
Okay.
There's two of them doing it nonstop.
Matthew.
Uh-huh.
What is your evidence of the brightness of the sun?
I can see it, and when it was setting over the ocean, I could see the whole thing, and then 10 minutes later, I couldn't see any of it, and I don't think it moved far away enough. It was about half a degree.
No, what size is it?
It appeared about half a degree apparent.
So it's half a degree. You think that a half a degree object is big enough to see forever?
No, but it's big enough to see 10 minutes later. It didn't move that far away.
What? What do you mean? How do you know how far it moved?
But he could see it at 238,000 miles.
At the very least, he just admitted it moved.
Matthew, okay, let's not get hung up. I'm not getting hung up on the sun moving. What I am getting hung up on are you making definitive statements on something you can't validate, such as the brightness, such as the size, such as the distance, such as the speed. These are things you cannot validate.
Right, so maybe I should stick to observation.
If you don't know the size and you don't know the distance, you can't calculate the speed, can you?
No, they can't.
Okay, so you're making definitive statements about things you can't possibly know without deferring to somebody who could be lying to you. If you don't have firsthand knowledge, how are you making definitive statements?
Yeah, positive. So here's my firsthand knowledge. My firsthand observations were that I went to the beach and I saw the sun about to set, and it was almost too bright to look at right before it set. And then 10 minutes later, I couldn't see a single bit of the sun.
So because of something subjective, you can't look at something because it's too bright for you. Means that what?
Means that I don't think that it just merely moved away a little bit.
It's totally subjective.
Yeah, it's based on.
I can look at the sun setting on the horizon. It does not hurt my eyes whatsoever. If it's too bright for you, don't fucking look. But that's subjective about its brightness. You don't know its brightness because you haven't calculated it.
Yeah,
because in order to calculate its brightness, Matthew, in order to calculate its brightness, you would first need to know both the size and distance. These are things you don't know, and you've already admitted that you don't know without firsthand knowledge. And now you're trying to attribute brightness yet again about things you don't know. You're making claims, positive claims, with no evidence and only circumstantial, at best, subjective to you. Saying, it's too bright for me to look at. Well, I can look at it.
Say circumstantial.
But that's how he knows, because he doesn't know.
Yeah, I'm reporting my observations, what I saw.
No, that's not an observation. An observation. Listen. An observation would have measurements, distances, whatever your assumptions were, and what those assumptions were. But you didn't make those. It's not an observation.
Okay.
You're telling me what you saw. You're telling me what you saw. You didn't make an observation. An observation is a critical thing in order to make a hypothesis or to draw conclusions for an experiment. You didn't make an observation, did you, Matthew?
I observed the sun to be about 0.5 degrees.
To be about? What the fuck are you talking about, Matthew?
I thought
you didn't make any measurements. You didn't make any measurements.
0.5 degrees.
No, he said about. It doesn't matter.
Well, how do you get a degree?
It doesn't matter. He's saying it doesn't matter. James, it doesn't matter. He's saying he made an observation and then saying about.
But he's admitting he got 0.5 degrees, and that requires a horizontal.
James, he didn't admit anything because he said about. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, James, it doesn't matter because he was asking for a measurement, and when I gave him
I got you. I'll stand down.
So now it doesn't matter.
He's not taking into account a lot of critical information, such as the angle that his line of sight is, that would change the amount of of what's above the surface, things in the atmo, rain, vapor, the water cycle, heat, conduction, convection, energy transference.
Yeah, he's saying he could see all the way through it if it was flat. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and so you're looking at a sharper angle closer to the horizon. You have a much greater amount of particulates at the surface level than you do if you're looking straight up. So none of that was taken into account, huh, Matthew?
Yeah, so 5 minutes before sunset, I could see the whole sun.
No.
5 minutes after, I
so
couldn't.
the answer was no. Thanks for the answer.
Stop.
Thanks for conceding to that.
Simple observation.
Matthew, it's not a simple observation.
It totally is.
You're telling me what you saw.
See it yourself.
No. I can see it myself. I can't observe it unless I take calculations. And in order to make those
You don't want to hear it.
Please shut up. You are making a semantical argument, confusing two terms intentionally because it's pure sophistry. That is what a sophist will do. They will continually vacillate between a colloquial understanding versus a standardized understanding or a jargon understanding. And they'll go between the two, whichever one suits their point best, because you're a sophist. And you're admitting now that you're a sophist because of these very specific seesawing between those two things. You need to stop, Matthew. It's disgusting.
So describing a sunset is sophistry?
No. But what you're doing right now, gaslighting, acting like what you're doing is not what you're doing. Acting like you're not saying, I made an observation, this was about the measurements, and then saying, no, well, I saw it, a colloquial understanding of observe. But you're saying you made a scientific observation as opposed to now we saw something and I'm just reporting what I saw. I saw the sunset. That's not an understanding of what you saw because you don't know what you saw. You can't determine whether it makes you want a ball or a flat earth because you think that this thing works one way. Obviously, you can't tell how bright the sun is because you don't know the size and you don't know the distance firsthand. So you can't make those calculations. But we're going to sit here and act like just what I saw, what I observed. That's what it is. Obviously, we're on a ball, even though it works on both things.
Yeah, I like this one. That's a great point. And I like this one really quick, Matthew. Does the sun move across the sky?
It appears to.
Okay, thanks.
Matthew, can you go ahead and confirm that what you do is pure sophistry? You will move between 2 points, making the same argument, but conflating between nomenclature and jargon and colloquial understandings of words intentionally.
I'm not trying to be a sophist. I see what you're saying, that maybe I'm saying things in kind of a way that sounds like that. And
No. You'll make a point. When called on it, you'll move the goalpost to, oh well, I'm just saying I saw something. You could go to the beach and say something, and then you'll move right back as soon as somebody else chimes in and be like, no, I observed this, and stick back to the thing that you were saying in the beginning. I've heard you do it tons of times.
So you're right. I didn't measure something with scientific instruments. I was estimating, and so maybe I should have
estimating what, Matthew? You're doing it again, by the way. You're being a sophist right now. You're estimating what?
The size of the apparent size of the sun.
The apparent size of the sun, which will tell you what?
It will tell you how many degrees it appears.
It will tell you how far you are from the sun if you know the size of the sun, the apparent size of the sun. It will tell you how far you are from the sun if you know the size. But because you don't know the size, the apparent size means nothing. It's completely subjective upon the viewer who knows nothing.
Yeah, it's subjective. You're right. I could put it in terms of percentage. Maybe that would be helpful.
Percentage of what? It doesn't matter. Helpful to whom?
Sure. 5 minutes before the sunset, I observed 100% of the solar disk, and then 5 minutes after the sunset, 10 minutes later, I could see 0% of it. Couldn't see any of it.
Okay, and what does that tell you?
That makes me question whether it was atmospheric, density, or the sun moving at a distance.
Okay,
it's hard
what's
to
the
imagine
size?
that it
What's the size of the sun?
I don't know the size. I mean, I was just reporting
what's its brightness?
I was saying I saw 100% of it, then it went to 0, and it's unlikely that change was due to it moving slightly farther.
Yeah, I think you're missing the point. Again, you're conflating a layman observation with a scientific observation. No, you're not trying to be super careful. You're trying to super carefully navigate the waters of pure sophistry. That's all you're doing. Telling me that you can see something totally and then not means nothing if you can't tell me the actual size, the actual brightness, and your actual distance.
Yeah. In that vein, is that correct, Matt?
Yeah,
it's not an agree or disagree. This is either yes or no. Is that correct, Matthew?
My observations only, yes.
No. Is what I just said correct?
Yes.
You have to know the size, you have to know the distance to know the brightness.
That's right, yes.
Okay. So anything you say past that point is purely layman's, I saw something.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. My layman's, I saw something.
Then it is meaningless and not germane to this conversation, is it?
I think layman's observations.
No. It's not a layman's observation. It's just you saw something. You didn't actually write anything down because, despite popular belief, an amateur can take very good observations. Just because he's not getting paid doesn't mean that he's not a good little scientist, right? An amateur can make very good observations. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you saying, well, I saw something. That seeing something means nothing if you can't validate what you saw with your actual observation. Do you understand?
Yeah,
I know you understand.
Yeah, so you want a picture?
No, I do have a question real quick in this vein, just quickly. And this one's low-hanging fruit for the audience. Matthew learns. Matthew himself. Hey, man. You've got to know the answer to this question, right? Because you know so much about the sun. Who took the direct measurement from the Earth to the sun and back again to determine that it is 93 million miles away? Who did that?
I don't know where that calculation comes from, but it's based on the assumption that the Earth is orbiting the sun and the assumption that gravity exists and all of these other things. And putting all that together, they came up with some supposed orbit, an elliptical orbit with an average distance. I don't know.
Matthew, I really appreciate that. I could not have said it better myself. Thank you.
Hi.
Calculations based on assumptions are just elaborate assumptions. Thanks.
Hey, Devil Eyes. She's been trying to say hi. Go ahead.
Hi, Matthew.
What's good?
I was just listening to your conversation. Sorry.
Well, jump in. Tell what.
No. Let me ask Devil Eyes. Did you understand what I was saying to Matthew here about actually making an observation and just telling me what you saw?
I think there's a difference between the two. Making an observation and saying what you saw. What do you mean?
One is taking all the measurements of all possible variables in that situation in which you observe a phenomena, right? And the other one is just being like, yeah, I just saw Sally down at the Dairy Queen, and she was totally kissing on this guy, right? It's two totally different things. You're just telling me what you saw.
Yes,
and really, you really can't tell anything by it. It could be a lie.
Yeah. You sounded upset earlier.
Well, I get upset when I get lied to.
Oh, someone.
I told you that's his happy voice.
That is my happy voice.
Gaslighting.
Oh, I'm not trying to gaslight you. I'm sorry.
No, not you. This guy Matthew, who
Can I give an analogy of what you was trying to tell him?
Sure.
So, you guys might know me, especially after I say this. If you're standing at one end of the basketball court, you're standing underneath the hoop, you can see all the lines that are painted on the basketball court, right? Hold on, let me finish.
You're roboting.
You can see all the lines that are painted on the basketball court, but if you put your eyes to the ground, of the court at one end, you will not see all the lines painted on the court. My point is, Globers will tell you that because you can no longer see the lines, they went over a curve, therefore the basketball court is curved. So my point is, it's all perspective.
Wait, James, is this basketball? James? Let me ask you a question.
The aperture of the eyeball is based off the angle of sight.
But the thing with Matthew,
hang on, everybody. I need to ask a clarifying question to James. James, is this basketball court inside or outside?
It could be either.
No, it can't. Because one actually does have, James, one actually does have a bit of a curve to it in order to shed water. The other one is perfectly level.
Well, even the basketball court that's outside is level to the eyeball.
No, not when you get down to the very ground level.
But they use the eyeball to measure the curve. That's my point.
No, James, what I'm telling you is a basketball court outside is engineered not to be level. It's engineered to actually shed water off of it.
To shed water off. All right.
Yes.
So, okay, so you get my point. It's inside then, damn it.
Thank you.
Either way, you get my point. Once you put your eye down to the court, you can't see all the lines that's painted on it, and it's not because the court is curved. It's because of the perspective and the angle of sight. The aperture of your eyeball has been reduced because of the angle of your sight.
Okay,
it's not.
Yeah.
So this is going back to his point.
I don't understand
that he can't measure the brightness.
It does.
Nor the nor the size of the sun.
Yeah,
okay,
we're not playing absolutely.
Someone's trying to say something.
Yeah, let's let Devil Eyes speak. She's new, and so we should let her get some words in.
Shut up, Matthew. You fucking simp, white knight bitch.
If somebody else had said that, would you have said the same thing?
Yeah. Shut up, Matthew. Anyways,
sorry.
The whole point.
What? Why? Because your super chat fucking girl fucking is here to speak? Is that what it is? Like,
no. Typically, when new people come, we try to give them a chance. But Helio's not here, so
no. Oh, you're in the administrative fucking.
Guys. Hello, the new person.
Yeah.
Look at what you've done, Devil Eyes.
Sorry.
I accept your apology.
I ain't gonna lie, Matthew is kind of simping a little bit.
So Matthew gave evidence earlier that we're living on a bulb because it's nighttime for him and he doesn't see the sun.
No. Let's talk to the new girl.
I
agree.
Know Matthew.
If she's curious, that's.
Helio, shut up. Devil Eyes, please talk. Please speak, Devil Eyes, over anybody else. Nobody else talk, please. Thank you.
That's what I was saying. Let Devil Eyes.
You were saying it over her. Like, ready? Everybody shut up. Ready, go.
Okay,
You're doing the same thing, Glad.
I don't know I don't know Matthew, so I don't think he's simping for me. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
No, that's fine. He's just trying to get the heat off of him because people keep on coming at him over the same thing that's already.
No, well, it's also because she praised him like a moment ago. If you guys want to go back, she praised him. That's amazing.
But at the same time, she can speak for herself.
It's already dead and
I
gone.
can speak for myself.
Been addressed anyway.
I don't think I praised him.
No.
I don't think you did either. So
you did. No. You praised him. We're gonna go back.
Doesn't matter. I'd rather hear her point of view.
Mr. Moderator.
All you guys, shut the fuck up and let the lady speak. Hold on. All you guys, shut up. You sound like a bunch of bozos. Okay, man.
Yeah, I don't look. It's not a big deal.
Lou, you're one of the fucking ones. Shut up, Lou.
Oh, you shut up.
Okay, I'm about to just start mute.
Okay, miss, we want to hear from you. Thanks.
Okay, I don't understand how I praised him, and I would just like to know, Lou, your perspective on that.
Like I said, I'd like to go back and hear the tapes. You stood out from the crowd. The first thing you said was praising him in a way. I forget exactly what it was you said, but you liked his perspective.
She didn't say that. She didn't say that.
Yeah,
I don't think she did either.
Matthew.
Maybe she just failed to call me an idiot, and so that is seen as praise in this channel.
Hey, we think you're an idiot too. So, but I really want to hear her perspective. From her personal point of view. She doesn't know you. She's very, very.
Wow, I'm glad you guys want to hear me so much. I didn't.
Yeah, I do. I actually do because
thanks.
we hear Matthew all the time, and he's kind of a shithead.
Aw.
Oh
no, he's not. He's not that much of a shithead. He's just a soft.
Yeah, I mean, he's a nice guy, but that's why he's a shithead. He's good at being a shithead. But I really want to hear what her.
Okay, let the lady speak then.
Oh my God, Sonny! Stop mimicking. It makes you look childish.
It's okay.
Hey, we like to have fun, but we we really want to hear your point of view.
Sonny asked for me to speak, and now he's upset that I'm speaking. I don't know.
What? No. Would you please speak for us, Double Eyes? Thank you.
I was,
Everybody
and then you just mocked me.
No, I wasn't mocking you. I was just doing a silly voice. I do it. It's not. No, it's not. It's never personal. It's all about.
My name is Sonny.
It's all about.
Pull your panties out of your crack, Sonny.
Now go ahead, Miss Double Eyes. Shut the fuck up, all you guys. Miss Double Eyes, please. Can we please hear from you?
What do you want to hear? I don't know. I was just.
Let me. Hang on. Okay, everybody, please. Do you remember what we were talking about last night?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay, and do you remember the eclipses? I want to go over the eclipses one more time because I think they weren't elucidated enough. I don't think we shed enough light on them.
What?
Shed enough
My
light,
bad.
as in literally, or
I thought I turned my video off.
The only way this can work
Like,
is
did you
if
get
one
my
person
joke?
talks to her. Please
you
let
get
Deuce
my
do this,
joke?
please, everybody.
Now, do you remember what I talked about?
Joke?
No, I didn't.
Aw,
I actually did, but it was not.
it was
that
not good. It was just not good.
No,
Okay.
no.
I'll try. I'll do better.
good. Okay. Now, do you remember what we talked about with the moon shadow on the Earth?
I don't remember that conversation. Not really.
Okay, perfect. Remember how I said the moon shadow is too small?
The moon shadow.
The moon shadow on the Earth is only like 70 miles wide in diameter.
Is that right?
Yeah.
How do we experience darkness on half? Oh yes, you're right.
Okay. So the moon shadow would have to be bigger than the object of which is occluding the light, not smaller, right?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry, one sec. I'm getting a call here. Can you hear the call? Like here. Do you hear this? I'm getting a phone call. I'll be 1 second.
Go ahead. Holy shit, you guys are a shit show sometimes.
Hello.
If the shadow's 70 miles, so is the object.
Well, no, the object would actually have to be smaller than 70 miles.
No shadow is smaller.
No, the object would have to be smaller than 70 miles. It couldn't be the same size at 240,000 miles away.
No, you can't get a shadow that's smaller than the object.
That's
Go ahead and
exactly what I'm
experiment.
saying. Thank you, James.
That's the point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you might want to listen a little harder. Just a
No,
little
I just
harder.
know I just know where you're going because we've been here thousands of times.
Okay.
I mean, it's one thing for flat earthers to argue about shadow of the moon and eclipses and stuff.
The same thing over and over. You guys know it.
But it's one thing. It's another thing to have someone that's very curious about the topic that's not familiar with the arguments.
I stand corrected there. I stand corrected.
Yeah.
Good words. My bad.
Yeah. So if
I
they were
stand
talking
corrected.
about the eclipses, yeah, sure. I mean, it's yeah. Let's go say, man, we've talked about eclipses ad nauseum for for years now. So
really quick, hang on, guys. Matthew has brought up a good point about what the current accepted understanding is. Now, Matthew, what direction are the lines of light coming in from the sun under the accepted narrative?
Yeah, so obviously that image is way exaggerated. So we can. I
understand that. What direction are the lines? Answer my question, please. Stop leading the fucking witness and answer my question. I'm the prosecutor. You're the defense. Answer my question. What direction are the lines coming in from the sun?
From left to right in the image.
No, not in the image. From the sun to the earth, are they coming in at an angle? Are they coming in perpendicularly?
Parallel?
And
the line straight. What do you mean?
Yeah, straight. Okay, so what the fuck is up with your image?
The sun is not a point source.
Well, do the lines of light from the sun come in at an angle or parallel, Matthew?
They come in. It's a slight angle.
No,
You could say
Matthew,
that
is
with
not.
insight.
Matthew, the accepted answer here is that the sun is at an infinite distance as far as light is concerned, and the only light that makes it here is light that is coming in parallel. That's the actual answer. And the fact that you don't know that is both sad and telling of your description of the eclipse, which makes you look not so smart.
You're talking about light from the star.
This is the most ridiculous thing. The image he posted in the article.
Matthew.
Let him keep going. Hold on. Let this guy keep going, please.
Go ahead.
Matthew, they consider the sun to be at an infinite optical distance, and therefore all light that comes from that source is coming in parallel to the earth. Every single ray. With what you would consider a ray, but it's not actually a ray because it's all one thing, right?
I don't know anybody who says that.
Well, because you don't know anybody. Matthew,
that was claimed in the Eratosthenes experiment.
Oh, his point is that you don't know. That's his whole point. Is that you don't know.
He's being very obscure.
Matthew, you do know plenty of people who understand that because you are only ever here. So you know all of us, and we all understand that that is what they say. So all of us believe that's what they believe. We don't believe it's true because we can simply look out and see a corpuscular ray. But that's what you're supposed to believe. And you're not holding up your end of the bargain. Now, all of a sudden, I don't know anybody who believes that. But as soon as that argument becomes convenient is as soon as you'll adopt that position. The fact is that as far as the eclipse is concerned, it is the only time that light is not coming in from the sun at an infinite optical distance, and all of those beams or rays or whatever are coming in at parallel.
Well, see, let me go by what he posted there. With the light coming from the sun and forming a cone, and then we receive it. I guess you could create parallel.
No, it's not even that.
Like
It's
corpuscular
actually
rays from Earth if you observed it that way, but that's not. I mean,
It's
do you
worse
have any
than that,
evidence?
guys.
I know it's even worse than that. I mean, it's just like Matthew, man. Why the
Earth is
why would
actually
you post
sitting
an
in the
image
light
like
and
that?
it turns to get darkness.
Nobody experiences Earth like that.
Like,
Go ahead.
according to them, that the Earth is actually sitting in the light, constant light at it, and it turns for the darkness. So it's worse than it's so bad. It's so bad.
Okay, so
It's worse than
I'm back.
it's worse than what you're even trying to tell him, but he can't comprehend even what you're trying
No,
to tell
I
him.
think he comprehends it. He's just making excuses because he already knows what's going on.
Constantly sitting in light.
Anyway,
Big old light.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Devil Eyes is back.
Devil Eyes is back. Let her talk, please, guys.
Oh my God. Ladies,
Yes. Wait, what?
No, I was talking about the actual ladies in chat who are like, "Oh, Devil Eyes is back."
Oh.
The only reason I was bringing that up because Matthew has wasted his. I don't know if he's wasted any time, but maybe he's actually done his job to solidify a lot of things that we talk about. So I don't know.
For sure. Realize I wasn't making fun of you being here. I was making fun.
He was making fun of all of us
who were like, "Oh my god, a girl on the internet."
Well, it's because we're just done talking about Matthew.
So we've talked about this before. There are no girls on the internet.
So when a girl comes in, we want to hear what they have to say.
This is Crypto. This is me holding my tongue and not saying, "What about your ma?"
Crypto.
No, she still hasn't got on the internet, unfortunately.
Because you won't let her out of the basement. You're like, I'm going to flip the script on this one. You made her grow the beard.
You'll never see a shadow smaller than the object.
See, watch my video from 5 years ago on my
sure about that, homie?
channel, Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness. Why does everybody interrupt me? You think I'm a child or something?
Yeah.
The only way you could get something to have a smaller shadow than the object is if you had multiple light sources around the object, making it appear like one would dissipate this area, one would dissipate that area.
Okay, so you defeated your own claim.
Then you could reduce the size of a shadow.
Okay, so you just made an exclusive definitive claim, then proceeded to debunk
But they
yourself.
claim
Well
it's
done.
one object. They claim it's one object making the light. Just one, not multiple.
Anyway, Sonny was going to say something. What's up, Sonny?
Sonny, you were going to tell us about your other channel that isn't UAP. Go ahead.
I'm not. Anyway, my Flat Earth channel I've had for 5 years. It's amazing that it's still there. But anyway, there's my channel. There's my channel and the live stream voice text. I have a whole bunch of great content on there. Go look at it.
Oh, lovely.
Sonny, it'd be easier just to pay for advertising, right?
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. I don't even care. I don't really care anymore. I forgot I even had a channel for a couple of years. No, I'm like kidding. But really, I did. No. Yeah, so the shadow, that's one of the first things, because that was right in 2017 when the July eclipse was happening, and people were noting it and taking video of it. And they were saying that shadow is only 70 miles wide. I was like, holy shit, I'm going to go out and test this for myself. Well, I did it inside, actually, with my lamp. The desk lamp.
It don't matter the distance of the light source or not. The
only purpose
shadow
of it is
will
just
always
to
be equivalent to the
just
object.
to prove its only purpose is to just prove that you can't make a shadow from an object. Any kind of object that can make a shadow, the shadow cannot be smaller than the object. It doesn't matter how close you get.
It doesn't.
That's right, for point sources.
But that's for dealing with one light source.
Okay, well, I've been seeing someone showing me something different with any kind of light source.
I just try to help flat earthers. Flat earthers with that because I'm a pool player, and I know when you have multiple light sources on the pool table, you get reduced shadow effect.
Yeah, but you still don't have.
But if you have one light, if it's just one light source like the Earth is claimed to be, sun,
you still don't
then
have
you only have one shadow. That's all there is.
You don't
to
have
it.
a shadow smaller ever than the object that's creating the shadow.
Or could you be on one side of the sun and then on the opposite side of the sun as the Earth and see the same stars? Because even they'll say like, well, they're traveling with the Earth. Well, even if they are, they're on a further orbit. So the Earth would go around the sun quicker than the stars because they're further away. So it's it's total. Everything they say about their model is, dare I say it? Well, it's a lie, but.
How about this one? Cockamamie?
Oh, that's. I was going to say hypocritical, but that would probably be better, because hypocritical today, people don't even know what that means.
How about this? That shit's straight whack.
Straight whack.
Yeah, a lot of people don't even know what a hypocrite is today.
Facts.
I mean, we're all hypocrites. Yeah.
What's Pareidolia?
But at the level of everything you say, nah, hell no.
I feel like you're really talking a lot. No offense, though.
Yeah, James, she's really just trying to say she'd rather be the one talking.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I just feel like James is talking only and no one else. Like, Crypto was talking earlier, and Helio was talking, and Sunny was talking, and Will was talking, and Loveless was messaging in the chat. Like, everyone has voices, you know?
Well, he's one of those guys who likes to hear himself.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's fair. I'm not even saying be quiet. That's not what I'm saying. I feel bad. I was just trying to get the point across that he was
balls of steel until the point comes out.
Yeah.
They're definitely
do you want to actually say something? Have you got a point to make?
I was wondering what pareidolia is.
Pareidolia? It's where you see something, or your mind makes up an object that there might not be, like you see a face in a bush or a bunny in the clouds. Pareidolia, that's what it's called.
Like you see dinosaurs in the continents.
Yeah.
So what's the Loveless picture of the clouds? What is that?
That is, let me look.
It's where I think I saw some faces.
Cloud pareidolia.
Yeah. It's called pareidolia.
Where are the faces?
You have to squint a little bit.
I'm squinting.
Squint a little more.
Keep trying.
I'm squinting very much.
Keep trying, and you can make the images change to different ones.
If you ever seen wall texture, you can find faces in it if you look. But that's just you looking.
You could even see balls in space with Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck riding in some little fake airplane toy. Just like NASA.
Hey, Devil Eyes, we had a very good conversation last night about Flat Earth. What about our conversation actually stuck? What made you think throughout the day?
Oh, well, I was thinking about the air vacuum theory that you were mentioning.
Which was?
Pressure, topic, and yeah.
You knew there was going to be a quiz today if you came.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Well, doesn't gravity cause gas pressure?
No, how could gravity cause gas pressure? We talked about this, and you agreed that the gravity would be greater at the point source, which would be the closest would be the ground, right? At the ground level, than at the edge of the atmosphere. But the gas already left the point source surface, right? So
that's what I was trying to That's what I was trying to get across. I apologize.
That's okay.
Now, just remember what he said, though.
I'll work on it. I'll take notes next time.
You were told after you brought it up by somebody that gravity causes gas pressure.
Wait, can you repeat it? What we discussed, dude?
Okay. So at the surface, because of laws of physics we know, such as, the inverse square law.
Thermodynamics.
No. The inverse square law specifically, that the source of energy is going to be a greater concentration than further away, right? So the point source, the closest to point source would be the surface of the Earth for gravity, if that were a thing. And so the gas escaping the actual surface of the Earth shows that gravity can't be holding it back. If it gets all the way to the edge of the atmosphere, there's no way that gravity is going to be strong enough at the edge of the atmosphere where it wasn't strong enough at the surface. That doesn't make any sense.
What's at the edge of the atmosphere?
The top of the thermosphere, which is like 25 torr. It's right where the exosphere is, and I'm using my finger quotes because that's kind of a new invention.
It would take your breath away.
It's right at the Kármán line, which is 10 to the negative 6 torr.
Okay, so that was, yeah. And something else I was like wondering about, is Earth a disk then? Like, I see some diagrams of Earth as a disk, but I just wasn't
Right.
sure.
Well, nobody has been outside of the system to look back at the system to tell us what it looks like, right? So we don't know. That's all just a possibility. Nobody really knows.
So it's just like
because
for
if you,
representation. It's a diagram. Like
yeah,
a diagram.
It's what might be possible, but unless you're outside of a system, you can't really describe the system. It's like the blind man trying to describe the elephant. You can find little pieces of it, but unless you see the entire thing, you can't really say what it is.
You can feel the elephant.
Yeah. But I mean, if you're Honest Johnson, you don't know it's an elephant.
True. And then the last thing I was thinking about today, like, why does the Earth look a little round in airplanes, like when you're up there, or like a helicopter, or like, yeah.
What do you mean? It looks round, or it looks like it's around you?
Like round.
Right. And this is something we discussed.
The glass, yeah.
Right.
Well, I think what she's trying to say is possibly like curved, not fully round.
Right.
Does it look like a bowling ball?
We discussed this last night, where most glass on the outside of aircraft is curved, mostly for aerodynamics and somewhat for holding up against the pressures of going at that speed. And if you curve a glass, it turns into an optic, and that curvature at the optic is going to be seen mostly at the edges, but it will be seen throughout. So you're going to see a bit of curvature. Even on the ground, if you look, you'll actually see that the ground is curved when you're taxiing on the runway. And if the ground is curved that much, you're not on a very big ball.
Yeah, it's like a pair of glasses. They curve the glasses to fit your eye.
Yeah, that's what I actually mentioned the example of goggles when you're swimming, because those are very curved. Like, I've swam before, and just the goggles are curved so that.
Right. Now, if you get good swimming goggles, you'll get goggles that have a circular disc in the center that is flat, and that's just for depth perception, so you can see exactly where the wall is when you need to make your turn, so you don't hit your head. For that specific reason, if you get good goggles, they'll have a little center circular piece that has a flat piece of glass, so that you can actually have depth perception. Because if you have a curved glass in front of you, your depth perception is going to be off.
Juice, can I ask you something?
Yep.
So yesterday we were talking about the Earth and the gas pressure and whatnot in the stratosphere and atmosphere and thermosphere or whatever you mentioned. I don't really know my I don't know what science that would be, but I don't know what that sphere science. Okay, anyways, the crust of the Earth, like, what do you think about that in like the inner depths of like the mantle and whatnot? Like, how does that factor into it?
Okay, so the furthest down we've ever gone is about 7 to 8 miles into the crust.
12.5.
I'm sorry?
Russia.
James?
Huh?
Yeah, it's about 7 or 8 miles. It's not 12 and a half. That's 12 and a half kilometers, maybe. Anyways, the furthest down we've gone is about 7 to 8 miles into the crust. We don't actually know what's down there. Everything you see about magma and this layer of the earth and the, center core, that's all just a story. They can't possibly know what's down there because they've never been there.
So do you think like how typically sciences and like teachers educate young children and students and pupils on the shape of the earth and such as the inner core and the outer core and I forget what, but I took this a while ago. But what do you think why are they doing that? Like,
because it holds up. Well, I don't think the teachers are lying. They're just telling you what they've been told, right?
yeah.
They've accepted it without critical thought and without checking the veracity. And they expect you to do the same because they're your teachers, they're your elders. You're supposed to respect what they tell you, and of course they know better than you. So you are going to listen to them. They've done the same thing. I don't think they're necessarily lying to you, although they could be intentionally. But I don't think most of them are. I think they're just trying to impart the knowledge they've been imparted. But nonetheless, it's just a fancy story that nobody can really prove. And the only thing we know of magma is that it comes out of volcanoes. But we don't really know what those are. We just know that they come out of the ground.
Are you kind of asking, like, why would they lie to us?
Yeah, well, no, I'm not asking like about lying because, like Doof said, I have to agree that like lying is a harsh word when they don't exactly know the truth or like what our perspective is. So I think that's a little rude to call them liars, King Deegs.
Right.
They just believe the narrative the same way you do. It's the same thing.
Right.
Well, I mean, there's lies coming from somewhere, though.
Hang on, King D's. And we talked about this last night. The most important questions you can ask are, why are you here? Who are you? And where are you? But if we're going to decide that we've been lied to, we first have to accept that there's been a lie. So we can't attribute motive to anybody before we actually decide that a crime has been portrayed on us or been done to us.
Oh, also, I'd just like to mention, this is my only account. I don't have another account.
The lady doth protest much.
Huh?
Just joking.
Well, Lou's calling me out for sounding a lot like another person. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but I feel like it implies I have an alt or something.
Yeah, but Lou is drunk. So Lou is drunk. So asking for his critical input, I don't think is worthwhile.
Yeah, Louis, he's under the influence, so he's being influenced right now. So don't mind him.
Oh, okay.
He's under the affluence of alcohol.
He had way too many tequilas and margaritas. So don't worry about it.
Can we hear him speak?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
No, she wants to hear him speak. Lady gets what she wants.
No, I don't want
to hear
him speak.
Go ahead, Lou.
No.
Lou, you're on.
Yeah. All right. No, what I'm saying is, look, and I don't care if this is the case, but what I'm saying is, you sound like somebody that we talked to maybe a year or two ago.
She is.
But not. Maybe you change your name. I don't know.
Lou, this is her only account. This is her. This is exactly who we. Hey, hang on a second, Devil Eyes.
Sorry.
Let me speak for you.
Well, no, let me speak. You unmuted me so I could speak, dude.
No, but I'm trying to answer your question succinctly. I've already surmised that I've spoken with her before. You were here when I spoke with her before, and you are.
Yeah, I was here as well. I remember her and the same names,
Yeah.
so it's not a big deal.
Nothing
No,
has changed.
I'm not. No, you guys are assuming I'm about to call her out for being a fake. I'm not saying that.
No, nobody was assuming that. I was just clarifying that you are correct.
Okay.
She's actually an actual person speaking on the mic, so no, there's nobody's saying she's fake. Nobody's.
Yeah, well, because of what I typed, she thought I was calling her out again, and that's not what I was doing.
I was confused because you said I sounded like another person.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Is like a lot of people really do sound alike, and often people are like, "You sound just like this person," and whatever else.
Yeah.
And
yes. Lunatic and Helio are not the same person.
Lunatic. I don't have another account. There's no other person that was.
Nobody's saying that, Devil Eyes.
We're gonna put this to rest. Lunatic says that before to other people. So, all right, can we move on?
No.
Yep.
Until Deuce says we can move on.
Sonny, I'm going to reiterate what I said to many people in text, but to you,
okay,
fuck off, dude. Don't try to fuck in.
That's what I like to hear, man. Shit.
All right.
Okay. Now we got that.
Right. Yeah, Devil Eyes, we're perfectly fine. Continue on with your questioning.
Excuse me.
So the shape of the Earth, it's not known, but is it like a plane, a floating plane? Like, is it above something? Like, what's below?
Right. We've already actually talked about this when I said in order to see a system, you have to look at the system in its entirety. You have to have a holistic view of it. If you can't see the whole thing, you can't really describe it other than the parts, its constituent parts, and you're not going to really be able to put it together. So whether it's a disc or even a globe with a flat part cut off or an infinite plane, there are a million machinations of what it could be, but we don't really know. We don't know what's on the other side of it. Like I said, we've only gone 7 to 8 miles down. So there's no really way to...
Fat Slim.
What's that?
Who's Andy Flat Slim?
I don't know. Why?
Oh, I was just wondering.
Did he DM you?
He added me, but I didn't know if I should add him or not.
He just likes the way your voice sounds, I guess.
Oh, okay. Do you?
No, you sound great.
Lol. You don't sound Mexican, so I don't like it.
You're not even Mexican, Gemsy.
That's racist.
Gemsy's not Mexican, so I don't know why he cares if you're Mexican.
I didn't say I was.
Right. Why do you care if somebody's Mexican if you're not Mexican?
Honestly, I think that was a little racist.
Yes, I am.
Oh. That's not a very holistic perspective of you.
More like basedist.
Jamesy isn't woke.
Was that funny, Juice? Was that funny?
No, I was laughing at Kryptonite, yeah.
Aw.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Crypto gets my goat every time.
Yeah, Crypto, he's white from England, so he's allowed to say whatever he wants.
I'm racist for base. I'm racist for bases. Those base. I really dig those bases. Those base sounds.
That ain't funny. Can't tell him he has white privilege if he's not allowed to use it.
Hey, G-Force, you getting mad because he's calling you out because you got a bassy voice?
Unless you got the bass.
I'm just saying racism ain't funny.
What the hell?
Racism. Okay, hang on a second. Shut up, Sonny. For like 10 years of my life, through the 90s, every single comedian was doing racist jokes, even when it was about their own race, and every single one of them was hilarious.
Oh,
so I beg to differ. I beg to differ that racism isn't funny.
That's GE Force again. Hey man. Hey GE Force. Hey, long time, man. Can you do us a little quick 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Can you just?
Nah, I'm not your monkey, nigga.
Okay, well,
Jeffrey Peterson will tell you there is no racism. He's uniting the races with truth instead of separating them with hate.
Thanks
Can I
for
ask for a friend? I'm asking for a friend.
Thanks for setting me straight.
Yeah, G-Force. I'm just asking for a friend. Was that an A or was that a hard R?
Y'all niggas need to, man.
So anyway, should we get back to the Earth?
Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, let's move on, man.
Can
How
I?
can you be back to a place that you never left?
Can I ask for a roll or like some rolls? I only have.
Sure, I'll give you a roll.
I got Mexican tortilla rolls. You like that?
I got regular size papers and king size papers.
That's sexist. Can't believe you did buy queen size.
Frozen dinner roll.
I got egg rolls.
Sushi roll.
Can rickroll you.
Oh dang.
Rolls.
Oh shit. We don't talk about rolls here. It's like Fight Club.
Yeah, you get the rolls without asking for the rolls. But I'll give you rolls.
I just did so.
Just because you asked.
Why did I get that roll?
Because you asked for a roll.
I got it from the item shop.
I feel like that's a little rude, honestly, Herotic.
Say, okay, lady, you can get a roll. Say it.
Wait a minute. It's pink though.
Herotic, I think that's a little rude for you to give me that roll, and I honestly feel very offended.
Hey, don't worry, I have that roll.
I gave it to you because I. Hang on a second. I gave it to you because I thought that you needed a role, and we don't have anywhere to put you yet because we haven't established exactly what kind of an earther you are.
Yeah, but I established earlier that I'm a sponge and I'm here to learn. So calling me a
Oh, but we don't have a sponge roll. I've been looking.
For instances like these, we should have a role that is called the role you asked for role. Right? No.
You like the value one?
I like Platter's suggestion of just having a roll called sausage roll.
Honestly, like you don't need to call me a troll just because I wanted a roll. Never
Hey,
mind.
calm down. I was just trying to give you a role.
I like singing. It's not personal.
It's
Really,
not personal. Why doesn't anyone else have a troll roll? I just looked through.
I have it. Check Dempsey. Just check Dempsey.
You have
Get that roll too.
That's unfair. I feel upset by that. Everyone else has real roles, and I'm the only one that thinks it's not funny.
Don't get mad.
Hey, I also have weaponized autism.
Yeah. And I've got complicated rock.
I can explain something. Like you don't come in here and just ask for roles and get the roles that you want. Like we have to judge you, unfortunately. Like we have to make sure that you're sincere. We have to make sure that you are what you claim to be.
I don't need a role. Never mind. Sorry, I didn't know.
Need to be walked through the 3 points even.
It gets more fun. Actually, as time goes on, it'll get more fun. Just hang in there. It'll be all right.
Any objections if I unmute James Richard? I don't know why he was muted.
Yeah, he was muted because his mic kept open. He was open mic, and every time, like the parts of the chat would jump through my speakers and go. They would bark at me like, ruff, ruff, like it's repeating back the live stream or something because he had an open mic.
Oh yeah. So James, you might want to put some headphones on. But yeah, I'm gonna unmute you anyway. Cool.
Yeah, I let him know in live stream in the voice text, but it looks like he wasn't paying attention. Tried to give him a...
No, he just muted himself, so he must be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I muted myself. Thank you for unmuting me. That's awesome.
That's all right.
I don't know why
devil eyes.
crypto is so fair. It's kind of annoying.
So I can mute you as a balance if you want.
Dude, I've been saying this all night. Fuck crypto, dude. Like, fuck him.
It's mod abuse. It's mod abuse.
I'd be careful.
I'm gonna mute all of you.
He knows you don't mean it. That's why.
I didn't even mute Lou the first time. Des fucking lied to him.
Yeah, I did lie to you, Lou.
Now I don't trust any of y'all. Y'all against me. Like, seriously.
No, I'm against crypto because I rarely see him, and I got to give him shit whenever I can. And if I've got to use you for it, that's what I'm going to do.
What? Now you don't trust your blues playing buddy from the West Coast? What the fuck? I'm heartbroken.
You guys want to hear something crazy?
No.
Earth is a globe?
July 15th, I got hit by a car going 60 miles an hour while I was standing on my feet.
What?
Is the car okay? Is the car okay?
Yeah. Here's where you won't believe me. I only suffered a broken fibula.
That's it?
Wow.
That's it.
Did your
You're so lucky. I have 14 pins and 2 plates from a skiing accident.
Yeah, I had bruises.
Jump in the air?
I jumped in the air, but I had bruises. Like my left leg was twice the size of my right leg, and I had bruises all over my back where I hit the front windshield. And I landed on the back wind. I woke up in the middle of the air and watched myself land on the back window.
Hey, really quick, James. Really quick, because you didn't say in which direction it was twice the size. I'm now thinking that you have one leg really long.
Right. That's awesome. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. Be specific. I haven't heard that one yet. I haven't heard that one. That's
I think I'm gonna head out, but it was nice talking to you guys. Maybe
All right, was.
Hey, check your rolls now. Check your rolls.
Gator.
I got lifted with Flight for Life, guys. I'm not even kidding. Like it
Do
was
you have
a
video
surreal
footage to
thing,
confirm this story?
Oh yeah. I got
You have video footage?
Not video, but photos.
Guys, does anyone know why Heretics are muted as well?
Yeah,
I just went ahead and put myself on mute. It's all good. No worries.
Pictures. Yeah.
I think it's fun to use the server mute.
Yeah.
No, it was like I can understand how I wasn't a I wasn't a big believer in like traumatic effects, dramatization, whatever. But they scared me more than that I had to be scared because I could feel blood coming down my neck. I didn't want to ask anybody because I figured they'd be like, well, we're not going to tell you because we'll scare you. But as soon as I heard him say, the paramedics said, take your trucks and close down both interstates and we're going to land a helicopter here. I just instantly got scared. And all I had, I'm not even kidding, guys, all I wound up with was a broken fibula.
Not the bone in your foot, right?
Yeah, but they was worried I had like internal bleeding. There was good bleeding from my head, just not, like I thought it was.
Not the bad bleeding, not just the good bleeding.
Yeah, but I could see how
was it a motherfucking drunk driver?
I couldn't look out the window of the helicopter, guys. My neck was secured. I couldn't fucking move. It pissed me off.
That's outrageous.
Like I'm flying in a helicopter and I can't look out and see how flat it is. This is some bullshit. I'm not even kidding, man. That was one of my thoughts. Like,
what were you thinking? God? Were you thinking God the whole way?
What's that? Yeah, I thought I was fucked up. Because why would they call for both lanes, east and west of the I-70, Interstate 70, to be closed off so they can land a helicopter?
Well,
I just thought I was bad and they didn't want to tell me, so they didn't scare me.
No, James, you can't land a helicopter on the highway if with oncoming traffic. They consider it unsafe.
Yeah, they had to close both lanes, man. And they used our work trucks to do it. Said take your work trucks and close both lanes.
Was it a fucking drunk driver, or like was it a epileptic
Yes,
seizure?
he was. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. 11:30 a.m.
Fuck.
All right, the important question is, how much are you getting?
He was taken into custody. All my lawyers are saying is, I told them my main concern was, am I going to pay you more than I'm going to benefit? And they said absolutely not. So that's all I got right now.
Bro, they're gonna sit you on a table and they're gonna say, "Hey, the insurance company is offering this much," and they're gonna hassle you for the amount that you're gonna get. Or in reality, they're getting double that. They're getting double that, whatever they're offering you.
Yeah, they're telling me it's better than a district attorney. They'll get me far more money.
Well, stay blessed. I'm glad you're still here with us.
I was about to say congratulations on your big win, bud.
No, I jumped, man. That's what they're saying. I'm not trying to be like egotistical, but because I jumped, they're saying I didn't get like the lower half of my body under the car and the upper half over. That because I jumped, I flipped, landed on the back. So I had to have at least hit 60 mile an hour instantly.
Hey, really quick, I want to VC verify Assassin here.
No.
Hey, Assassin, are you there? Assassin, are you there? Assassin? Assassin?
Hi.
Assassin?
Me.
Hi.
Hey. What do you believe? What do you believe the shape of the Earth and why? What do you believe the shape of the Earth to be and why? Sorry.
I don't really have an opinion. I mean, I just want to know what.
No. Hang on. I'm asking the questions here. Look me in the eyes when I talk to you. Now, take a position and stick to it. Answer the question the best you can. I don't want to hear this. I don't really know, or I don't want to take a position. I want you to take a position. At least give me a reasonable answer. There isn't a right answer. Just talk to me. Like a person. What do you believe the shape of the Earth to be? And give me your best answer why.
I mean,
Everybody's listening.
Yeah, I know.
Don't be nervous. They've heard it all before. Assassin, what is your favorite hobby?
Model airplanes probably.
Model airplanes. Do you build any that you can fly, or are they just ones that are
Yeah,
replicas?
search them up. It's like indoor free flight. They're pretty cool.
That's cool. And do you do any with motors? Any servos?
I've done it before, but most of the things I build are using rubber.
Okay. So just the kinetic energy ones.
Yeah, rubber-powered airplanes.
Exactly. Okay. And what's your favorite part of that?
I mean, the process of like building something, I guess, is probably
Is it the process of building them, but then you go and fly them? Do you derive satisfaction when they work?
somewhat, yeah. But also mainly just the satisfaction after you spent like several hours building something. Then it works.
Right. And how do you feel when your creation crashes to the ground and breaks?
Pretty bad. Pretty bad.
But you know you can fix it or
Yeah.
rebuild it.
Yeah. To a degree.
Isn't that satisfying in a way?
Yeah, it is. But
Okay. Now, Assassin, I'm going to ask you again. You've been told something your whole life, and it's perfectly acceptable to say, well, because I've been told something my whole life, this is what I believe. Now, what do you believe the shape of the Earth to be, and why? Nobody's going to get upset at you for your answer, bud. It's perfectly fine to take a position.
I might get extremely upset and cry.
But, okay, so let me ask you this, Assassin. You don't want to take a position, and that's obvious. Why?
Well,
You're not going to say something wrong. You could just talk to me like a normal person. I'm a normal person. I believe you to be a normal person. We can just have a conversation. Why don't you want to take a position?
I guess more I want to, learn more before I actually state my opinion fully. But like right now, I guess, because of it's like everything I've been taught, I guess, basically what's been taught, I guess, is basically what my understanding is right now, but...
He thinks it's a globe, get him, quick!
I'm going to break into a rash over here.
No, okay, so it's perfectly reasonable to believe what you've been told without any critical thought. But it's not reasonable to believe it continually without verifying it. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's fine to like say, okay, I believe you because I trust you, but then even though I trust you, I'm going to verify what you're saying because that's how our understanding of of reality works, right? We have to verify what, even it could be our mom or dad, it doesn't matter. Show me, don't tell me. It's a reasonable position to take, regardless of who it is, and how much you love them or trust them. Okay. So what? Good night, Crypto. Jeez, he just left without really breaking in. Okay, so it's perfectly reasonable. But what brings you here tonight?
I guess learning more about a different view, which I guess is a stereotypical answer, but...
It is. But that's fine. It's fine to have a stereotypical answer. They're stereotypical because generalities generally hold, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I will give you VC verified so you can join into the wider chat and have the best possible experience you can possibly derive from it.
Thanks.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Hey guys, I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm new to the server. I just got verified. I just want to say hi.
I like tacos.
Yeah.
With the red panda.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
I like tacos too.
Yeah, they're very good. I just want to say hi. I just got
I
verified.
love tacos, especialmente muy picante tacos, muy bueno.
Your Spanish sucks. Hey, I like tacos. What?
You know that tacos don't work on a globe.
Cayete.
How did you know I was high? Do you follow me on Instagram?
Okay, I like tacos. What do you believe the shape of the Earth to be and why?
I think it's flat because like there's so much evidence like leading towards that, and like people just don't really see it, which is like really upsetting sometimes, you know.
What is the best evidence you see that leans towards it?
Well, have you ever seen like well, first of all, there's no like proof that like anything is like ever left the Earth, which is like really absurd. And it's like kind of crazy that people like believe that.
That something goes to outer space. Why do you believe that nothing has actually went into outer space?
Well, because you would need like a gas chamber with like a container with like pressurized gas chamber, which is like just like that doesn't exist in space because all the gas would just escape.
Okay, if I have a vacuum chamber, I can have another chamber inside of it that holds the pressure, right? If it is strong enough to withstand the pressure differential.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so I don't think having a pressurized vessel in a vacuum invalidates space. I think space invalidates space.
Yeah.
You haven't.
I'm just kind of like new. I haven't really been part of this community for a long time, so I'm starting to get like used to it.
That's fine. I'm just trying to get your best answer of why you think the Earth is flat. So, can you give me another one?
Well, honestly, I don't really have that much. Like, sorry.
Well, no. Okay. This is my biggest problem. You have changed the nature of your reality. You've changed your worldview to where you no longer live where you live. And I want to know why that paradigm has shifted. What was the tipping point for that paradigm to shift? You can't just take on a position because you like it. There has to be some reason that you went from one nature of reality, which is the Earth is the globe and everything everybody's ever told me and everything that society says is true, to now I'm an outcast in society. I believe something that is laughable in general public, and I am sticking to it because why?
Well, I haven't always believed that the Earth is globe, but like now that I've been like in this VC, in this server, I can like see arguments that like I've been thinking about like all the time, and like I can see things far past like what the curvature of the Earth should be. Like according to the curvature calculation, like it should like bend, but like it doesn't, which is like I don't know. I just have seen the arguments here, and I feel like kind of compelled to like just like join and just see what it's all about.
So you're saying the arguments are so compelling that they've put you into a position where you have to change your worldview?
I didn't change it. It's kind of adjusted. It's kind of motivated me to like kind of become an active member here.
Okay. I'm going to get back to you. I like tacos. But, okay.
Hello.
Hello, Observer.
You guys doing tonight?
I am well. How are you?
Good. It's been a while since I was away from this channel. Good to hear some like-minded people out there. So I just want to say, like, when you were asking how, like, how do you believe it is flat?
Yeah.
I think I was born observing what is, and then school, media, everything else tried to program me, but in my, it just never set in with me because I do photography. I do a lot of astrophotography.
Okay.
And I observe the night all the time. And it's just so obvious. It's in your face,
Right. No, I think you bring up a good point. Your natural observation bring you to a flat, motionless plane.
That's right.
You have to be told that you are lying to yourself and that it's actually a sphere.
Yeah, and we, one thing we got to realize that when we grew up in society, we were all becoming programmed by whatever out there, to think a certain way, to be indoctrinated to the global way of thinking. But it just doesn't sit right, And it's just not because it's not a feeling. You just know because you're observing, you're watching the sky. I'm watching it every night. And I do a lot of astrophotography. I'm on Instagram if you guys want to watch. And I've noticed it to be the same for the last 40 years, I've been in the military. I've flown planes over 50,000 feet above sea level. And, it just doesn't change,
Yeah.
Our point of reference is always the same. So, even when we're doing any sort of navigation, it's always the same, You can't be in a globe. It's physically impossible, for it to happen. Because, look at the way the lakes are formed. Look at the way the oceans, everything else. If it wasn't a globe going at 15,000 miles per second revolution and around the sun and all this stuff, it would be all over the place.
Yeah, because you would have a constant changing velocity.
Yeah, and then everywhere I go, like the sky would be different. You know, the stars would be different. But how come we see the same thing over and over and every night? You tell me we're going 15,000 miles per second revolution, and then we're turning this globe. So at some point, we should be seeing different stars, different constellations and formation. No, there's just everything is just revolving us.
You're saying that if we were moving at multiple speeds and vectors all at the same time, we will be observing parallax.
Yeah, the only thing that's moving is the planets, and those are orbs. Those are energy orbs. So all this stuff that NASA is telling, like I use telescopes and I use cameras to take pictures of Saturn and Mars and everything else. And those crisp, clear images that we're getting from these telescopes through NASA are just digitized. They're not real. They're not real, accurate light. The actual light itself, and you observe these planets, they're orbs. They have energy fields.
Since you do a lot of photography and do a lot of observations of the luminaries, will you say that you're looking at some type of lensing effect, that the light is going through multiple layers or some sort, and you're seeing the effects in the layers above?
Well, yeah, I use a 40mm camera to do the wide angle of. I want to capture the Milky Way, right? So I use a 40mm lens, which is pretty wide. It's a fisheye lens, so like everything curves pretty much, right? But even then, if you're just taking the shot straight up at the Milky Way, it's not curving. You know what I mean? Because the lens itself is designed to correct those curvature lines, and you don't even, and you know that because the corner of the lens will curve. So you ignore it because, that's the distortion from the lens, right? But if you use a 24mm or a 50mm, you don't get that, obviously, right? Because the lens is not doing that. It's not a fisheye lens anymore, right? So, but the thing is, when I do my astrophotography, and I'm talking like every chance I get, I do photography at night because I just love watching the stars. And I've noticed that, and it's just not me, like hunters and people that observe the night a lot, they can tell you, like, it is impossible for it to be flat. And at some point, like, I've actually driven up to northern Edmonton in Canada, which is like, you're way up there, you're near the Arctic. You're up there. And at some point, I've noticed, like, the sun will never set. We probably will lose it for like 2 hours in the sky, where it's the darkest time, around like, say, 2 to 3, 4 a.m. No, not even. Like maybe from 1:30 a.m. till 2:30 a.m. That's the darkest I've seen it. But then again, the light's always there. The sun's always.
Observer, I respect, with your astronomy things. But when you said we're way up there, do you mean up on the top of the globe? Is that what you're saying?
Like pretty much in the
top of the globe?
No.
So, what do you mean by that when you say that we're way up there?
He's a flat earther, Helio.
So when you go up, like, if you...
So you're further over there, more nearer to... Okay.
North. He means north, like going to the north.
I guess I'm being too distinct about terminology or whatever.
Yeah, I get it. It's just, when you're up there, I'm talking about not the globe. We're not talking globe here. We're talking
about
like
Canada with telescopes and shit or whatever.
Like northern Edmonton, like northern Alberta, like way up there in like northern Alberta. You don't see the ever set. I mean, if you even go to the Nunavut, like if you go up to like Northwest Territories, you don't even see the sunset ever.
I just want to clarify.
Hey, really quick.
On a level stationary plane, the only way up is toward the sky, right?
No.
When you're on Earth, you're across Earth in a different position than you are when you're in, south and north. And,
well, you're pretty much going to the center of the Earth.
I just want to clarify terms. That's all I'm
saying. Okay, really quick. I Like Tacos has a question.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
What's her name?
Yeah, just add medium.
I lick tacos. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Just add medium salsa. to
Everybody,
your
chill out, please. Go
It's
ahead.
okay, like, I just have a question about like an observation I made, and like it's kind of like I don't really have a good answer for this. I was hoping one of you guys could answer it for me. So like whenever I'm on like a plane and I see like I'm looking outside, I'm really at like a high altitude, you can like see like a noticeable curvature in the earth, or like what is that?
Okay, and your name is used to be I Lick Ass, I believe. Now, really quick, and I've already discussed this with your friend, and she left for no reason because she got mad because I gave her a troll roll. But the planes, the planes, what you're looking out of the window, the glass in it is actually curved in order to withstand the pressure of the plane moving fast.
But like, if everything else is curved, then why aren't like runways and stuff curved as well?
They are. If you look at the picture Seb just posted, you'll see that even at the runway, it's curved at the edges.
Okay, cool.
Because you're looking through a lens.
Exactly, and your eyes is a lens too. Remember that.
Right. So when you look through a lens and that lens has a curvature to it, everything you observe is going to have that.
Wait, where's the picture of the runway with the curves?
It's at 9:20.
All right, cool. Okay, thank you. I was just wondering about that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's exactly how they're designed. So you see it that way. So you can actually.
They're not designed to make the Earth look like a globe. You know, they're just designed because the glass that you're looking through, or they're perspex glass. You know, they're not glass, but they're built with multiple layers to withstand the pressure they have to put inside the plane, so that you can travel at that altitude.
That's right. That's exactly correct. That's why it's curved at the ends. It takes the pressure off.
But it doesn't matter. I mean, you're not going to see, even from the runway, that picture that Level has just put up, you're not going to see that at 35,000 feet, or anything like that. But not necessarily. I mean, you might see it, but if the Earth was a globe, it would be dropping off in the distance. If you go 35, 40,000, 45,000, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. You can argue and say, listen, I'm at 40,000 feet looking, at the whatever, the flat of the Earth. And maybe it's just such a big globe that we can only see so much of it, so it looks like so flat. No. It's if you do the calculations, even do the calculations at that height, still it's got a curve. Or like when you even, like the sun itself, when the sun is setting, you notice the sun's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So
sure, maybe just going back to I can see the horizon out of an airplane, and that's the curvature of the Earth. Where there's another argument that I can stand on the shore of the ocean, and I can see the horizon. That's the curvature of the Earth. So which one is it? Is it the curvature of the Earth when you're at 5 feet above, above sea level, or 35, 40,000 feet above sea level? Which one is the curvature of the Earth?
Really quick, hang on. You guys are whistling past the graveyard. Somebody asked a question, and we're not really talking to her. I like tacos. You just said, but airplane windows are not curved, but they are.
Yeah,
they have to be. They have to be simply for aerodynamic sakes. There are no flat windows in airplanes except for jet fighters, where the very glass in front of them sometimes will have a flat piece of glass.
How do I send the picture in the thing?
And also as well.
What did you say?
How do I send a picture in the thing? Like,
in the live chat?
Yeah. It's not letting me send a picture.
Well, go ahead and send it to me or Deuce, and we'll post it. If it's,
I'll message it to you.
Helio, stop trying to get people to DM me.
Okay, well, she sent it to me, so you're
good.
I didn't get your pic. I just accepted your friend request. Try to send it again.
Okay, yeah.
What do you send?
And if I think it's worthy of posting the live stream, I'll post it.
No, post it regardless if you find it worthy or not.
Yeah,
Well, it's pretty much the same picture that someone else posted already.
Yeah, post it. Post it regardless. I don't want to hear pretty much. I want to see what she posted.
It's the Perspex glass, the layers.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's see it.
Copy image. No. I'm clicking the wrong shit. My bad. Save image. Okay, and then I mean, it's pretty much exactly what level it's.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna post it.
You're right.
Upload file. Same thing.
Okay. That's not the complete. That's not, right. That and I like tacos. This is not the complete picture of what constitutes a plane window, because there's another part of that window. As you see, that window frame is not the exterior part of the plane, or the skin of the plane. The skin of the plane will have another piece of glass attached to it, and that is specifically for the great pressures in which it will incur through flight.
That's right.
Yeah, because if they didn't build them that way, when you pressurize the cabin at that altitude, the windows would just blow out and everybody be dead.
Yeah, exactly.
You're looking at the interior part of the window, and I agree, those are flat, but that is just a layer to regulate the pressure between the interior of the cabin and the skin of the plane.
Exactly, and
I think the curve you see in like the picture, in like the pictures of like that level I sent earlier, I think it's from that's not from the curve of the window. I think that's from the rounded like edges. Is that what it is, or am I wrong?
Yeah, well, the whole window, and all windows on planes, depending on the plane, are designed differently. They're not all the same, so you're going to get great variations between them, but they will all have a slight curvature to them, because in order to resist the pressure, they have to be both aerodynamic and aerostatic, so that they both resist the pressure coming in or coming against it, and the pressure coming from the other
wouldn't
side.
a flat window like intuitively be more aerodynamic than a curved window?
No, flat is never more aerodynamic, because when you lay something flat, everything you lie that on will have an edge. That edge will, of course, create eddies, blah blah blah. You actually have to curve everything that's going through that aerodynamic what do you call it, tunnel that's being made by the beginning of the structure, whether it be a boat,
yes, but like when you have
a plane, everything on the sides of that is going to have to both conform to the curve and have a structural integrity enough to resist the pressures, both interior and exterior of that.
Exactly. So imagine sending a little aluminum rocket into space. You think it can handle that much pressure? No way. Just physically impossible.
But I like tacos. You came in saying that you were a flat earther, but it's clear that you're not, because you're coming
I am a flat earther.
Listen, you're coming up with glow earth questions, right?
I'm just trying to get answers for like observations that I've made myself.
But you posed this question last night through your friend.
What do you mean? I wasn't even on the server last night.
Devil Eyes. She kept on asking if you could come in.
Who?
Now all of a sudden you don't know Devil Eyes?
I actually don't know who that is. Who's Devil Eyes?
Okay, I'll take you at your word.
Maybe you just...
Actually, can you show me who it is? I want to see if I know.
Devil's Eyes friend was I Eat Ass.
This is getting good.
Also, Taco Liquor, if you're gonna be listening to an answer to one of your questions, it's best not to interrupt. That way, it shows you're listening to what the person is saying.
Do you have any pictures of your observation?
Oh, you add pictures to this.
Tacos, do you have any pictures of your observation?
I can't send pictures.
Yeah, you can send them to Helio. Helio loves getting pictures from you. He told me.
Send me a picture.
All right, yeah,
Gonna be good.
I have a picture.
It's gonna be bad.
If I could send a message video.
James, who are you talking to?
I thought I was on mute. Let me go back to mute.
Okay.
That it would be right. What is
Yes, sir.
That would be best.
You have to pay to send pictures?
Yes. Really quick, Lou, to answer your question, I muted all of the mods at one point.
That's only fair.
Oh, hold on. What the fuck is up with that? Since when is that a thing? No, fuck that.
Lou, calm down. Calm your tits. I muted
Hey, man,
myself
you should see what happened to me. They named me like I Heart the Globe or something.
I was only thinking of this.
Just real quick, observer, I gave you image burn, so you can. You said you're a photographer, so if you want to post any of those photographs that you have taken, you could. You're welcome to do that.
Okay, thanks. I was trying to do that right now, but I couldn't somehow.
Now you'll be able to do it now.
Okay, thank you.
Deuce was only kidding, and I was just joking on the kidding that he was already doing. So that worked out really well.
No, I literally.
It's not even that funny, though. That's the problem. That's how the last server went down. You understand?
Calm your tits, Lou. I muted myself too. It's not how the last server went down. The most flat took down the last server, and you're not the most flat. You don't even have that much power to be the most flat.
Are you kidding me?
It's very serial in here. There's no room for joking around, guys. Flat water. Yeah.
The cereal is flat. That milk is flat. That milk is flat.
The earth is flat. The earth is flat.
That's funny.
That's so annoying, Justin.
Every bowl with cereal and all that milk is flat everywhere.
Check out the picture of the moon with the cloud behind it.
Oh no! Oh no!
Here we go.
Oh no! What? Oh wait a second. Did I miss something?
Get nitro.
Where are you posting, bro?
Ladder. Sending it to you, I think.
Probably in the wrong servers.
Yeah, send it to Gemsy. Send it to Gemsy.
Okay.
The wrong live stream, bro.
Send it to Helioscape.
Deacons now.
We don't know where you doth send.
It's out there.
Out there. It's in the ether.
Someone's gonna see it.
I'm gonna tag you in the live stream voice text.
Okay, guys. Well, I'm gonna get to bed. Everybody have a great night.
No,
You're
no.
not allowed. See, it says verified right after your name there. That means you got to stay.
I guess I'm staying. Everybody, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. I will be your moderator tonight. Gemsy, please shut the fuck up while I do my job.
That other guy deserves a nap. Shit.
Yeah, this other guy deserves a nap. James is right.
Here we go, gentlemen.
Yeah, you better have a nap when you need it. That's true. Go
I'm
to sleep,
cranky.
old man.
I'm cranky. I need my winks. I gotta have a disco.
How else do you put up with something like that without a nap?
Yeah, maybe there's just something in the air, you know.
Oh my God, Lou.
It's way past my bedtime in your area. So
Yeah.
okay.
I agree. I want to be as drunk as Lou is.
Nice.
You can't handle the nap.
Yeah,
I can handle as much nap as I'm thrown.
Well, as bad as it sounds, I'm literally enjoying the perks of being injured.
What happened to you?
I got hit by a car.
Fuck, were you riding a motorcycle?
No, I was standing on my feet.
Fuckers.
Did you lose your shoes?
Yeah, I lost my shoes and my hard hat. They cut all my other clothes off. They just cut them with scissors. They cut them right off.
I heard about that. You're moving fast.
Did you feel violated?
Think about you leaving your shoes. They're all tied up, laced up.
Did you feel violated when they cut your fucking pants off with the fucking scissors?
Yeah, I felt like I was laying there in my skivvies because I was.
I would have yelled rape.
I literally saw something online about that, about people getting hit by a car and them leaving their shoes. Like,
Yeah, if you go to Rifle, Colorado, you'll see me getting hit by a car.
I'm not trying to make light of it. That's horrendous. Actually, I've spoken to more people than I'd like to admit that have gotten hit by cars, hit in cars that were in a car that was standing still, got hit by a speeding car going at something like 70 or 80. I've met people that have like been pushed out of cars, like a woman that probably didn't weigh any more than $120.
Why'd she do that?
65 down the freeway because her boyfriend pushed her.
From my experience, the craziest thing is when you say you got hit by a car, most people think that you was in a car.
Yeah.
Right.
They just assume that you was also in a car.
But
no, I was standing there.
Man, I don't mean to bring this up, but that accident actually fucked you up because you don't even get, like you said.
Actually, listen to this. I got hit by a car in the snow in Missouri when I was a little kid. I was about 12 or 13. It was in the snow. I jumped up on the hood.
Yeah, that's what I did.
I held on to the windshield wipers and he slammed on his brakes and I slid off his hood and landed in soft snow and got up on my feet.
All I broke was a tibia or my fibula, and they're saying after the investigation, they first said 75 mile an hour. Now they're saying 60 mile an hour after the investigation.
Like that. It's different. 30 miles an hour in the deep snow like that.
But I got flipped up because I jumped. I literally jumped. I figured if I jumped, I might stand a chance. So I jumped. I got flipped up, bounced off the front windshield, landed on the back windshield, and they started creeping like they was either, I don't know, getting ready to leave the scene of the accident or whatever. But
they're like something supernatural about surviving anything like that.
Yeah, man, that was a miracle.
I woke up in the air, man. I woke up in the air.
I've got hit up. I flew 3-4 meters in the sky, fell down, knocked out.
The odds of that happening and that only happening to you is so minute that
it is, man. It's very
it would be close to infinitesimally. Like there's no way. Like that's a narrow little freaking window.
I'm telling you, man, it's like I got rid of all.
Listen, we talk about things happening in inches and seconds. That's more like fractions of inches, and little bits.
Yeah, if you think about it, it's unlucky and lucky at the same time. So I got rid of all my bad luck, and I got rid of all my good luck all at the same time.
Yeah, like
That's some John Wick shit, though, man. And chicks dig scars.
Oh, it's nasty, man. It's nasty.
Ouch. Sucks, man. Hopefully you get better.
When I was 7, I crossed the street to buy ice cream for me and my twin brother. And when I was turning back, crossing the street, I didn't look and I was hit. Woke up in the vehicle with my uncle, and then passed away. Passed out, and then I woke up in the hospital again.
Okay, how many of us have been hit by cars now? I gotta know.
Children being hit by vehicles while buying ice cream from the ice cream trucks, and then crossing the street and being hit. That's a very common thing.
Yeah, in Mexico.
Actually, in the Americas.
Yeah, Mexico is in the Americas. I'm glad you pointed that out, Jamesy. Thank you.
Yeah, glad that you learned that finally.
We need to reconquist Mexico.
I thought we were Mexico. I thought they were just South Mexico.
I've been in a couple of really close cars and calls in vehicles.
Man, this is the nastiest experience I've ever done. I got flying out flight for life, man. It was nasty.
Hey, look at the price. Now you're a millionaire, bro.
Okay, guys, I am going to bed.
No.
You spoke up. I said I was going to lead this conversation. I've done a great job at moderating it, and then you spoke up, so now you're the moderator. Good night, Jemsy.
All right.
He smoked up.
You go this time.
You can't leave this job, Jemsy, man.
He's not the lead man.
That eloquent exit, then you're allowed now.
Thank you. Hey, go ahead.
Shut the fuck up, Lou.
Yeah, and not to mention, I mean, it's me and Lou are the drunk people, and now we have Bong and Jemsy. You guys have to take over. That's
good.
Fine.
All right, I'm with you. I'm with you, Bong and Jemsy. I got your back.
No, thank you.
Okay, I didn't mean that literally.
Yeah, you guys made the new people leave, so thank you very much.
I saw that.
You did that. You guys are so.
That's absolutely not true. I've been listening for the past couple hours. Nobody made anybody leave. We actually were trying to encourage them to get involved.
But, yeah, I think it was going well. Swimmingly, actually.
I think so too. And you never know who's going to show up next.
Who?
Hey guys, check out the voice text and you'll see my fucking bruises. Look at my left leg.
Oh dang! I don't know. Oh, I don't want to see that.
You're too old to be running.
It doesn't look good. Are you? Did you do what they asked you to do?
They thought I had compartment syndrome, man, where your muscles bust out the fascia.
It looks a lot like shingles. It's related to a whole lot of other really bad stuff. Like, I know personally.
Lou is going to diagnose your accident wounds.
Dr. Lou Nerdick.
It's really hard to listen.
Both those legs got hit by a car, man.
Oh, yeah, you said you were in a car accident. My bad. I forgot about that.
And now you got shingles. It's fucking awful, dude.
I was standing on my feet. It's not like I was in a car. I was standing on my feet when a car hit me.
Oh, you were hit by a car.
Yeah, while standing on my feet, but I jumped.
Julio, is there like a language barrier or something?
Yeah, I think it was an unidentified rolling object because he sure didn't identify it before it happened.
Those are the pictures my lawyers get.
Habla inglés.
And, was anything broken, or obviously you got a lot of swelling?
The only thing that was broke was my fibula.
Now, you weren't trying to be on Fail Army and like jumping over a car like some people do. Right? It was an accident, and somebody just accidentally ran over you.
Oh, I put up interstate signs like speed limit 75, speed limit 65. I put those signs up, right? And while I was putting the sign up, I got hit.
Oh shit! But you were working on the freeway, like.
But I was able to see it. I was able to see the car right before it hit me, so I jumped. They're saying that's what saved my life, dude.
You didn't like that?
I
bad. I bet.
jumped.
Holy shit, bro!
It's fucked up, bro.
So what are you gonna do?
Take it easy.
The guy was drunk too. So I got a huge lawsuit going on.
I mean,
yeah.
It might be a stupid question, but I mean, were their bones broken? Like, was it your?
Yeah, just the fibula though, man.
The fibula.
I had my. They said I might need. They said I might need stitches in my head, but they not only did I not need, I didn't need staples or stitches. It just scabbed up to a huge scab. It's just like hell.
Yeah, I mean, it looks
like hell.
It looks like I mean, I've had a lot of accidents myself. It looks like a bad road rash and like maybe a broken leg because
they were sticking glass at me.
Yeah, like you said, fibula. So, man, that's
they were worried about internal bleeding. They was worried about internal bleeding, so they told the company that I work for to use our trucks to block both sides of the interstate so they could land a helicopter.
Yeah.
So as soon as I heard that, man, I'm not even kidding, dude. I was like, they're just trying not to tell me what's really bad about
Did
me.
they put metal in your leg? They put a plate.
Well, they was picking glass out of me for about 15 minutes.
Oh shit!
Like picking glass out of me.
I'm talking about the surgery for your fibula, the broken fibula.
The fibula, dude. That's the thing. It's like the only thing that happened. I was internally bleeding. They thought from when they put the ambulance showed up and put the thing on my lungs. They said my left lung wasn't working.
Oh God!
So they called in the fucking Flight for Life, and it wound up only being a broken fibula. So I got all these
falling out of a tree, and I have freaking 12 screws in my left leg.
Right, but I was at work when this happened, man. So they're saying
what were you doing out there then? If you weren't working,
I was working. That's the thing, putting up road signs, interstate signs.
He was putting on the sign. The signs, the speed limit signs.
So it wasn't like I was out there putting road
signs everywhere. The signs blocking.
Let me just right. Hold on. Let me be clear, and I'll quit making it about me.
No, it's all good.
I'm not the one putting up signs that says road work ahead. The people that are putting up signs saying road work ahead are doing that for me.
But if you're putting up signs, is it not a job? Isn't your job to put up the signs? So like.
No, I don't put up road work signs.
Whatever. So what were you doing where it didn't really qualify as work, where you got hit?
No, it qualified as work. I put up interstate signs like speed limit 75, speed limit 65, exit 45. I put up those signs, not road work signs, not trafficking, or I'm not out there flagging.
And while you're putting
flaggers
the sign
up, the flaggers are flagging for me so I can put up the sign.
No, we're not trying to like pin you as a flag boy.
Well, I'm just wondering, it's just like, so while you're putting this sign up, they got past the flaggers, and this drunk guy just friggin' got past.
That's why I wanted to be clear. That's why I wanted to be clear, guys. That's why I wanted to be clear.
Yeah, he was on the clock, and he's gonna get compo, and
Dude, I got hit by a drunk driver.
Your your mic is really low. I don't know what the deal is. But
I got hit by a drunk driver.
Damn.
At 11:30 a.m.
You're lucky to be alive, dude.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. I got unlucky and lucky at the same time. Like all I walked away with was a broken fibula.
Yeah.
How was that even possible? I don't know. I don't know.
You're here talking to
I was knocked out. I was knocked out though for a brief second.
Well, but so you said when the emergency people got there, they said you were having trouble breathing, but so that you must have, there was something else, some traumatic, going with your lung. So you might have jumped or whatever, and it broke your leg, but then you hit the front of the car and it knocked the wind out of you.
Yeah, and on the way in the helicopter, I couldn't look out the window, damn it. I wanted to see how flat it was. But just to bring it back to
that'd be good. It'd be like,
but I couldn't look out it because they had my fucking
in the helicopter going.
Dude, I'm telling you, a helicopter
how flat this shit is.
A helicopter is trippy if you've never rode in one. So what they do is they dive down and then they go back up. They dive down and then they go back up. So if you could imagine going through that without being able to see what's going on and while thinking your life is in jeopardy, it's a traumatic experience, man. It's nasty.
When did this happen? How long ago? About
the 15th of July. That's when I got hit.
Less than a month ago. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, man. Yeah, I'm glad you made it, bro.
It's insane, man. So much. Like I said, lucky and unlucky at the same time.
Are you? Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're lucky that you didn't get creamed for sure. Yeah.
Lucky that it happened.
There's no luck. There's no luck in something like that. Your legs are like where everything comes from. Your mobility, your how you get around. Like, and I'm a testimony to this. Like, I do all right for myself, but like, I shattered my heels when I was being stupid snowboarding when I was like 20 years old. And yeah, it's haunting me my entire life. Like, you don't want to fuck up your feet or your ankles or your legs or your knee. You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that.
Where it's got me, to be honest, like I'm on workman's comp right now, but to go back to that job, like I'll just be looking at the road all the time. I'll just be, what are the odds that I get hit again, right?
You're gonna have some PTSD related now.
Still be fucking worried about it. Yeah.
That's just like, I mean, I broke the shit out of my leg climbing a tree after I fell out, 15 feet out of a branch. I broke my fibula and my tibula.
I've done that. I've done that also. And the thing is,
you broke the shin bone as well.
He's like, I don't think I want to climb trees anymore.
I did that sledding on my 5th birthday. I ran into a tree and broke my leg, tibia and fibula, and
that's a nasty break, man. But the tibia is the load bearing. The tibia is the load bearing. The fibula doesn't very much weight. That's the one I broke, so I got real lucky, man.
It was a hardcore hill. My dad just shoved me down. He's just an asshole, honestly. Not looking back.
Man, don't be a bitch.
He's just an
They're saying it's because
I don't know your dad, but I mean, it sounds like that's what you're saying.
They're saying it's because I jumped that saved my life, but I'll tell you this, dude. I flipped so quick. I broke the front windshield and the back windshield of that car.
Did your head hit it?
Yeah, my head with the hard head on. That's when my foreman says my hard hat went off. Fell off is when it hit the windshield.
Thank God you had the hard hat on.
But it put a big old hole in the windshield and a scab on my fucking head. It's not like a stitch scab. They thought they was gonna have to do stitches, but they left it alone, and it was good.
You're probably gonna get a freaking huge ass settlement from that. But probably
That's on my lawyer. Dude, I got the lawyer. I didn't do it on purpose, just on accident. It's the same lawyers that are the personal injury for the Denver Broncos. It's literally the same lawyer for the personal injury of the Denver
you'll probably
Broncos.
be set for life. You know. So anyway. That sucks, man. You got
But anyway, the Earth is flat, and that's what happened when I got
He's
hit.
still alive, and the Earth is still flat.
Yeah, I wasn't moving at all. Like, other than the jump, man, I just jumped in time, so my legs didn't go under and my front body didn't go over.
You heard the car coming, and you was like, "Oh fuck!" And
Well, I heard it screeching, and I looked up, and then I had to jump that quick.
And then your body hit the windshield, and your leg.
Yeah, we had a lane closure, and we had the interstate speed limit 75 reduced to 65, right? But the dude that came in not only was drunk, but he fucking came in at about.
He fell asleep.
Yeah, they're saying he came in at 80, so he was speeding because of his. My lawyers are telling me the skid mark investigation and everything. So
he didn't try to slow down. He was just like,
yeah. They're saying by the evidence, they're going to say in court that I was hit at 60, not 75, which was their original claim.
It's hard to tell at that point. There was no.
But I got hit at 60 mile an hour, man, and I lived to only have a broken fibula.
You live to tell it right here. So here we go.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Thank God.
People have had worse things happen, falling down their own stairs, dying. Like I heard of someone, something happened. This guy moved in a brand new place. He fell down the stairs and died.
Dude, I had the same thing with the concrete, just a one step. It wasn't like a full set of stairs or flight of stairs. It's just a one step out of their house. And he tripped on one step. He tripped on the one step and broke his nose where it came into his brain on the second little tiny step. It's like they still call it a one step because of the distance or the height, even though it's a two step. Broke his nose and it fractured into his brain and he died.
Yeah, we got to be careful, don't we?
Yeah, it's like the human body can endure so much, and yet at the same time, the tiniest thing can end it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Never know how fragile you are until you like twist something and you're not close by to somewhere where you can get help. Like,
right.
You know?
Either that or somebody's truly looking after you.
Yeah, I rolled on my bike a couple times actually. My bike did an endo and I I rolled. So I don't ride down those hills anymore because
when you say bike, are you meaning motorcycle?
No, electric bike.
Oh, that's like if you rode a motorcycle. Yeah, I feel you.
No, I ride on trails. I ride on trails. This was on a gravel trail with a very steep incline going downhill. And so, yeah.
I literally watched somebody wreck on a motorcycle on a crotch rocket, and their lower body went under the guardrail, and their upper body went over it. Like I witnessed it and had to be there for the fucking scene of the crime.
Man,
that's when I knew they used sand to get rid of blood because it was a bloody mess.
Wow, that guy was
like that. And so now that's what the first thing they use is sand to get rid of the blood. Yeah, his lower body went under the guardrail and upper body over it, dude. It's not like a cut. We're talking about a guardrail, something that's really wide that actually splits you in half. So how is the flat Earth community? What's going on? You guys doing the same thing? You know, muting people like me or what?
Nowadays, we mute moderators. We're getting really hardcore. It's fucking cool, man.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, we gotta double down on that.
You guys are muting moderators? That sounds outrageous.
Not really.
I
Well, I guess
understand.
depending on the moderator.
I understand that moderators should be on a level where you could at least talk to them for a second first before you go and do the drastic measures, right?
No, just do the
No, I can-
drastic measures from the beginning.
I can understand it, man. It just sounds weird, you know. Flat Earth moderators muting each other. That's good.
How dare you guys?
Go fuck yourselves.
How do you go about doing that?
Yeah, how do you do that? That's crazy,
That's
man.
up to you, man. I don't want to know the details. Fuck off.
Depending on the moderator.
Since you brought it up.
There was one that was talking earlier that knows what he's talking about, and there's no way he should be muted.
Oh, that's the one that has to be muted, the one that knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, it was only like 15 minutes ago, so you know what I'm talking about.
Because if you don't mute that one, then Helio won't have his time or Luke.
Okay, so now it's about a measure of time.
Today was a good day. Today was a good day.
What about tonight?
I think time's irrelevant when it comes to what a person has to say.
Tonight was a good day. Tonight was a good day.
I've been look. I know. Look, I'm kind of a little bit more standoffish tonight, probably than I have been normally. And like, maybe you've seen it coming, but I've been getting more into my like. Back in the day, I used to be big into heavy metal, and I'm like kind of getting back into it. Listen to it a lot, and I'm just like, fuck you and everybody who came around here. Like, go fuck yourselves. Like, you know, like whatever it is. Like that's kind of my mentality.
Doesn't heavy metal causes brain damage?
I think it's causing brain damage.
I don't know if it does that. I don't know if that's true. Sounds like
I think everybody gets that way from time to time. Everybody gets that way from time to time. It goes with the territory when you hear the same old shit all the time.
All the time? Like right now?
Does that mean every time?
Now it's different because I'm here, right?
All the time.
Right.
So not all the time.
I used to live right by I-70 in Missouri. Right there in St. Louis. Right outside St. Louis. That's right.
Missouri, Mexico?
That's right.
Oh, so you got that white privilege.
Yeah, that was a racist ass place, man.
Yeah, you got that white privilege, huh? Come on now. You in St. Louis? Right. Yeah, you got that white privilege.
Oh boy. Yeah, you think so? Funny shit.
It's almost like it's the other way around,
We're poor as fuck, man. But
yeah, no, there's no such thing. Like I've known plenty of like black families, white families, Mexican families. Like they,
No, you don't.
Hi,
you
The
don't
only
think so?
the only privilege a person has is what they bring to
Someone's echoing.
themselves. That could be me.
Gemsy, what? Because you're Mexican, you don't think I've known Mexicans? Is that what it is?
Am I echoing? If so, I'll leave and come back.
no, it's only if you leave your mic open while we're talking, then it
Oh,
comes.
somebody said they heard an echo. I thought it was a
I hear it
girl.
right now.
Am I echoing?
I'm not sure.
Hey, where's I like tacos or burritos.
Anytime a Mexican is sweeping the floor and I get a burrito, I'm happy.
That's not racist at all.
If you're the only one that hears the echo, just leave and come back. Should be good.
Am I causing the echo? No, it couldn't be because
That's what I thought. So I was gonna leave and come back, but she said that it wasn't me, but she still heard it. So if you're the only one that hears it, then if you leave and come back, it should be gone.
It has to be Luke, 100%.
I don't hear it. No, I don't hear it.
I'm surprised we disengaged with the new people and moved away from the conversation.
Yeah, it's kind of my fault because I was talking about my injury. That's my bad.
I think it's
Hey, Lou. Lou, they're taking the contents of the dustpan. They're putting it in the burrito you're eating.
As long as it tastes good, I'm not going to complain. No, that's not true.
They keep their floors extra clean.
Yeah. No, but that's not happening. You know, it's just part of your. Yeah. No, whatever. I'm not trying to be like racist. The joke was meant to be a racist joke, but not like meant to be taken literally. Seriously, I've worked with Mexicans. I've been friends with Mexicans. I went to the quinceañera. I don't pronounce it correct, but like
Quinceañera.
Quinceañera. I don't. Yeah.
No. Quinceañero.
No, but there's one for the boys and one for the girls, the O and the A,
Yeah.
right? So like,
Yeah.
no, I understand all that, and like I've been to the one for the girl, like my you know, my daughter danced with the little boy there, and like all that shit. Like I'm cool with Mexicans. And when I make jokes about them being good workers, it's because you really are.
Yeah, they're such like if you got a sense of humor, there's a joke to everything, you know. Like I love my wife to death, but she's such a bad cook. We pray after we eat. Oh, you don't get that joke? I love my wife to death, but she's such a bad cook that we pray after we eat. Yeah, you don't get it?
No, yeah, there's a ton of respect. We went to church. Actually, we went to church with them, where the entire time nobody spoke English. Like, I went there with my daughter and like sat there in front of a Mexican friggin' church sermon, and like we only speak English, like me and her, but we did that, and like it ain't stupid like you're thinking.
Yeah, there's a sense of humor to everything. If people would just, quit being so fucking biased.
Jose is Mexican. I mean,
there's a sense of humor to everything.
Come on, yeah. I have friends that are Mexican, like Jose.
Yeah, me.
Jose Cuervo.
It's outrageous, dude. It took me a second, but I got you.
Good times, you know, like one day
we can be racist together.
Racist, dude. They call
No, that's the best part. Like, if we can all like just get along and be racist, if we can all,
just say things while you can say things.
Yeah, racism has like the best jokes.
It's only if you don't laugh at yourself afterwards. That's all. That's the only bad part. If you didn't do that,
Hey, I have a dream.
Society that's ruining it.
I have a dream where Mexican people and racist people and upside down people can all get along.
Can all
Chinese people?
Should I tell a foul joke or should I not?
No. Foul is different than funny and racist.
Even uncouth barbarians can join.
Hey, Bong, this is a serious question. How many?
So how do you circumcise a redneck?
Oh shit!
You kick his sister in the jaw.
Yo, that's
right. I was gonna ask Bong. How many Mexican restaurants are there in Sydney?
Why are we racist?
Uno.
I got a joke.
People are gonna think
No. Look, before you,
it wasn't a joke. I'm just curious. I mean, is there Mexican restaurants in Australia? I got
a joke for you.
Taco Bell here.
Before you tell the joke, like she's asking why are we racist? No, we're not really racist. That's what it's about humor. Okay, like
you know what Mexicans are.
Normal people can tell the difference between like when people are being like.
That's what I was trying to go for, man. I agree.
When people are trying to be mean, when they're trying to hurt you, you can understand that. But we can also understand that there's differences between cultures and people, and we can make jokes about that. Like,
and
it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's healthy.
He's just explaining the humanity of the situation. Yes, and this just in. There's a Ted Kaczynski in the chat right now.
Yo, what's up, dude?
Black Mexico.
That's quite a name. Wow.
Oh, the Industrial Revolution. That's been a disaster.
Viva la revolución.
That didn't get my attention.
You're going to look back at that joke and you're going to laugh your ass off. Come on.
No, you don't laugh your ass. Hey, welcome back.
And laugh your ass off on that one.
Go.
And someone named Scribo. We have Scribo. I saw you lighting up there. Hey, Scribo. How you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, y'all? Howdy.
Good job. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So how come valet parking isn't at the hospital? They got valet parking at a 5-star hotel, but you could drop your friend off at a hospital from getting shot, and there's no valet parking.
They could sit there for 4 hours and someone will notice them. Whoa, wait, what are you doing out here?
What are you supposed to say?
You're supposed to be bleeding. You're supposed to be bleeding out in this line, sir. Right over here.
Some hospitals do. I mean, the rich people's hospitals do.
Yeah, it's like
swimming pools and everything, like.
I just don't get boomer jokes.
That was my joke. What?
Like casino and shit. So while you're waiting for your,
like the one I just made,
surgery
about the bleeding out in the wrong line. No, what's boomer about that?
Very boomerish.
Oh
shoot! Okay, I stand corrected then.
How does that hotel have valet in this hospital?
Thanks for all the.
You've been shot. I'm gonna look for a parking spot.
Hey,
I'd
you
rather.
guys are you're over talking the lady, guys. Come on.
I'm sorry.
Just-
I was just saying
Stop
thanks
Go
for
ahead,
the
there
rules.
was.
I appreciate him. Thank you.
Relax, Davey.
Did Deuce give them to me? And where did he go?
Jamesy did. Jamesy gave me most of the roles. Not all of them, but most of them.
I have
Oh,
Devil
James.
Eyes. Hey, Devil Eyes, I have you at like 200%. Wow, look at all the rolls now. Anyway, I have you up at 200%, and you still sound like muffled or something. I don't know.
Oh, is this better?
Got that crown, man. He's got that
Yeah,
crown.
that's better. Probably just closer.
Devil Eyes.
I'll talk closer to my mic.
Okay, cool.
Hey, Devil Eyes.
Is this good? Yeah, hi.
Seems like you've got a bit of an infatuation for Deuce.
Infatuation? I'm not so sure.
You're
Every
fascinated.
Every time you come in, you go, "Is Deuce here? Deuce here?"
I'm sorry? Deuce, I feel like Deuce values my opinion. Not saying you guys don't, but like Helio on the other hand, I don't know if he listens to me. So I just appreciate that Deuce, listens to me. So I think that's why I asked about him. That's all.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Are you a flat earther or are you? Where are you?
So I am neutral. I'm a sponge.
Okay.
You're a sponge.
Did you know that balls are curved and tables are not? Did you know that?
That what? I'm sorry. Bowls are
Do
curved.
you know that balls have curvature on them? They're curved, right? And flat surfaces like tables do not have curves on them. Do you agree with that? Do you
I
agree?
mean, objectively speaking, I think that's accurate.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a ball that doesn't look curved, that looks flat? That has a flat surface?
I've never seen a curve or a straight ball. I don't think that's possible according to the definition.
What about a flat surface that is curved? What about like a level surface that is curving? Have you ever seen something like that?
Like maybe like a rainbow arc. It's flat, but it has a curve. Is that what you mean?
No. No, I'm just saying, like, hey, would you agree that there's a difference between a curving line, right, and a straight line?
Well, yes, I think that's mathematically accurate.
Yeah.
Because the degree
Geometrically.
angle is different.
Mm,
Yeah, sure.
mm.
Mathematically, geometrically, sure. Whatever. Same thing.
Yeah, that's cool. Just some basic foundation, like things to agree on. Like, first of all, we have to agree, right, that straight lines and curved lines, right, are not the same thing, right? Like a straight line cannot be a curved line, vice versa. Would you agree? Or?
Oh, I would definitely agree. But everything has its flaws, so like even a straight line could have like bends,
Right. Well, this is why I was asking. Have you ever seen, like a curved line that appeared to be a straight line, vice versa, or a straight line that is curving?
Maybe on a microscopic level, but I don't know.
Well, that's what I mean, right? Like maybe on Narnia, or maybe in Star Wars, or maybe
micro anything is very real. It's not like Narnia. It's pretty accurate, I would say.
Micro.
Yeah, there's.
Okay.
I think what he's saying is there's zero properties of flatness on a sphere. There are zero properties.
Like 180 degrees, right? Versus pi. You know what pi is? Represents.
Pi, yeah. 3.141.
Pi represents constantly changing angle. Versus 180 degrees. So, do you understand what that means? Like a pi represents a curved, certain line.
I was
going
referencing
around.
before the 180 when I said the angle.
180 is like a straight line, right? Like, can that eventually be a curved line?
I think that's mathematically impossible.
Exactly.
Well, you can only have a.
I agree. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the connection you're making.
Right,
You
right.
can
So the
only have a
connection here is
curved line based off a flat line.
so the connection here is like when we level things using water. You know how water is level at the surface, right? There's this line. You know, the horizon. There's a line. It's a 180-degree line. So yeah, like you said, it's mathematically impossible. But that's what we're supposed to believe. We're supposed to believe something that's mathematically impossible and doesn't make any sense, right?
But so you're saying, but where? I don't understand.
Water. So if you think about the ocean, that's all made up of water, and how water is always level in any container, in a pond, in your cup, in an ocean or a basin, right? Because the ocean is like a basin, you know, like a dip in the land, you know, and there's water in there. So that whole thing, right? The ocean is level.
Oh, I think I understand.
It's 180 degrees across sea level. That's what sea level means.
Mhm.
So how can it be a ball? How can water be level and be curving around a ball, right? A curved surface.
Time.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Yeah. So think about all the way around you. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say, think about what Bong's saying. That if you're like, now think about this. If you're out in the ocean and you're far enough out that all you see is water around you and you have the clearest skies ever. So that means you're seeing hundreds of miles in every direction. And you know this because if a freighter comes into that area, you can spot it. So let's say you're out there and you have nothing but ocean. That horizon, from horizon to horizon, you could do a 360 maintaining level, and that horizon would stay in the same position the whole time. Now, dig this part. If you're looking out straight at the horizon and you went all the way straight up, which straight up is called your zenith, and then kept going and back down the opposite way, that horizon would never go below that 180 degrees ever.
Wait, you lost me. It would never go below the 180?
Yes. Think about that. If you're on top of the ball, wouldn't there have to be a place where the horizon would have to dip below 180 degrees because you're not at the edge, right? You're at the top. They say everybody's at the top of the ball all the time. That's what they say. But anyway, we disregard that part. But if you're out in the ocean, like I'm saying, what I'm telling you is in either axis. So the first axis would be like Bong was saying. You could stand there in the middle of the ocean and put a level out and then swing it all the way 360 degrees all the way around you in a circle around you, right? And that horizon is still level.
I think someone
Okay,
else
look.
would better.
Okay, look.
Someone
Let's
else
say you're standing up on a boat, theoretically, and you're out there in the ocean, like I'm saying, and you put your arm out straight at the horizon. Your arm would be parallel with the ocean surface. You're pointing outward to the horizon, right? You're at that point, your arm is level. Now, if you could theoretically keep your arm level, perfectly level, and swing it all the way around in a circle, like you're spinning slowly around in a circle with your arm stretched out horizontally. You see what I'm saying? That horizon doesn't drop below. But then I'm saying if you took your arm also in the other position and went up over your head and then turned and dropped it back down, that 180 degrees also, that arc that you made with your arm, that would also only be 180 degrees. So in other words, that horizon line that you measured horizontally with your arm going side to side first is one axis. The other one is up and down. That is a perpendicular. Those are perpendicular to each other. So what I'm trying to say is that the
One's
ocean,
flat, the other's vertical.
it never drops below that horizon level. The horizon, if it was a ball that you were on, the horizon would have to drop below your line of sight, which is where the horizon is. In the first case, when we're testing that by putting our arm out horizontally toward the horizon.
Especially if it's only 2.3 miles.
So if I'm looking out at sea, I know I've seen myself at least 200 miles out at sea.
I think about it like, if the Earth is the ball, then 90-degree angles don't exist, and we've never known a straight line. But you know, it's funny, we can't see or measure this curvature that they talk about. It's all level and 180 degrees, straight. Well, we got these 90-degree angles. You know what I mean? Like, and then there's the size of the ball that they said, so it's too small. That's what we mean by the horizon should always be lower.
You're
and
too small.
Yeah. When
You're
you go
too
up in a
small.
plane, when you go up in a plane, you see way more sky than land because of the horizon. Because remember, if you're on a ball, right? Especially if you're on a ball the size of the globe, it's gonna drop, and it's gonna be so obvious that you're on a ball. We never see that.
Yeah.
Well,
And they want you to believe. They want you to believe that they're scientists, and they don't want you to believe that you are a scientist, because observation and experiment of life creates a scientist. So every individual on Earth, in my opinion, is a scientist, because through observation and experiment, they experiment life. Right? So they have their own discernments. They have their
common sense. It's how we develop.
But to get back to your point, it's like the only way water is always level. The surface of water, it always has a container. You have to have a container for gas pressure. There's all these things that add up to let you know that at the very least, the Earth is motionless. It's not moving at all. At the very least. And when you're standing at the beach, the horizon is horizontal. Hence the term horizon.
You know the Force from the movie Star Wars. Do you know that we know everything about it, like the science? It's these little things that do these things. You know what I mean? That you can use to control things with. That's exactly how people describe gravity. Well, it's this thing, it's this thing, like they're describing the Force from Star Wars. Like it's something that you can actually manipulate, and harness, but it's not. It's never been proven to be a thing or a force.
Well, no, not only that, but there's only two types. One's Einsteinian and one's Newtonian. So if you're gonna bring up the term gravity, at least that the people know that you're talking to. If it's Einsteinian or Newtonian that you're referring to.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to change the subject. I just like all that water. Water.
Yeah. One is the bending and warping of a fourth dimension that is not perceivable, and the other one is the mass attracts mass, even though we don't see it in nature.
Well, it's how you imagine how big. It's how you imagine the explanation. Oh, it's so big it looks flat. It's like the way they explain. The Force. It's like
we don't see mass attracting mass in nature, man.
Yeah, so they explain.
We don't see rocks going around each other because one is bigger than the other. We don't see that shit.
You have to imagine it in order for you to understand it. That's what I was trying to say. Like, to explain, because people are trying to explain to us the ball. They're saying, "Oh, this is how the ball works." Like we know how the ball works. We've been imagining it
The
just like
explanation, though. Yeah, but the explanation is the imagination. The
Right.
explanation is what gives the imagination.
And that's the
It
evidence.
gives you the imagination.
Right. So first we say this is science, this is experimentation and observation, right? And then they say, now imagine a ball so big, it's like it has a radius, of 3,949, 59 miles. It's like it's not so big. It's like, yeah, but imagine that if you were an ant on a ball, you know what I mean? They say they do these things, they try to take you away from the math and put you into some kind of imagination where you lose the scale and everything is flat because you're so small and it's so big. You know what I mean? Like, it's how they.
Yeah, if Jeffrey Epstein can convince you you're in a world you're not in, then you're going to feel the effects of the world that you believe you're in, but not really in.
And we've gotten so good at telling the story because it's been told to us so many times in so many ways at school, in the movies, in the books. That we're so good at telling the story of the ball, and how everything happened.
That's why they suppress flat Earth. They silence it. Matter of fact, I think it is the war.
Yeah,
it's just my opinion. It's just my opinion.
It is,
but I think it is the war.
It is.
It's why the world is being turned upside down right now.
Yep.
It's because people are unraveling the truth.
And if we're on
believe they're upside down, half of them.
And if we're on the forefront of that little, I'm proud to be there. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why the world's going to shit, because the truth is being revealed, and nobody can handle the truth.
Who would have thought, that this would be like this? Like, we do make a difference. Obviously, so it might not be what we anticipated, but neither is what they're getting going to be anticipated either. That's, I think, the problem they're having is they can't anticipate what's going to happen next. When people figure this shit out,
they have a world. They have a world believing that a monopoly is not a monopoly. They literally have the world believing that a monopoly is not a monopoly.
Right.
It's
even worse than that. They have the world believing that some monopolies don't even matter.
It's so bad. Like, people are worried about the economy, while at the same time they do not acknowledge that they're participating in a fraud. I acknowledge I'm participating in a fraud, but I also acknowledge it's a fraud. So it eases the effect that I can't change it, but it still eases the effect that, like, I can see it's a fraud. The whole thing's a fraud. It's a monopoly.
You can always do your best to not buy from Amazon if you want to not support monopolies.
Right. I've never bought from Amazon. I don't even know how to use it.
Dude, they just print money. People say money doesn't grow on trees. Well, according to the government, that would take far too long. They would have to wait for harvest season. So they'll just print it. And people don't.
It grows in cotton fields made out of cotton.
People literally say money doesn't grow on trees without acknowledging it actually grows faster. It actually grows faster.
It would take 30,000 years to grow that many trees.
It's a monopoly. It's a fraud. What are you going to invest in? Are you going to invest in the NASDAQ?
Bro,
people don't acknowledge that the whole thing's a fraud.
Dude, it's the fiat.
It's a monopoly. The whole thing.
Like, they make money out of nowhere, man, and then, like, you fucking have to work all your life. They inflate that shit away so you can keep working, man. It's a fucking
that's what I mean about them showing their hand this time. Like, look how
the whole thing's a fraud.
They showed
The whole
everybody.
thing is a fraud.
They showed everybody like through this that the money doesn't mean anything. We're gonna do whatever the fuck we want. We're in charge. We don't care what you think. We'll shut down this fucking whole place.
And they put their faces on it with smiles.
Yeah, they did. They're like, we
They
don't
put
care.
their faces on it with smiles.
Yeah, yeah. We'll go in and fuck with the elections. We'll make you think all kinds of stuff's going on out in the world that's not happening. We got control of everything. Yeah,
I'm willing to bet almost everybody on this panel has played the board game, Monopoly.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you're doing in real life, but yet they have you thinking it's not. That's the exact same thing, but they have you thinking that it's not. And they're the ones printing the money. They're the ones like, I can't go buy a Monopoly board game and use it as currency because it's not the currency that they are using. But it's the same fucking thing.
So what do we hold our money in, man?
Well, it's gold and silver, precious metals. That which is rare to man you don't even need governments. Matter of fact, governments create the most genocide, therefore governments are anarchy. A lot of people say without government you have anarchy, but governments are the ones that create the most anarchy.
I think you're getting a little confused on what anarchy is. The definition of anarchy just means no rulers. It doesn't mean no rules.
Yeah, well, when you consider, like, I don't know, World War I, World War II, when you consider those were done by governments, right? And they had a military to back them, right? So if you say without military, there's going to be more of that's insane to me. Without military, there'd be less of it.
I hope that's not what you meant.
You have to. I think there's a saying I read. You have to love peace. You have to not just not have war, but you have to pursue peace. You know what I mean? Like seriously, go after.
Governments create the most genocide, therefore they create the most anarchy. Genocide is anarchy.
Can't have peace without war.
Genocide is
the word you're looking for is chaos, not anarchy.
Whatever, man.
Right? You
Whatever
can't have
you want
love
to call
without
it, man.
war, right?
Governments are the ones that influences the world.
All is fair in love and war.
No, it's not.
War is like love. It's easy to start, but hard to finish.
Yeah, once you can convince the world that a monopoly is the way to go, as long as you got your face on the monopoly, you'll be just fine.
I mean, it depends on the war, man. I mean, if somebody comes on TV or comes to your house and say, "Hey, we're going to war with the aliens. You have to support us. You want to join our army?" And you just go along with it. That's kind of silly, right? Is it really a war? Is it really a real war? I mean, aren't you? Maybe the alien. You know what I mean? Like maybe the aliens are.
Precious metals to this day are the number one thing when it comes to computers. Gold is the best conductor, so they're starting to use gold in the top-notch computers, right? So no matter how you look at it, the precious metals of the earth have in the past and to this day always been worth the most. But you can't just
Gold
print
isn't
them.
valuable for that reason
But
in
you can't
computers.
just print them.
Copper,
Not like you can just
copper
print
and
gold.
silver are more electronically conductive than gold.
Yeah,
gold is number 3. But the reason why gold is important is because gold doesn't oxidize, so they use it for the connectors, the wires.
Well, you can print the $100 bill, but you can't print gold, right? So the fraud is printing. The fraud is the printing of the gold, or that's supposed to be backed as gold. Now
What
it's
do you
backed
mostly
from
carry, man?
gold.
Like Kruger wrench and stuff, or like?
Well, the American dollar is a petrodollar. It's backed by oil.
I mean, remember when
Roosevelt, right? So it's no longer backed by gold, in which it used to be. But when it was backed by gold, at least it was a fraud backed by gold, a precious metal that you can't just print, right? At least it was backed by that. Now it's backed by oil. So they can just keep printing it and printing it. And everybody that's participating, they deserve what's coming. They deserve what's coming because it's all a fraud.
Yeah, but even gold. Remember Cortez, the guy, with the Spanish, took the gold back, thought he was rich, but he just ended up, making gold cheaper. Yeah, and he ended up. Yeah, so it depends on the value, right, that people put on whatever is in demand at the time. Like people need or want versus gold is always going to be because of the kind of metal it is. So like I said, it doesn't.
It's not even gold; it's precious metal, silver, copper. Like you could have a nation rich in copper that kind of equals one in silver. Right? It's just there's more copper to the silver. So it's like the whole thing of precious metals of the earth was to keep compensation of all governments from being able to create a fraud. But that's what we created, and everybody's cool with it.
Well, it's because we know that money isn't real. That's just an idea that we use to facilitate trade, so it's easier. It's just convenient.
Well, it's gonna come back how easier it is.
But the value, the real value is not
You're gonna
gold.
be saying it's that easy.
It's the service. It's because it's easy to buy to trade with.
That's what I'm saying. At least at one point they had it backed by gold. Now they got it backed by oil. So how much oil do you own? Like the petrodollar of the United States is a petrodollar. It's backed by oil, not gold anymore. So how much oil do you own?
Well, where would all the gold be stored? Like where would Rothschild store all his gold? Because that's where all the gold would be, right? You just go there and be like,
I would agree, but you're missing the point. The whole point is it's a fraud. It's a monopoly, and they have control of the monopoly. How can you stand a chance? Like you could go to Harvard. You can go to the greatest colleges, universities in the world. But the people controlling the money, how do you stand a chance against that? They could just print it. They'd be like, I'm out of money. I'll print it.
With God.
How do you? That's a monopoly. It's a total pyramid scheme. It's right there in front of everybody's eyes, and yet their eyes, they probably even see it. They just don't want to acknowledge it because it's so devastating.
It's also designed to monetize the never-ending wars because they can just keep printing the money and sending the militaries to the nations. It's like a never-ending wars.
I'll tell you guys, next time, so you can be
the
bold,
other reason why I campaigned for I campaigned for Ron Paul in 2012. Part of his platform was to audit the Fed. So try to find another Ron Paul if you can.
Yeah, Ron Paul's cool. I like him, but he's still a oath breaker. He's still an oath breaker and voted for infringements on gun control.
Well, it's news to me.
Yeah, he voted for gun control. On the slightest, if you're comparing it to nowadays to back when he did it, it's very small, but there's no such thing in America as gun control. because the Second Amendment shall not be infringed.
They're taking our rights, man, to defend ourselves.
The Second Amendment doesn't even say guns. It says the right to bear arms. In other words, whatever the government has, you can have. Otherwise, how could you keep them from being tyrannical? So the whole point, even Republicans and Democrats to this day, is confusing the message of what that fucking amendment really means.
You think that people should be allowed to have like up
And
to
they're
the
doing it
level
on
strategic nuclear weapons or something though? Like is there
No,
like a
no.
limit?
The way you phrase that question, the way you phrase that question, I understand it's a natural thing for you, but no, like it's that obvious. Like, yes, whatever the government can have, so can we. If you want to buy it, like, sure, they might have like 20 fold that.
It says bear arms,
But
not
like,
guns.
Everyone should have an atomic bomb. You know what I mean? Like every man.
we could debate whether or not that's a real thing or not. You know, like a lot of this stuff we don't know.
Yeah, right. I mean, if it was real, right? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Whatever is real.
Only the government can have a nuclear bomb, and you're dictated by the government.
You should have 5 atomic bombs, right, Bong? 5 of them.
Each.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
everyone.
absolutely right. Actually, that's a good point. If the government
they
has
want
one, then
people-
you should try to have 5.
5, 10.
My point is, they want people arguing over the Second Amendment because both sides, Republican or Democrat, they both know that it's irrelevant.
Bro,
From what is going on right now, it's irrelevant.
it's the global homo, dude. Like they want to.
They want you worried about those kind of things instead of what's really going on.
Oh, they want you to be safe, so they want to try and see what kind of rights they can get for that, for keeping you safe from, stuff that could kill you.
The Second Amendment said if you had a gunpowder rifle, I can have one too. The Second Amendment said if you have a sword, I can have a sword too. It didn't matter the weapon.
We have new members in the.
It just mattered bearing arms and making sure that a tyrannical government cannot overcome the people of America. Yet that's what we already let happen, and people still trying to bring up.
Yeah, we got some new people here. Do they have anything to say?
Hey, what's up, new people?
Why would they lie?
Make
How about a trebuchet and a lit Weber grill?
Actually, I'm wondering how easy or difficult it is to build a EMP gun. How useful that would be in a future war that hopefully won't happen.
I like that slogan.
As long as the government has one and you don't, what do you care?
Hey, we should try.
Well, it wouldn't make any difference if I'm not using any electronic devices strategically
but
against
they
them.
are.
Then,
Yeah, but they are.
Bag of
so I guess
marshmallows.
you're making a fair point there. Like you're basically illustrating that it'd be more useful on my side, more likely than their side. Like if you're going up a more technological, and a more digital enemy, then you want an EMP gun.
Bag of marshmallows with the Weber grill. Put a bag of marshmallows in the Weber grill, so when it bursts open, there'll be hot, sticky, on fire marshmallow.
Whatever's useless to you is useful for them.
So what was it?
Whatever is useless to you,
We should load up the trebuchets and the slingshots, and EMP them, and then just trebuchet them all at the same time, or what? Like how to?
I get Molotov.
I don't know. It's your money that gave him the EMP.
Could be like the finishing touch, just the finishing touch. Play a little headbanger music and shoot the hot marshmallow Weber grill coals all over their faces.
Yeah, you paid for their EMP. Why don't you tell me? I mean, you paid for it.
Oh no! I'm talking about our EMP. We need to have a good EMP. Like
I only got George.
Oh, so you have control of when it goes off or not?
No, we need one of our own, right? Right. Hear me out.
Who's this
No,
we now?
Mad Max style, like
You make it sound like you got control when it goes off.
No, we got armored vehicles. Okay,
Who's this we and our?
like you and me, we're gonna take the lead.
I ain't got shit, dude. I got military that'll go against me
All right,
instead
I'm gonna
of for me.
strap you to the top, like in that latest Mad Max, where they just got that dude who's like strapped to the vehicle, just playing guitar. That's you.
Yeah, he ain't gonna blow himself up with the explosive stick, man. It's suicide, man.
What are you talking about? Ours and we, dude. You're deluding yourself with we.
We'd have to weld like a couple of plates onto a fucking like giant bulldozer and like it's just impractical, man.
You're deluding yourself with we.
I used to make darts out of concrete nails and paper and tape, and I used to put it into the PVC pipe and then cut it, yeah, and then you blow it, and it used to go through like a frickin' plywood, you know, it'll go into like a 2x4, like half an inch deep, maybe even deeper. I couldn't get it out. I was like 10, you know. Can you imagine what you can cook up, you know, with like a
the United States military has been put forth to go to work based off shit like 9/11, World War I, World War II, JFK, you know. So when you say we, I'm very, very.
I don't know. I don't know when I said we that got you triggered on this, but
Yeah, you glowy,
I take it back. Take it back.
You glowy, man.
I mean, it can be an EMP, you know, it can be a delivery system, right? These darts, it can be a delivery system for like anything, you know, like gas, poison.
What would generate the EMP though? Like how?
Let me tell this to you, Dave. Anytime somebody says we, they're including you with them, like they accept you. Okay, so when you question that, you're going, I don't want to be with you. I'm not one of you. Okay, so just remember that.
I was the one trying to keep you away from we.
Like, whoa, what do you mean we?
Bro, you the glowy man?
We're the ones that are gonna blow up the fucking, you know, Mad Max and shit.
I'm gonna be the driver. You can blow yourself up, man. I mean, it's not it, man.
Yeah.
It's not for me, man.
No.
See, a lot of Americans will say, I agree with top secret information. I agree with. Yeah, I'm not one of them, man. Because to me, the only way you can fight for truth is if it's not secret. You can't fight for truth if it's secret. That's the opposite of truth.
The secret truth.
And in my opinion, the truth is the only thing worth fighting for. So a lot of Americans, based off history and shit, they think they're in the best country. And they are probably the best country on earth right now. But they also just blanket sweep that like that can't end. Like that cannot end. Like they just, I'm in the best country and then nothing can happen. It's all good. Yeah, I see our country falling like on a scale like Venezuela. It's bad.
Well, whatever you do, I would suggest don't buy things from Amazon because then you're just part of the problem.
Yeah, well, it don't matter where you buy it; it's all recorded.
Bro, we're gonna go over the lunch.
I mean, you can keep your economy local. You can keep your dollars local.
Matter,
for God's sake, take for instance, use a credit union instead of going to a bank.
It is. I agree with Ryan. It's a small thing.
It's all recorded.
It might be recorded when you use your credit card or whatever else. But when you can support your local businesses, it helps you because you live close to them. Like when the people around you do well,
it only helps you with the fraud. So you're going with the fraud, but you're like, hey, it helps us. I understand it's a fraud, but it helps me in the fraud. That's what you're saying, in my opinion.
I'll be honest, man. It sounds like you have a quitter mentality.
No, it's like it's a total fraud, dude. Like, if I could print the money of the U.S., how could you compete with me? No matter what college you went to. Like, if I had the power to print the money in the U.S., how could you compete with me?
Yeah.
And
so
if you got
again,
close,
I presented a
and
solution.
if you got close, I'd just shut you down.
I presented a solution, and you didn't continue to talk about the solution. You're continuing to talk about the problem, and you're not talking about any solutions. I was talking about Ron Paul.
I understand that.
Campaign
But in
for Ron
order
Paul.
to,
I'm just saying,
I understand.
listen to me. Listen, I campaigned at the grassroots level for Ron Paul. Nobody paid me to do that. So I'm just saying, while you may feel that other people in here should you listen to what you have to say, trust me, as far as me, I'm listening, and you're talking to the wrong person, dude.
Oh, I agree with what you're saying, dude. The only way you can solve the problem is if you acknowledge there is one.
Let me ask you
You
this.
have to acknowledge there's a problem in order to solve
Let
it.
me ask you this. Let's say, are you a coffee drinker? Are you a coffee drinker, or do you like sandwiches or something like that? Like, what's your thing?
No, it's like to me, it's like flat Earth, globe Earth. It don't matter. They all participate in the fraud.
No, answer my question. Which one do you like better, coffee or sandwiches?
Me, but I at least acknowledge the fraud, so it eases the effect.
Which one do you like better, coffee or sandwiches?
I like them both.
All right. So when you go
Just
to
not at
either
the same
one,
time.
yeah, it could be a cafe that does both, right? Like, it doesn't matter. But what I'm saying is,
I can't do them both
if you
at the same time.
if you can find a local cafe who does an excellent job, and you can go there, or you can go to Starbucks. Like, what do you choose?
I've never been one to be able to drink a cup of coffee and eat a sandwich.
I think you're missing the point, mate.
I'd rather have like a Coca-Cola, a water, and the sandwich. But I don't like sandwich with coffee. That's nasty.
I think the point is that he's saying, should you buy from the bigger person or the local person? Would you rather support them or just say you
Either
don't like
way, you're
coffee and
supporting the
sandwiches?
fraud. Either way, you're supporting the fraud.
Yeah, but what are you going to do? Where else are you going to get your stuff from? Are you going to buy it from the big people, or are you going to buy it from someone local? That's what he's getting at.
Yeah,
Where did he get the food he ate today? Did you eat anything today? And where did the food you came from that you ate today? Where did it come from?
In order to ease the effect, I do go local. I go local.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, yeah. Did you pay cash for that?
Man, that was a hard tooth to pull, dude. How many more?
Yeah, but it's not like I don't acknowledge I'm participating in the fraud. I still know that I'm participating in the fraud.
Okay, yeah, and now we do too, so you can stop hassling us about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As long as you acknowledge it.
Yeah, I acknowledge it. I acknowledged it before this conversation.
It's fraud, right? Like everybody's worried about the economy when the whole thing's a fraud. As long as we understand it.
James, you're repeating yourself. Stop repeating yourself. Like, we've already heard you say the same thing like 50 times.
Okay, my bad. As long as we acknowledge it's a fraud, at least we ease the effect. The truth will always ease the effect.
Yeah,
it's like the flat Earth, right? It's like the flat Earth. Yeah, knowing the truth, you can't change the effect, but you can ease it. You can ease it by knowing the truth.
You can ease it by telling someone else the truth.
It's the same thing, man.
What?
Like knowing the truth that the Earth is flat, it eases the effect on what they're putting on you.
It all starts with gardening and cooking.
You can't change the effect, but you can ease it.
because it gets your food. You know what I mean? And you don't have to go like buy the fraud.
So what's the solution?
Oh yeah, like your globe Earth, right? Like it's any different. You guys are acting like it's different. They're telling you you're on a spinning ball in a vacuum, and you're telling the world that you're not. And I'm saying that the economy is a fraud. We willingly participating in it.
No, look, here's the thing: is like I don't think
So
many
it's
of
no
us would
different.
actually
It's the
disagree with
same
you. I don't think many of us
fucking
would disagree with you. Like the way it's structured is it's weighted or it's unfair or whatever. Like but
it's a monopoly. It's a straight up monopoly.
It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist for you and me. Like if you have a job, you pay taxes, and you like all that stuff kind of matters, even if it's fake.
Okay.
The Matrix
Even if
is
it's
all
fake, it
around us.
matters. Even if the globe Earth is fake, it still matters.
The Matrix is real in your mind.
Yeah, it's real in yours too. That's what I'm saying. I wish you guys could get that through your heads. It's not like I'm saying anything different. I'm saying they're lying to us on so many different
You're
scales.
you're saying incoherent things, and then you're saying, "Get it through your head, dude." I'm done. This is stupid. Muting him.
What's the solution?
Well, obviously, the solution is to play their game, run for office, win, get a whole bunch of constituents and people like behind you, and change everything. That's the way you do it.
Yeah, you're right, and I think the only kind of solution at the moment is to do what you were saying and support local and and I don't know why it was so difficult to understand. Like what was happening, and we get out of it slowly.
Yeah, this isn't the first time he's done this. He's like done this with like even other subjects. Like this isn't the first time this has happened with this guy here.
Yeah, it was getting a bit monotonous at the end there.
Solution is hemp.
Yeah, keep growing it.
Lots of hemp.
But until you can start your own money system, everyone's stuck in it, and you got to pick the lesser of two evils. It's there's no total solution to it.
Well, it's kind of a funny thing saying that the lesser of two evils, because if you think about it, with Bitcoin being introduced and gold and silver still being on the table, with cash still on the table, I mean these are four. One's a currency, one's a cryptocurrency, two are hard assets. I mean you can kind of just cycle through them and trade one for the other. And as long as you just don't put all your eggs in one basket, like I don't really see things necessarily being that bad off.
Yeah, it depends who controls the cryptocurrency. Can they just shut it down at any time? That's the other question.
Well, yeah, but that's just it. They let's pretend for a second that's the case. I don't even think that's the case. I think the opposite of that is the case. But let's pretend for a second it is, and you still have hard gold and silver.
Yeah. But does gold still, say all this money collapses and everything goes into chaos, does gold still really hold its value, and what for?
As long as the lights are still on, as long as the power's still going, in that scenario, it's more likely that the gold and silver would jump in price drastically. You'd be talking like $10,000, $20,000 an ounce for gold, take for instance, not like 1,000 or 2,000. But that wouldn't be because the gold is worth so much. That would be because the dollar would be worth so little.
Yeah. Then would food become currency as well?
Well, food will only become currency if the lights went out.
Yeah.
It would depend on who you know. Hey, networking.
Back to bartering.
That guy was too drunk. That guy was too drunk to portray it. But at least in a certain sense, I actually agree with him. Just as far as the value of the dollar goes, like he was saying, he was a little bit surprised that the economy is going so well, and I actually agree with him. Like I'm amazed that the dollar has its value. Like I don't understand how I guess maybe it's because the population is growing and they got something else going, but I just don't get how they keep printing, even with the oil backing it, even with the petrodollar backing it, how they just keep printing trillions of dollars and spending trillions of dollars that they don't have, and like nothing gives. I'm just wondering, like, will anything give? I don't know. Will I live to see that it gives? I don't know. It makes me wonder.
Pandemic was designed to hide all that. Yes. You didn't see anything.
It'd be interesting if all these other countries stop paying for oil and things like that in American dollars. That'd be very interesting. Putin's already done it. He put sanctions on Lithuania because they wouldn't pay in rubles.
I heard some speculation a while back before any of this Russian bullshit. Like, I wouldn't doubt that somehow these two things are related. But CBDCs, like I think they're going to try to save the flailing U.S. dollar as the world reserve currency with this central bank digital coin. In some way, I don't know how they're going to do it, but I think that's what they're moving towards.
What, to take it away from oil?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's going to be like a crypto American dollar instead.
Like a crypto, so from the Reserve Bank, though.
Yeah,
well, they already have.
Yeah, they're already working on it. They're going to start pushing it. That's the thing. It's already made, but they're going to start pushing it.
They have entered the crypto space.
So watch out. That shit's coming. And, I don't know its implications. I don't know how it's going to pan out on everything, but it's going to be major. Like, major.
Yeah, but you know what's better? Like, you know what crypto's really good at? Like these ledgers, records, recording transactions, I guess, for now, right? It's like there forever, depending on the infrastructure, not depending how big the thing is, but surveillance, data, making sure data is good. You know what I mean? That's the word. Yeah. It was scary stuff, It's just interesting how it's really efficient at tracking. Keeping records. Smart contracts, automated, systems.
With the CBDCs, they can make it so you let's say they decide that just your area, like somebody came down with monkeypox, right? And they go, everybody for a 10-mile radius is in lockdown.
Yeah,
exactly. They can do this now.
Well, and if how you transact, right? Everywhere you go, like whenever you make a transaction, right, and it's using this, right, that's where you are, on the grid, right, and you're always making microtransactions all the time. So there's this big ass, dot following you around. That's fun, right? Imagine when it's in our bodies. How is that going to happen? How can you use your fingerprint? You know what I mean, or your lens, your eye, your iris, to transact. Like just by.
See, most Americans, like, I know you talk kind of like an American, but you're not. See, like, everybody else is like ready for this shit. Americans are like, that'll never happen. That'll never happen. Not here.
I am more American than 99.9% of Americans.
No, but you're not. No, you don't live in an American country, so like that's different. Like,
that's racist. That's racist.
no, it's not. No, you literally don't live here.
Yeah, well, that's what you think.
Well, all right. Where do you live?
They say you can take the Robin out of the hood. No, I feel like I am more American than most Americans, because I grew up absorbing. That's the culture I grew up in. I didn't grow up in UK culture or Aussie culture. It's not where I get my thought process for, slash, references and context to things, even though it's kind of under the rock kind of American culture, but still, I read some books. What do you call that? You know what we call that? We call that fob, fresh off the boat. Kind of American, like. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? It's like Napoleon Dynamite. See, that's how I feel. That's how American I am. I'm like Napoleon.
I know. I get what you're trying to say, but so you feel displaced. You don't have like an actual place to call home for your own right now, where you're at.
It's Samoa. It's Samoa. It's where I grew up. That's home. But home, was watching the 49ers, the Chicago Bulls, the late, all the things that Americans love to watch. We drove on the right.
Like 20, 30 years ago?
Yeah, when I was little, growing up, my dad made me watch sports while he went to work because he had to go to work. So I had to explain to him the whole game. I was like 7, 8, 6. That's how I got my my game, bro. Like, yeah, very American, And then I joined Did you know that in the military, more American Samoans are in the army? The what's the called per capita, right? So it should be called the American Samoan Army. So as you can see, we are more American than you will ever be, sir. You know what I'm saying? Because it's our army. I mean, you like that? Do you like that speech? We are warriors. That's why you guys chose that harbor, America. Therefore, because we fight in this. Hey, Lou. I'm gonna have another cone, man. I'm just messing around, dude. America. I was telling my son.
No. I laugh at like when people do that whole like redneck America thing. No, but there's no doubt that there is like an American ideal. You know what I mean? Like people, Americans think differently than other people.
Yeah, right. Today, me and my wife made sandwiches, right? So she brought home all this nice bread, and I brought the mayo, right? I was like, "Hey, you want mayo on yours?" Like, no, that's so American. No, she likes butter on hers. So I was like, "What do you mean it's so American? It's like American." It was like, best food's mayonnaise. You know what I mean? Like that's the only mayonnaise. So is that American? Because it's not Aussie. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like best food's mayonnaise comes from America. So we make our potato salads with. You know what I'm saying? When my son's talking on his game, it's like, yeah, he's American. Like that, my friends are asking if you're American. They can hear your accent. It's like, So what are you saying, Lou? Is that not American enough?
No, well, having an accent? No, it's not because.
Wait, Bruce Lee is more American than me because he was born there, right? Yeah, water, my friend. Like I'm more Chinese than Bruce anyway, so there's that. Wing Chun. So yeah, I was just talking to him about culture. I was like, I was saying, culture comes from people's belief in a God. So every culture develops from their belief around a God. Every culture. And what if that God is not a real God or the real God, right? Like, what if it's not even a thing? What if it's a false? What then is this culture? Like Samuel, for example, revolves around the gods. Like the whole thing. Even the combining of the new Christian religion with the Samoan revolves around those gods. So it's paganism. And plus, they celebrate Christmas. The whole Catholic thing. The whole Freemasonry. Culture. That's American culture, bro. Freemasonry. Right? 7 years ago, our fathers brought forward. I was 10. I was 11 in America, LA. Made me memorize that. And I was so proud, right, to perform it, to give a speech with my class. Right? Not even knowing that I was reciting the words of Masons. You know what I mean? Luciferians. Like those guys, the enemy. America. That's what America is, man. It's like what he was saying earlier. It's a fraud, man. It's all a fraud, man. I'm telling you, man. It's all fake. So what do we do now, Lou? Now that our culture is now that we know we don't even have a culture.
What? I don't know. I didn't think I took it that far. You do that mostly on your own.
Facts, bro. Facts. So I says to myself and to my son. So I says to myself, son, right? I was like, if culture comes from God, right? Then the real God must be the real culture. That's the real search. That's the real purpose in life. The real culture. Because look at us. We're all trying to identify with some kind of culture. You know what I mean? We create cultures. I mean, we don't create cultures. They create cultures. We just try to fit in somewhere, and it's all based on not God. It's all based on false gods, right? Stars, and basketball stars, and Hollywood stars, and all kinds of stars. Where the religions revolve around, Ever been to a concert? Or a football game? Or a basketball game? It's a culture, man. It's a worshipping of gods. You know what I'm saying? Facts, man. I've been working on this for a while, and it's like, hey, that's where culture comes from. Think of culture, any culture, right? Like, comes from a God, belief in a God. American culture, the USA, a God. The UK, a God. But which God? All that stuff, but it's always based on a God, man. So it's like, here we are again, talking about God and not non-God things, like, why are you guys always talking about God and stuff? It's like, I don't know, maybe because he made us in his image and everything he made is awesome, maybe, I don't know. Right? Why aren't you guys talking about exploding nothings into monkeys? Like maybe who wants to talk about that? You guys want to talk about Big Bangs and theories. You guys want to talk about balls that don't exist, or air that doesn't require container. You guys want to talk about some physics that doesn't really make any sense, right? Have you seen water float off into the air because gravity isn't working? Like saying God isn't working. Gravity is always working. Like God, just like God. If there was a God, but there isn't because gravity is God, right, guys? You still there, Lou? You guys still there?
I'm only like partially here the whole time. I gotta get to bed, man. But I was laughing at what I'm talking about in text. I gotta go.
All right, man. Have a good night. Have a good night.
Yeah. Take care, buddy.
Sorry for the rant. Rant over. I think having a garden helps to ease the worry about food. You know what I mean? That's why gardening is cool. And cooking helps you to use all the things you're gardening. And then when you have a nice meal, it even removes the worry for food. Oh no, we're okay. That should help you live a more fulfilling life. World full of shit, full of bad things happening. People worrying about dying from starvation because I don't know. For me, I just want to get back to my island so I can check if the sea level is rising. Which I don't think it is because I've seen some photos from back home. It's like, man, that rock is still where it was. Man, that. So, yeah. That's not.
The Beggar. I was gonna say it, man. This Earth's flat and contained. And that garbage going on in the chat is just intolerable, man. I mean, what the heck, dude?
Yeah, I was confused about that too. But yeah.
Bro, I mean, that dude, I'm just, trying to, yeah, dude. I can't do a thing about it. I don't know who the dude is. It's kind of really out of line in my opinion. But who the heck am I? Apparently this guy has been around since 2007, whatever that means. I've been around since 1975, and I put my name on that too. I live in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. Weird dude. What's your name and where are you at?
Me?
We're gonna talk about not this character in the live chat that's been saying some just nasty stuff. Roach.
Yeah, I've seen him around. Like, I think he often come in the VC, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you read what he had to say, but man, it's kind of frustrating. Whatever, man. Typical Glober behavior.
I was more just confused about what was going on.
I'm James Herzog, man. Tim, I gotta reply to Tim. Tim, I don't know what to say, man. Dude's talking about my nephew. Like, I was just having fun, earlier checking out a Little League baseball game because it's fucking want to support, my family or whatever, man. Hang out with my fucking sister. Fucking disgusting, dude.
Oh, the kiss thing?
He was talking about looking at like presenting himself, herself, whatever. I don't care. This is an adult. And I'm talking about a Little League game, and he's talking about looking at his crotch. Like, go up in the chat. Go up in the chat, man. I can't make this shit up.
Yeah, it's like...
It's there. It's unless he deleted it. Let me go look.
I think you are taking it
when
the
I
wrong
said
way.
P, am I taking it the wrong way?
Yeah, because like you were asking him if he is a female, and you said please say yes. He looks at his crotch. Is he a female or a male? That's
well,
how
either way, I'm going to assume this person's an adult, and I'm talking about like an 11-year-old nephew.
Was to your nephew thing.
I'm just saying, man. I'm just talking about what my day involved, because that's what's real to me. You know what I mean? Earth's flat. Earth's under my feet. It's not in the sky. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
we have gas pressure. It's obviously contained. And I enjoy, hanging out with my family and fucking not hearing some weird stuff from obviously an adult, dude. And then, like, I don't know if he's doing his own, like, thumbs up or whatever. I don't really care, man. Whoever this Roach character is should be investigated.
I think, honestly, just misunderstanding what happened. Like, I don't think he was referring to your nephew at all. That's how I read it.
All right, man. Maybe I'm wrong.
But the chat definitely took a direction that was kind of odd. Yeah, for sure.
I'm tired, and I just wanted, to like bring it back to like just what real life is, man. I'm not starving right now. I've got gas in my tank. I've got work to do. I've got fucking a family, and I enjoy life. And I go out and fucking go fishing, and I fucking do all these things, man. And the doom thing, man, is just lame. It's not happening yet. Worry about until it does. You know what I mean?
I mean, no one would gain
until somebody's shooting at you. Until somebody's shooting at you, you don't need to worry about being shot at. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And why not just enjoy life in the meantime?
Oh, for sure. I guess you're kind of referring to the topics earlier about the fraud and stuff like that.
Yeah, all that sort of stuff, man. I'm trying just to make people fucking understand that, man. Even if you want to worry about it and speculate and do all these things, it ain't gonna change what's gonna happen. And beside, you don't need that. You don't need that. That sort of that type of an endorphin. You don't need that sort of stress. You don't need to do that to yourself. It's not worth it. Or you don't need to try to present it to somebody else to stress them out. Either way, man, it's just not worth it. Totally not worth it. You might go have a hot dog. Man, they're dirt cheap. They're all over the place. Or buy a ribeye. I don't care what you do. But you don't got to sit and talk about like eating gold and stuff like that. And what, it's just not worth it to me. So I try to present more of a positive attitude. That's what I'm trying to bring. There's positivity in the world, man. Family. And then, sure, there's, sick people and dying people. Whatever, man. I don't even know what to say. I'm just trying to stay positive because we got plenty of food. We got, I don't know, man. It ain't time to worry yet. And even when worry comes, by the time the stores don't have food on the shelves, what I suggest and what I've done is I own a bow and I own a lot of arrows. And I own ways to move myself around and a lot of fishing equipment and an ice auger. And I live in the middle of I live in Detroit Lakes, which I have literally probably within a 60-mile radius, I probably have 1,000 lakes, literally. And I can eat a lot of fish and they're really fucking tasty. So try to work it out, man. Get to somewhere where you can make it work if need be. Because that's what I did. Because I know this shit ain't right. It could literally collapse at any moment. But until you're being shot at, don't worry about being shot at. It ain't worth it. It's just negative. It's doom and gloom. It's just go listen to fucking some Vision Bleak or something, and put on like death paint on your face and get a bass guitar and jam along with Vision Bleak or something. I don't know, man. Who am I?
I get your point.
Yeah. Where are you from? India?
From Denmark. India?
Denmark.
That's the third time.
Yeah, man.
Someone think I'm from India. Is the accent so bad?
No, it's just it's unplaceable to me. So, okay, is your family heritage Danish?
No, let's just call it pure blood.
Pure blood Danish.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pure blood German. Look at it. Well, Herzog, and then Hoffman, and then Braun, Braun, and then Kreckelberg. So it's all four. I'm German as it gets. And I'm a damn good machinist, and I love my trade.
That's nice.
I do. I got really lucky. Huh?
Pure blood Indian, Tim.
Right?
Pure blood was, I think, not the right term to use, but I'm Danish. My ancestors are Danish.
I'm only joking, mate.
You might be able to derive my last name back to the UK back in the 1400s, but that's as far as I know. So I'm Scandinavian, Saxon, Germanic tribe.
Yeah, I think a lot of the UK people are have a lot of Scandinavian background as well. Those Vikings went around. They went around a lot.
I thought they were German.
I mean,
I thought the UK was primarily German.
No, the Germans are the royal family, but I mean, you got the Angles, the Saxons, but later on the Vikings took a pretty big hold there.
Yeah. Well, with the name like Skull Crusher at the time, yeah, it's going to dominate, I suppose. people are just trying to eat some potatoes. You got Skull Crusher coming over the hill. Fuck,
There was this
what a
article or
mess.
study some time back, and I think it's like 90% of Ireland has like Scandinavian roots or genes or something like that, you know?
Right. Yeah, I'm all German. Two of my siblings did the 23andMe or whatever the hell. And it's the region is Poland. Well, it'd be Germania if you went back in time prior to like First World War or whatever the hell. I don't know. Whatever the maps were that like I looked at a textbook, like I don't know what the hell's going on though. I mean, like after like looking into the World's Fairs and this sort of thing, man, I just don't even know what happened 100 years ago. I have no clue. I'm not going to make a claim. I know I'm German though. That's like that I'm certain of.
Oh, you're referring to that Tatarian story?
Yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah, I have no idea, man. What the hell is going on? I mean, are the photos fake? Why did all these places burn down? Why are they blowing up everything? Why can't we build anything like the you know?
Yeah, I think like
the White House. I mean, like we can't or the Tsar castles. Nobody can do anything like that anywhere with all the supposed technology we have. So I think there was some kind of like a deal where they just crushed.
You should look up a guy on YouTube that is not a founding father of the Tartaria thing, but he was on in the early days. His account is Static in the Attic, and he has a little different approach to it compared to, for example, John Levi and stuff like that. And
I gotta get this name. I'm gonna go to YouTube and plug this in real quick. Static the Attic.
I just posted a picture. I'm just sitting in traffic. This is what we've got in Australia as well. This is just a plain building. If you look in the voice text, are you talking about Tartaria? We've got all these buildings here in Melbourne too.
Yep. Yeah, it's all over the world, man. It's amazing
it's the same architecture everywhere. They've got it in Japan. They've got it all over Africa. It's just amazing. And I've never actually paid attention to it until now. You don't go, oh shit, all the buildings are the same. Why are all the buildings the same? And what's it got to? It's like the late 1800s. Everything's built in the late 1800s. Bullshit.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense, dude. And then the fact that nothing's built like it at all anymore. It's just bizarre. I'm gonna
post another one. This is a hotel. I'll just post another one.
You know what's striking about the one that you put up, Timbo, is it's the box structure just adjacent to the box building that we get nowadays next to this ornate structure.
Yeah. Have a look at this one.
It's like they allowed that to be there on purpose. I'm having a look. Yeah, see?
Look at that.
Then these stones are like, it's just like, it's almost like they're, I don't think we're going to be able to get accurate information regarding like the ages of these stones or anything. I don't think we have a hope of it. I don't know how.
What it seems to be here is that all of these old buildings are all red brick, and they've got a facade over the front. But at the time that they were built, there were no brick factories. So where were these millions and millions? Like Melbourne's a big city, yeah. Like it's And all these buildings were built at the same time. Where the hell were they getting all these bricks from? And they were driving around on horse and buggies. And they're building these massive structures.
Right. I know. It's so it just doesn't fit.
It doesn't make any sense, and I can't make any sense of it. Like, the history they tell us doesn't make sense, and then we've got these other huge buildings out in these towns that are in the middle of the desert. Now, what the fuck were people doing driving out in the middle of Australia on horse and cart where there's no water and then building a big bank? Like, how fucking stupid. Like, it just...
I feel you guys should give Static in the Attic a try. He has a little different approach than the mainstream Tartaria community.
Can someone post it? Because I went to YouTube to look, and then it's just I can't. I'll go back, and I'm not making sense of what I'm seeing as far as it be relating to Tartaria. Static. The mic Addict.
1 second, I gave you the real link. It's because there is actually 2 YouTube pages that is named the same, and if you're going into the first one, you're actually getting into the wrong one. I'll give you a link here.
Thanks. Yeah, we're awesome. I'm gonna sub to this. Okay, you got it. I get a lot of good stuff here, man. I really love the Discord, man. I'm really grateful for the people that put the work in behind it, and for the people that come to contribute. And either in the voice text, either in the entry level, all of it, man. You guys are like, man, just really awesome. Yeah. It's really awesome to have defeated the dang. Everybody here, victory lap. Do a little victory lap. You defeated the biggest psyop that humans have ever been confronted with, as far as I can tell.
Yeah. For example, like, everyone's, I took myself in the Tartaria thing because after a while I started to I started to buy into all of this, even though there was, no hard evidence. Then I fell over the Static in the Attic guy. And he explains a lot of these things in a much more in-depth way, because if you take John Levi, for example, whatever he does, he posts a video every week, 20 minutes long, exactly every single time, basically, and he just shows you a lot of pictures, and he portrays this narrative of the 1800 reset Tartaria, blah, blah, blah. But there is no real research behind his real work. It's just pictures and a lot of talk. But this Static in the Attic here, he's actually putting in the work, reading the books, going to places, and analyzing these kind of things. I'm not saying Static in the Attic's answer to all these things is the right answer. It's just a different approach, which opened my mind to okay, maybe I should be careful about just soaking in this shit without... critical thought, because sometimes, even though you think you are able to see through it, sometimes you just eat it up and you take it for given. You just take it. You know what I mean?
And then you get it from somewhere else, and you go, "Oh, no, maybe that doesn't sound right."
Maybe there is a different logical explanation. Yeah.
Yeah. And have you seen any of Autodidactic? Have you seen him?
Oh, I have heard that name.
I've heard of him. Yeah. If someone can post that,
I'm driving at the moment. I find it hard, but he's an Aussie guy. That are Autodidactic, all one word. It means.
I've heard it. I've literally heard that channel before. I don't know. I'm Autodidactic. I'm gonna go run over to YouTube and see if I can come up with something. YouTube's so janky nowadays. It's like absolutely.
I can't find anything.
I know, it's just so screwed up. It should be obvious to anybody. I don't understand. God, what's the matter with humans? Okay, Autodidactic. So, AT or AD?
No, it's AUTO.
Is it one of these two?
DID ACTIC. ACTIC. Autodidactic. And I think he's got autodidactic, and then he's got autodidactic 2 as well.
Okay, I just subbed to the
There is
one.
like a big orange
Starfort. One of the Starfort.
Yeah, all the Starforts. He does a lot of that, and then he does a lot of Tartaria stuff as well. He's also linked. So he has a show with these 2 girls, and it's called Tartaria Australia, and they've got these two girls have got some really, really good information about the early days. Because we've got a lot of big, huge mental asylums here as well, and they're all like castles. They're like castles, and they look like monasteries and stuff, you know. But you go, who the hell builds these buildings for mental hospitals? It's ridiculous. But he's quite good. Sometimes he does like 3-hour shows and stuff as well.
I'm gonna definitely. I'm subbed. I'm gonna be on that because I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, and like, because it's obviously we've been hoodwinked. I mean, I'm trying to figure it out, and too.
More and more information you get, it seems like I don't know whether we're ever going to find out, because is it when someone releases something that could be true, do they automatically release something else that throws you off? Yeah, it's very complicated, you know.
It really, truly is. You're absolutely 100% correct in that statement.
One of the things about the Tartaria that I have noticed that we should be wary about is that you can, for the mainstream 1800 research thing, like, or just Tartaria in general, it's just like you can draw a parallel basically 1-to-1 to the alien agenda. We have some super beings creating these superstructures, and they have free energy which they can take from the cosmos or something like that. And we cannot, like, if you think about it, if you put Tartaria on one side and alien agenda on the other side, they have so many similarities, sadly. So that's like just a critical seed, you know?
Well, what kind of the thought that I go with when it gets into the alien is more like Nephilim, biblical angels, that sort of thing. But that's me. You know, I'm not trying to push that on no one else.
Yeah,
it's
what I'm trying to say is, there's this saying in Denmark, sweet child has many names, you know? Like, so, yeah, maybe it's just the alien agenda with new coding. I'm not saying that this explains, for example, the Giza pyramids or pyramids all around the world, or these buildings that seem to be out of place. I'm not saying that it answers these things. I'm just saying that before driving to a conclusion, maybe just stop up and just soak it in, you know, and think about it.
Yeah, I always see you, Tim, as an American. Every time I see you and your comments and how you communicate comes across so American. But I have a question: are there Schwarzentroopers still there or no?
Where? In Denmark?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, it's like an American Amish, or the like they don't use.
I think you confused Denmark with Netherlands.
Oh, I probably did then. I figured they were basically the same area, aren't they?
EU is all the same.
It's kind of like
I'm gonna go, guys. I'm gonna go and be normal for a while.
All right, see you, Timbo.
Oh.
So anyway, I don't know. I'm American, so like if there's like an Iowan or a Wisconsin or a North Dakotan, it's like, there go the drunk people. Hey, it's WeFest right now here in this, where I'm at, and these people are just getting tore the fuck up. There she goes. Oh fuck! I gotta go try and help this motherfucker. Fucking hell. You all right? You're good? Okay. Oh, man. Well, enjoy or whatever. You too. Yes, ma'am. What do you guys think for Ellis? Never mind. Not doing it. All right. Man, she was cute. Anyway, wife in America. She just totally wiped out again. Fuck, she needs help, dude.
What's going on?
She's fucking wasted and falling on rocks. Damn. And then like her like guy friends with her are like just like, dude, it's bizarre as it can be, dude. Like, can I take a picture of this shit and like send it? I'm gonna take a picture of this shit because it's really weird. I'm taking a picture regardless, dude. So like they're over here, and the two dudes are like not helping her out at all. Here, I'm gonna post this shit. She's over. I'll point it out. So there's the two dudes not doing anything to help the woman out. She's over there in the fucking rocks. Okay, so I'm gonna send this into the live stream. Oh boy, what a mess. Let me see here. I think image. Oh, I don't have. Yeah, grant permission. Hello, whatever. Where? Right there. She's like, okay, so it looks like weeds, but it's not. It's rocks. And then the two dudes, there, she's finally out of the rocks. And the guys are finally fucking helping her. Dude, she's got to be banged up. That poor thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't fall in that shit.
Dude, like, do you see, like, can you zoom in on the picture and see her? Like, it looks like weeds, but it's rocks.
Oh, I can definitely see it's rocks.
And then the two dudes are over there just like chilling, letting her fall in the rocks right on your face and stuff, dude. What the fuck is my life? She's hot. She's beautiful. I don't understand how this could be the reality of what I just witnessed. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
My life's too weird.
People say it sometimes.
Yeah, it's what time is it right now? It is at where I'm at. It is. God, I can really see. 2:18 in the morning.
Oh, so you're almost East Coast.
I'm Midwest. Chicago time or Minneapolis time or Dallas time or
oh yeah,
that
I
time.
think yeah.
Central.
East is 6 hours from Denmark, and West is like 9 hours from.
Yeah, so I'm in the middle of them too. It's a 4-hour. It's a 4-hour difference across the states, and I'm in the middle of it or whatever.
Yeah,
but she was really cute. Like, what the fuck is she doing? Dealing with guys that are just gonna let her fall in the rocks. I don't get it.
Yeah, I would be mad as fuck.
Man, what the heck? My life is too weird, dude. She's absolutely gorgeous. I'm gonna try around and see what the fuck's going on with that situation. I'm curious. I really am.
Vigilante Lumpy.
Huh?
Love it. Vigilante.
Vigilante Lumpy, right? Right? God, she was cute. My goodness.
I'm gonna bounce. It's 9:30 in the morning here. I think I have to do something for the day. But it was good talking to you, and I'll catch you later.
Must have used some breath into there. It's over. That's the end of it.
Real gamers. Is someone alive here? James, are you kicking? Who the hell is that?